double check that we are going live. Going live somewhere. Let's have a see. This is a 12-hour conscious live stream event. This is a creation, a deep creation of quite a few exciting things. A beautiful friend said this morning to universe to heal you. And those words really resonated with what we're doing today here, because what my experience has been as I keep growing this beautiful little empire of mine, the Millionaire Sha'woman, the Awakened Wealth community, our new upgraded quantum leap community where we are helping people, me and my master coaches, my quantum leap master coaches, are helping people to step into the next octave of their life, knowing that your next octave of life vibrates at a completely different frequency to the frequency that you're vibrating at right now. And to struggle, to push, to force for this next experience, expanded experience of your life to eventuate without working within yourself, without shifting your frequency, it is completely impossible. It might not be for you for this inner journey if you are not ready to experience profound change and be the driver of radical responsibility of where you are and your own creation. The fact that what you're creating, what you're seeing right now, all of it is coming from you. And that is fucking exciting, but also a massive responsibility. There is nothing in your life that you can say, I haven't created and I'm not creating, which means going forward, everything is coming from this beautiful creative power that I want to awaken in you. I want to awaken this creative power in you today. So I'm going to be sharing with you various parts of what I do. This was an idea actually from my coach who said, man, Clay, you should just take what you do behind these curtains that you keep so shut. And you should bring it, and you should just bring it live onto all streams of social media. And I just laughed him off. I was like, yeah, no, because that really created some deep fear in me, some deep fear of being that vulnerable, of pulling that curtain fully back, of being all of me, bringing all of me through. And you, if you are not at that next octave that you keep seeking, the bigger business, the bigger income, the bigger impact, more influence, more authority, that's somewhere in you you're holding on to fear. You are attached to security somewhere. I've realized this year is that this beautiful, deep soul happiness that is possible for all of us, it doesn't come synonymous with everything is going to stay the same and safe. And you have to be okay with getting to the most vulnerable place. You step into co-creation with the universe, which was why these beautiful words of this beautiful friend this morning, allow the universe to heal you. Every single thing in your reality, everything that you are creation, and you have the opportunity to stop reacting to the things that you see and to start stepping into this beautiful with spirit that is living through you. And today, that is what we're doing. That is what you're going to see in the things that we have lined up. We are going to talk about activating this sacred life force that is running through you, this sacred fucking pulsing current of prana, life force that is running through you in your every moment. I want you to get up onto your feet right now and feel your feet on the floor. Feel your connection, this earthly plane that we're all inhabiting in these beautiful physical bodies that we have, but within us or through us is all just energy. And that energy is what is manifesting in your world. So you can change it up, change state. You can learn to become the reality that you want in energy, so that you attract it this year that has been all about loving all of myself unconditionally, forgiving myself, letting go of these insecurities, letting go of the vulnerability and just saying, fuck it, taking the next level in my own soul pilgrimage, which is where I'm also helping my clients, which is we have to go from a place of victim consciousness. We have to let go of the idea that we're a reaction to the world, that it is happening to us. We step up from there into this beautiful, radical responsibility that we have this creative power and we are creating all of it. And we begin to trust. We begin to trust in this fucking, there is something there, something greater. There's a greater reality, and we're in it, but we're getting played, right? We start to trust in the fact that spirit has our back. You saw, if you're watching my documentary, that was Carmen's journey. Spirit has. But what we're doing today is going the next level and learning that spirit is within you. You are spirit. You are God. You are the awakened. That trust fall, fucking trust fall, letting go of control, letting go of everything, letting go of attachment to every single essence of physical material security that you are holding on to with a fucking death grip. I'm going to talk about that today because it is blocking. It is the wall that is between where you really want to be and who you are in all of this beautiful light shining out. And so we're going to start today with something that makes me feel fucking vulnerable, because this year, as I have begun to love on all of these parts of myself and allow this beautiful creative energy within me to just keep coming up, keep rising and stirring and loving and, bringing incredible experience of fully living into the feelings within. What do I love? What do I love to do? What activates me? Doing this today has been quite an effort in the sense that I have had the craziest last 2 weeks. I have had the most insane, painful last weeks. And I didn't want to do this morning. I didn't want to do this today. I didn't feel like it. But you know what I did feel? Passion to bring this to you, to bring this that you can see in the caption, which tells you what we've got going on today. I felt passion. I felt passion to do this, to bring it to you, to bring me to you and bring all of me in all of my light. And one of the things that I've been doing over the last maybe 6 months is playing right here, music. I have been learning to play the cello. It looks like my next octave of life is very musical, and I'm going to mix for you live today, which I intended to practice. But in the last 2 weeks of chaos, I fucking haven't wanted to. And so you are getting creation right here, which has not been practiced, which is completely vulnerable, and I'm scared shitless right now. But you know what? What I want you to do is to move your body, listen, dance, feel. Today is about feeling. Whatever you're feeling right now, maybe you're feeling top of the fucking world and it is the best day ever. Maybe you're feeling really low. Maybe you're feeling frustrated. Maybe the things in your business aren't moving fast enough and you're tired. You're tired of the push. You're tired of the force. I want you to let it all go. I want you to let it all go and just be in your body and know that there is such ancient, encrypted wisdom in your body. We have these beautiful energy centers all the way through us that are connecting us to the universe. And that means that the universe is running through you. And that is why you can allow the universe to heal you, to help you, to, it's circular. It's coming back. It's all co-creation, which means that the feelings that you have to the things that are happening to you in your business, in your life are key, right? We need to learn how to change them. We need to learn how to love unconditionally on what we see and know that it's all happening on purpose. There's a message in all of it. So today I'm gonna get onto the old music in just a minute. I'll just show you them again. They're so freaking hot. Look at this. Woohoo! I have to stick stickers on them to know what the buttons do. That is the newbie I am, but I'm doing this because I want to get vulnerable. I want to show you that you can fail forward. You can go forward imperfectly, and it doesn't mean anything. What can people do? Tell me I'm a shit DJ? Fuck it. I don't care. I just want to do what I love and do more of what I love, and you know, help you through the experience of it. So just gonna schedule right here. Just check that I am live. I'm sure I am live. I'm not talking to myself. Yeah, oh there we go. Look, I am. Our Trustfall schedule for today. Okay, so I'm gonna be here at the music, here at the decks. Oh my god, it's 11:11. Look at that. Perfect timing. Until midday. And then at midday, New Zealand, 49 minutes from now, I'm going to be streaming the live day 7 mystery school workshop, which is the biggie. My awakened wealth blueprint, the 9-step journey I take clients through to really step into radical express trust, the next level of their influence and authority, whilst making more money with more freedom. This is all about freedom. This is all about liberty. When you can let go of that attachment that you have outside of yourself because you release your fears, everything is different, right? The world opens up to you because you open up. Isn't that beautiful? The idea of vulnerabilities, and you can blossom like the true flower that you are. And like a flower, know that the sun is going to rise, the moon is going to follow, and that it's all in circulation, and that you are going to have everything that you need in every single moment, because that is what, there's a little bit of a drought. The fucking flower knows what to do because that hologram is within its seed. It knows, How would your life look differently if you start to navigate through these experiences through your inner compass? And that is what the mystery school has been about. Awakening and starting to understand that knowing is a feeling. Knowing isn't a scientific study. Knowing isn't any of what the ordered civilization that we have the beauty of living in tells us it is. Knowing is a feeling, and we know, your body knows. We can start to navigate. The feelings are like a treasure map towards whatever you are seeking. And instead of avoiding them, distracting from them, numbing from them. And I know this is really easy to do in your business, right? Because you have that pressure of making money, but it's taking you away from this divine way of quantum leaping. I taught in the mystery school about the quantum staircase. In traditional coaching, if you work with a traditional coach, you will be shown that your goal is at the top of a staircase, and the coach will help you to step up, identify the steps up and take each one linear, logical. Whereas with quantum coaching, we say, sure, you're there at the top of that staircase, and we help you to connect so deeply with it. Reality is within you, which means there is no fucking staircase anymore, because you are drawing it towards you. Quantum possibility, quantum creation, quantum surprises. We've covered all of it in the mystery school this week. And what the mystery school day 7 is the culmination of that school. And we're running that workshop live here on the live stream, and you get to watch that, okay? You're also going to get a copy of my book, Leading with Light. Not the whole book, just my chapter in it, which is called How Shamanism Will Save the World, which is all about how we step out of this divide between helplessness and power by reclaiming our innate creative power and letting go of our fears, which is what the shaman does. These rites of passage that a shaman takes to awaken a lion's heart, get over the pride, and maybe the days it was fighting bears, being dug into holes, but in your life you are being given opportunities every single day to overcome your primal need to stay alive. And the chapter confronts that, and how it is money and our fear around money, and how our society has us locked in these fears on purpose because of the power, the highest frequency that is available to us, which is unconditional love. And in this beautiful age of Aquarius that we're moving into, this is where we're getting back to a new earth shift, a new earth frequency of people saying, fuck that shit, unplugging the matrix and remembering the power within themselves and activating it. After that, we have, just checking on the thing, we have a beautiful interview with I said we. Who is we? I am not alone anymore in this beautiful mission. I have a stream of quantum coaches behind me who are also now going out and using my quantum leap method to help people, to help you potentially. And so one of my beautiful quantum leap coaches is coming in at 1:30, and she is going to be talking about sex magic, creative energy that you feel, right? This has been our theme in my membership that I have, the Quantum Leap Portal. This lunar cycle, teaching you how to activate it, teaching you how to transmute it, use it for manifestation, healing, really more than that as well. So we're going to be having a live chat with Jo, and these interviews today are going on to my brand new platform which is a platform for conscious creation. There is going to be a podcast on there, and these interviews that we are filming today will be put them. We're basically building this thing today through this live stream. So that's super cool. Then we're going to be coming back to me, and I'm going to be taking you through a breathwork and somatic evolution, which is going to blow your freaking mind. Then at 3:45, I'm going to be taking you through a presentation about activating the fifth holistic circuit of your brain. So what we will be doing in this breath work is activating this fifth circuit. What is this fifth circuit? And why are we not operating in it? And what will happen if we do? So if you're looking to make more money more easily and attract abundance into your life, I call this awakening your miracle frequency. That is the theory behind it, right? We're going to be, I'm going to be presenting on that 3:45. And then we are going to be coming into the premiere of A Baptism of Fire, this incredible documentary that I have been sharing with you over the last month or so, couple of months. And this has profiled 3 of my clients' journeys to being authors and the journey that goes with really section and publicity and profile. You say you want it. You say that you want the 10K followers. You say that you want the $100,000 in the bank. Your energy body's saying something completely different. So if you want an unconscious fear of having it all easily, then this documentary is going to show you how. And the thing is, as I was profiling my clients' wins, I was actually going through my own struggle in the background, and I'm going to be revealing what that was today. We are then going into all of the final interviews. That is going to be with the beautiful Yunka, who is a recently finished up client. She was working with me for nearly 3 years. And she's going to be talking about authenticity, self-expression, and light leadership. And then we are going to have my other quantum leap coach, Carmen, coming in and talking on. We are then going to have a quick break to watch the second half of the Baptism of Fire. And then we're going to be finishing with this beautiful interview with Lizzie Vince, who I've been following on social media for a while. She lights my soul fire up. She's fucking incredible. And she's going to tell you about trusting or holding the dark side of your desires. We're going to get the music on. Are you going to bear with me because I say this is live? I've procrastinated enough. We're going to have 40 minutes of listening to me, putting some music together, dancing, enjoying, feeling, define who you are. You're going to see that in the episode of A Baptism of Fire today. Your feelings define who you are. They define how you show up. They define whether you make the decision to react to your world or use your experiences as a way of moving forward and releasing everything that is holding you back from the truth of who you are and this deep soul happiness. But if we can find that deep soul happiness first, they were activating the fifth, and we're shortcutting everything. We're shortcutting all of this hard work, all of the trauma trap, all of the shit that keeps us locked in the left-hand side of the brain, trying to make everything logical and slow, actually. So the idea is when you feel music is to allow the music to awaken something inside of you, right? And I sit next to my cello teacher and she plays her cello. I love how the strings on my cello vibrate. I'm like that's us. That's what it is. That is this innate encoded wisdom in the body. Like sound heals, sound awakens, sound moves, but only if you allow. And so we want to listen to this music and we just want to lose ourselves in the music and feel, allow, love, and we'll be coming around in 40 minutes to the masterclass. Okay, so let me share my screen. Whew. This is so scary. But I got this. We have tested this beforehand, so it should work. Give me a second. Okay. Put that here. And I'm starting with the most beautiful song that I freaking love. Do the sound check over here. Sound check over here. Let my gardens speak for me when I am gone. Let them speak whispers of all the beauty I have seen and felt and lived. Let them speak of how much death had to find me, how many hard seasons it took to make me a living, breathing thing. Let them speak of my seasons of growth and abundance, but let them also tell of my seasons of loss and decay. Let the soft, wet earth be under of hardness that didn't win, of sadness that didn't cast hide, of surrender that triumphed over resistance. And let the glorious, fragrant blooms speak of my life and its greatest lesson, that the beauty we make never dies. Come sit by my garden. You can see in me through your grown-up
sky, and you've been running free with your lullaby. Same old die, and I should have said goodbye before you even called me. I can't bear to see you die. 13 sad farewells, my darling. 13 sad farewells. I will see you no more, darling. I've used all my farewells. You've been seeing her with her pretty eyes, lovely life, and I've been waiting here. I've been killing time, hoping you will be mine. Darling, I should have said goodbye before you even called my line. I can't miss you. I 13 sad farewells, my darling. 13 sad farewells. I will see you no more, darling. I used all my farewells. 13 sad farewells, my darling. 13 sad farewells. You will see me no more, darling. You used all your farewells. You have used all your farewells. You have used all your farewells.
Okay, I think that's about as much as my adrenals can stand. How was that? Oh my God. Okay, we have got 11 minutes until the live masterclass. We have the beautiful Don live here in the room with me. We had a good chat this morning, Don? Taking the world on, and maybe he's gonna check in a little bit later and share his feels on this whole experience and what's going on for him. So I'm just going to pop a little advert on for a few minutes until we come around to the top of the hour, where I think we're going to be seeing a lot more people coming in to this live stream room. All of the mystery school people who have been with me for the entire week, learning a little bit more about this quantum leap method and how it plays into this. I can't hear myself with these things on. How it plays into the Awakened Wealth Blueprint, these 9 steps to really stepping into this fully radically expressed version of yourself, experiencing the reality to match, right? Because it's all coming from you, it's all coming from your truth, it's all coming from those feelings. How did it feel to dance? And yeah, let me put this little advert on, and then we'll get on to our live masterclass. Woohoo! Here we go. Where are we? Where are we? Screen. Sound. And here we go. Not sure that this is sharing. Hang on a sec. Don't think we're sharing. So look. Love Restream. Still figuring it out. Entire screen. Click. Share the audio. Click. Go across over to here. Nothing's happening. Sharing your screen and audio. Stop sharing. Okay. Hang on a sec. let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. It's all good. We've got an amazing thing coming up in 7 minutes time, which I know you'll all be chomping at the bit for, this incredible masterclass that we have coming up. So this masterclass is all about scaling income, and scaling income really fast. Let's try it this way. Give it a second. So it's all about scaling income easily and by tapping specifically into the dynamic interplay between energetic principles and simplified marketing strategies. That's going to be coming up in 6 minutes time. I'm going to have a quick pause, just a second. We're going to try this. We are going to try this. Chrome tab. Here we go. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Present full screen.
Y quise manchar un amor a su cielo celeste azulero que viene y pinta. Cura, cura, sana, sana. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
If you are ready for transformation, if you are ready for that 2.0 version of yourself, creating this business that you are proud of in a positive way, that is creating the income, the impact, and the influence that you want, the way to do that is what I call activating your miracle frequency. And your miracle frequency is where you are just a bundle of those higher frequency emotions every single day. You are in a higher consciousness. You have stepped away from the victim consciousness to unlock this way of living where things happen for you. Synchronicities and miracles are part of your status quo. You are attracting what you want to you with ease, and you are in this place of freedom where you get to create what you want every day without those limiting emotions. I learned once from a TED Talk this idea that emotions aren't just this thing in your mind like a bank, that they're stored in there, that they're just sat in there, and then in the moment your brain taps into this little emotion bank and takes one out and then says, here you go, this is how you should react. Emotions are created completely from scratch in the moment you are in the experience. They are created from the belief system that you have. So if you can change your belief systems, then in the moment, when your mind reaches back into those experiences, there will be no negative emotions that it latches onto to divert from an experience that aligns with your truth. The emotion will be created in the moment of joy, excitement, something that takes you forward, something that gets you into powerful action, something that allows you to take risk and go big, get super visible, use your voice, scream from rooftops. What it is that you believe can change the world. So work out that truth, connect with yourself, learn about yourself, chuck everything out that is misaligned to you. Start healing those limiting emotions and have the courage to step into your power. We all have a story. My story created the blueprint that I have to help you, because I know how these emotions can limit what you want in your life. But if you're like me and you have that soul goal to make a difference and do it in a way where you are wealthy and able to experience an abundance in your own life, give your children the most amazing experiences, give to projects, give to charities, create foundations, I'm here to show you a way forward where you can have it all and it can be easy. It just takes courage. Courage is the line between those lower frequency emotions and those higher frequency emotions. And in those higher frequency emotions, if we can live through those emotions, joy, unlimited love, enlightenment every single day, because we have resolved those emotions of the past, we get to have those emotions guide our interpretation of the reality that we have, and guide those big life decisions that we make, and guide how we take action on these powerful strategies that are given to us in our business to create the results that we want. We activate your miracle frequency in such an easy way. I have created 7 simple 7-minute neurosomatic rituals that tap into the ancient wisdom of your body and tap into how we
y quise manchar un amor azul cielo celeste azulero que viene y pinta. Cura, cura, sana, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
So you just saw there, just get this one off. Second. You just saw there the big reveal. Yes, I am running a retreat next year in March in Costa Rica, and it's going to be incredible. It's going to be 5 days of really going into this inner space and activating the pulse of this sacred current that runs within you, eliminating separation completely, because you may think that you feel that unity consciousness, but really I think a lot of us have our limits to fully letting go enough to experience that. And so in these intimate events, we get to go deep, we get to go really deep, we get to go into your body, we get to release. We're going to be talking to Judith later on, who was in my January event in Mexico and has been absolutely unrecognizable since. And I'll let her explain why. So that's amazing. There is a little comment underneath this video, and you can access in that comment, you can access my chapter in A Leading with Light for free, which I really recommend you go do. You can pop your name on a wait list for the details of the retreat at the priority access and early bird price, which is fucking phenomenal. Like, just to let you know that you do not want to wait until this fully releases. Get on this out of Trustfall today. And you can also get into the free community as well, the Awakened Wealth community, via our app, and start using some of the techniques you're going to see and I'm going to talk about today. I am now going to get into the presentation of the final day of the mystery school, which the mystery school was phenomenal. If you weren't there, don't worry. We're going to have like a little recap of what we did, what we learned, but also how it all leads you to here. And right here is where we now start to step into the full blueprint, you know, unleashing this millionaire that lives inside of you. Just hasn't come out yet in terms of your frequency. So I'm going to cross to this beautiful, I'm going to hope to God this works now, because the last one didn't, and I think it's too big to go onto Canva. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. We will go to entire screen, click, share the audio, click. Just make that a little bit smaller, click. Ooh, look at this. I think I figured it out. Check her out. Check her out. Technology, the growth that is happening here. This is what happens, people, when you trustful and you say, fuck it, I don't feel like it. I don't feel ready. I feel passionate. Okay, I've got something to share. I'm ready to share it. So I've got a screen here. We're going to make this one like this. We're going to get some sound on it. We are going to go back down here. We're going to press play. And there we go. Enjoy this workshop. It is phenomenal.
It's like yeah, it's for me and it just went automatically because that's what I've had open on my phone. We can figure out how to move it. It came through my email, but it opened my one because that's the Google Drive I had open. Oh, so
you call me
should be sent to my Yahoo. She sent it to my Yahoo. Check it for it. Gmail.
And there I find you in the mist.
Good morning, good morning. Good evening, good evening. Good middle of the day. It's the middle of the
My
day.
faith will stand.
See your stuff going on. That's amazing.
At work stuff. Huh?
And keep
What's
my
that?
eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul rests in your embrace. For
Just give it a few moments. Put some more
Like
dipping
what
in.
kind of talk? Like what kind of talk?
Beautiful. Keep coming in, guys. We'll give it a few more minutes. Get yourself comfortable. Make sure you have a glass of water. You might need a box of tissues. We're going to be celebrating you. You might want a pen and paper. to make magic today. Absolute magic. We've done the mystery, now we're going to do the magic. One more minute. We have some final drumming. And you are mine. We have got Sherry, welcome, Anne, welcome, other Anne, welcome, Bella, welcome, Kendra, welcome. We have Oksana coming in, beautiful, welcome. Another minute. I could listen to this song all day on repeat. Okay, we're coming around to 5 past. So if I see people jumping on, I will let them drip on as I start to introduce today what I'm going to be presenting for you. I am going to pop all of you onto mute. Here we go. Mute. Where's my... Let me know if there's any... I am using my phone and my laptop. Just to make triple sure, if anything drops off, we have a plan B. Amazing. Perfect. Amazing. So we're going to be talking today about the secret to scaling income easily by tapping into the dynamic interplay of energetic principles and simplified marketing strategy. We have taken energetics to the next level in the mystery school, right? We really have gone deep in the last, well, over 7 days now. And I'm going to help you to understand why what we've talked about makes sense in terms of growing your soul business, taking your soul business to the next level, stepping more into your purpose, stepping more into your light, and stepping more into the limelight. Because, you know, you guys, when you have, just looking here on the chat, oh, brilliant, Bella, I'm going to pop that up here. When you have these skills and these gifts, when you have these hearts, and you're not putting yourself out there, you know, people aren't receiving these gifts, you're not able to connect with people, that doesn't only affect your bank account, that affects the greater good. You have been through every single thing in your life so that you have these gifts, so that you can bring these gifts to people. And today I'm going to show you how I've not only created one multiple six-figure business, I've now created a second multi-six-figure business and beyond. In a very short space of time, I have created epic quantum leaps, and I create quantum leaps for my clients as well. And I really want to show you how. I'm going to give you everything. I'm going to give you everything that you need to walk out the door and start creating magic in your own business. This week in the mystery school has just been the most beautiful experience, watching you break through, watching your progress, watching you support each other, watching you love each other, watching you become conscious to the unconscious, the mystery, and your mystery will run deeper than what we have seen it this week. So I'm really excited to see how you'll go forward with everything that you've learned to achieve your goals. And I really hope that you leave today feeling so confident to take the system I use to break my clients through their income plateaus in 4 to 6 weeks and step them into radical brand expression, a deep connection with their message and who they are, those avatars that you have shared this week. Imagine living not only your life through those avatars, but imagine bringing those avatars through in your business. It really does come down to what I call unleashing your millionaire inside, really feeling into your truth, the expansiveness, instead of feeling caged by those limits that we talked about, that guide your decisions, that guide your actions. So, how visionary transformation coaches, healers, and new earth leaders are creating more money in less time and taking their business to unprecedented heights of success. Give me a hoo-yah in the chat if that sounds like good shit to you today, if that's what you're here for. I did see your intentions as you came into mystery school, and I know a lot of you were seeking clarity, or were seeking a lift in your mood, or were seeking, to release certain blocks. But we have to go beyond those intentions to the so you can what. What are you really here for? What is the thing that is guiding your decisions right now? And at the end of the day, if you have a business, it is whether that business is making money. It is whether that business is making you feel fulfilled. It is whether that business is feeling aligned to your soul's truth. It is whether that business allows you to lean more into the things that you love, or take those things that you love away. That is what my system does. It takes you into alignment, fulfillment, radical expression, but more importantly, like we read in my chapter, into freaking profit, because profit means that you are making an impact, because energy, money, the exchange, if you're exchanging, then you are reaching, then you are impacting. And I fought so much as a spiritual leader, as somebody who has a soul business, the whole charging piece. You might have even seen a comment on my Facebook just yesterday, somebody who hopped on the phone with me and was absolutely, dismayed that I could possibly ask to charge for what I do. And, I thought to myself, this is exactly why I wrote my chapter. Because if we can change how we feel about money, then we will switch on our energetic circuits of abundance. And I hope that I really made that clear yesterday to what I believe about money, about the exchange. So you have to exchange on what you're giving. You have to receive as well. It's so important. It's so key. And then blending proven marketing techniques. Again, once you have that beautiful clarity, once you're high as a kite like Bella, imagine being Bella's energy every single day, that focused, that switched on, that passionate. That's from the work that she's doing on herself, within herself, her commitment every single day to sit down, in her on a meditation pillow and go in. And then we tap into these amazing marketing techniques, because you'll feel like using them. You'll feel clear about what content to use through them. You'll know who you're talking to. You'll know why you're talking to them. So this is the power of tapping into your energetic potential as well, and unleashing $1 million message, $1 million brand. Oh yeah, Kendra says, whoo yeah. Jessie, whoop whoop. Bella, woo! I love it. I wish we had sound effects. How cool would that be? Perfect. Okay, so let's look at what we've done this week. This feels like school. Look at this. Look at all these badges that you guys have brought yourself through. Those of you who are on the call today, the majority of you have shown up every single day in that mystery school. Like, kudos to you guys. That's epic. You've taken yourself through these incredible steps, which are the foundation of breaking through your money ceilings and becoming an energetic match to what you want. And you've learned a lot as well. There was a lot of quantum theory behind these badges, right? You soaked a lot of stuff in. Now we want to take learning to action, to transformation. So today I'm going to show you how to design your own scaling income system in your business that works like clockwork, so you can attract the people that you want to work with. I sat on a call yesterday with a different guy and I just realized, you know, he was a perfect client. In fact, he signed up one-to-one. He's taken one of my open one-to-one spaces, and he was the perfect client in the perfect position, you know, with the perfect mindset. And that comes from speaking to your ideal clients, being clear about your ideal clients. But we can also be strategically clear about who we're talking to, but also then blocked in our heart too, holding back, feeling not worthy to call that client in. So these will create the blocks. They'll create the income roller coasters. What I see a lot, so much in my business, is the self-sabotage. I'll take my clients to 4-figure months, 5-figure months, and then they shit themselves and they want to cut off the thing that works. They want to pivot. They want to change direction. Suddenly stuff's going on in the family. I have tools to actually help you to go through those things. And the beauty of that pressure, that's the toothpaste tube I talked about during the week, right? Squeezing out the shit that's been holding you back. And that is why it's a scaling income system. Because based on the marketing principles and the energetic principles, as you're growing, as you're revealing more of yourself, becoming more expressive, and then you have what we use as our sales asset, which is going to get its own, what's the statement? What's the quote? It's going to gain its own ground, right? It's going to move itself. It's going to grow itself. And that allows your income to scale. Because again, another problem that businesses have is they might break through their income and then they can't stay at that income. It's going up and down every month. It's not predictable. And then your business becomes very stressful to run, okay? So it works like clockwork so that you can attract the people that you want to work with you and create the money that you want to in your business. So just for a moment, I want you to close your eyes. And let's find a grounded, centered space. Let's start with relaxing and releasing our pelvic floor and our abdominal muscles. And then connecting with your breath. Ooh, there it is. And then as you draw your breath up from your root into your heart and opening your heart space up, allowing whatever emotion is sitting there right now to connect to you, breathing that energy all the way up now into your midbrain, holding it in your midbrain, squeezing your pelvic floor so that we keep it there. Hold it there just for a moment. And then let it go, and relaxing all the way down as you let go. Take another breath just like that, squeezing in the pelvic floor, moving your energy, being with your energy as it moves up through your body, as it opens your heart, as it moves through your center of expression, your throat, your voice, into your third eye. Squeeze. Hold it there. Keep your pelvic floor squeezed. Hold it and let it go. And one more time, just a beautiful breath in, bringing your energy all the way up through the center of you, creating the grounded connection to your earth force, your channel through to your superconscious mind, the cosmic force, creating a circle with your breath as you let that breath go. And just asking yourself in truth, why am I here today? What made me click that form and join this masterclass? Some of you on the replay haven't been in the mystery school. So what made you click yes to this class?
What made you want to be here today? And when it comes to money, what do you really want? Because it's never the first number that comes up, right? That's your survival number. That's your logical number. That's the number that makes sense. What's your heart's desire? What would open everything up right now for you? Give you freedom, give you possibility. If you implement this scaling income system, you'll realize that actually your freedom and possibility have nothing to do with that number. They have everything to do with what is in your heart, what is in your mystery. But I do want you to see the desire, feel the desire, allow that number to come up. And if you're open, you can pop that number in the chat. So something that I am very passionate about, yes, the number, but it's how we make the number. The story that I shared, that I'm going to share with you today, really is the reason why I am so passionate about the movement that I'm leading right now towards awakened wealth. I want you to make this money in a way that creates time freedom and an expanded experience of life. You know, we only get one go on this plane. maybe we get to go through other planes, and maybe we'll get to hang out in them anyway, as we experienced in our breathworks this week. But you know, we only get one chance in this body, in this vessel, with this family, with these friends. And what we don't want to do is be one of the, what is it, the top 5 regrets, one of the top 5 regrets of those that are dying, the things that you wish you had said yes to, the things that you wish you had have done. So this is the exact system that I personally use to attract my champagne clients every single month, but it's how I also stay aligned to my innate creativity, my passion and my desire for adventure and freedom. I did have a learning. I am going to go live about it on socials, that this way of running my business, these launches, it isn't for me. You know, it does take too much time and too much presence away from my family. And I have been, I guess, discovering how you can find that balance. The way the thing that I'm going to teach you today can take launches away completely. Like, you do not need to do them. But then you can choose to do them, right? And then you can choose to do them your way, because I'm sure that there is a way of doing this that even feels even more like me, right? Even more like me. And that's what we're consistently discovering as you work with me, is your innate creativity, your way, how you can do things so you're constantly switched on in your passion, in your desires. And my desires are always for adventure and freedom. So, woohoo! Let's have a look at these numbers. Kendra, love it. I really love that. $2 million. Boom. Jesse, at first 100,000 a year came to, and I was like, let's get real. I want 1 million, right? Inner millionaire. It sits within all of us. Love that. Love that. Those of you on the replay, write your figure down. Let's playful out today. Let's be open. You know, it's when we have awareness and we with ourselves that we really create shifts, right? So my name is Claire Williamson. I help other New Earth leaders to create awakened wealth. I'm the founder of a beautiful app that you've been using this week. I hope that you have enjoyed your gift of the Quantum Leap portal. I know there's a few of you sticking around, which I'm really excited about. And obviously we have a wider community around that, the free level of the app, the Awakened Wealth Facebook group. And I'm discovering more ways to connect with people currently as well, and bring people who are like me, who are seeking the adventure, the freedom, the creativity, to connect and support each other, learn from each other, and heal together and raise consciousness. This is about raising consciousness. we can raise consciousness, we can change the world, like I said in my chapter, just by doing our own inner work. That has such an impact. We don't even have to take this shit out into the world, because just by doing it ourselves, we're healing others. We're raising consciousness. So that was really behind the quantum leap method that I'm going to talk a little bit about today, the method that Bella's a student of, actually. And that's transforming leaders from inside out. So if you imagine that you're a coach, or you work with people and you just keep coming up against their resistance, you know, they self-sabotage, or if you feel like they're not listening, you know, it's sort of the method that is really powerful in getting underneath and really finding out what's actually blocking results and change, and helping them to go through that change, make the identity shift from the survivor of the emotions and the experiences and everything that's happening in their world into their creative power. And, you know, even as the certification, the journeys that the clients go on are wild. I mean, they're wild, right, Bella? It's nuts. So again, that's not even being certified. That's just going through the system, right? Going through the journey yourself. So I've helped hundreds of visionaries crack their abundance code. Excuse me, got the hiccups. Decipher the abundance code, because it feels like a code, right? It's like, why can't I crack this? I've been going at this for however long. I just can't crack it. Well, I help you crack it. And they've had breakthroughs that have changed the trajectory of their life and success. So many people who start working with me in a certain job or, you know, business pivot, take a real change of direction, because they realize that they haven't been, you know, in line with their soul's purpose, or they haven't been playing big enough. I have created incredible financial results for people as well. So there's a few of those little testimonials there. I did want to start with this little video, because usually people put testimonials at the end, right? and so many people have jumped off by them. I want you to know why you're here. I want you to know what's possible. And, you know, Judith is actually one of the authors in Leading with Light. This video was filmed, I'm not sure, maybe last year. So she's now got another published book. We will add that onto her list of of things that have happened for her. But take a listen to this.
I can make that really easy if you're listening now and thinking, because if I look back at my last 13 months, not only have I doubled my sales, so the income of that time is doubled compared to before. I've published a best-selling book. I'm about to publish the second one in June right now. I've up-leveled my clients. I've launched a group program on top of the one-on-one. So that is just KPIs that came as a result from working with you, largely programs. So if anyone is on that journey as well, stepping into higher income levels and creating more impact, being more visible and being clearer on what you want to communicate, who your ideal client is, then work with you. That it is, because you do that epic combination of all that energetic and the marketing, right? Because you know the business and the people side. And that's just a really, really unique and really cool combination that just brings a 360-degree thing. You're full circle.
I love that. I was thinking about that yesterday, right? You know, so many people feel like their dreams are impossible. Nothing's impossible. Nothing is impossible. When you wake up every single morning, just like the saying, and you say, do you know what? I am possible. I've published 3 books. I sat there yesterday. Well, I stood there because mums, I'm realizing, spend a lot of time stood in the kitchen. So I stood in the kitchen. Our kitchen is the center of our house too. So we live in a very, very small house, and there's quite a few of us. So we all end up in like this kitchen, which I love. I absolutely love it. But I was in the kitchen, and the thing came through on my messenger, from Lil, the book publisher. You've done it, Claire. And I just broke down and wept, because I thought, wow, You know, not just one book, 3 books, 3 books in 12 months. Bella reminded me, I'd completely forgotten because I was so, I was so distracted with that book launch. It's only been a year since I birthed the Millionaire Sha'woman. Only a year. Publicly birthed that expression and that, I guess, Denise, where are you, Denise? Are you on this morning on the replay? You know, came out with your truth, came out of the closet and knew who you were and felt worthy of that role, that responsibility. So much is possible. Everything is possible. Everything is possible for you. And let's make it happen. I also did want to, I love Bella. I was like, send me a little testimonial. It's amazing. And I got this massive testimonial and I tried to cut it down to try and get the, you know, but it was all amazing. So you guys are just going to have to listen to this, okay? Bella says, I said out loud and declared to the universe that I have special spiritual gifts and need to learn what they are so that I can best help those who need me. I said specifically, I need a spiritual coach. Claire popped into my DM. When I heard Claire speak on one of her Facebook lives, I knew instantly she was the one to help me through my spiritual journey because I could feel her dynamic energy. I could feel through the deep inner work she had done for herself and instinctively knew that she would understand and guide me on my unique spiritual path. Thus far, I have learned more in 6 months than I would have ever learned in a lifetime on my own. It has been the best investment for myself that I could have ever imagined I'd experience. And with Claire's continuous squiggle way and openness, she can lead me even deeper into the remembrance of who I am and what I'm here to do in this lifetime. I feel like Claire is that turtle in Finding Nemo who shows me how cool life can be when we learn how to catch that wave, tunnel under the water. And she continues to do this over and over again. My soul is enjoying the ride. Woo! I'm continuously learning how to get comfortable with being uncomfortable and ride the wave in my own style and enjoying every moment. I love Claire's tools and teachings and find them priceless. I want to continue passing on the torch to those who are awaiting this new energy and way of being. In freedom from our own emotional prison that we have been living through, I want to be liberated so that I can help others, help guide the way for others to liberate themselves and live in true freedom and bliss every day. Fuck, who resonates with that, right? Oh my God, like Bella stepped into my mastermind really recently. She came through the Quantum Leap method. She's about to graduate and be a fully fledged Quantum Leap coach. And then she stepped into the mastermind and we had a call yesterday about her possibility in the next 6 months. And it's freaking wild. It's incredible, and she is changing lives, and you are changing lives just by being you too. But we want to increase your reach, increase your authority, you know, make you feel differently about who you are, the way that you do things, and yeah, like there's an energy to that. Metaphysical marketing, we're going to talk about that today. So this masterclass is for you if you're ready to take your business to the next level. You are excited for next level income, impact, and leadership. You're ready to bring something magical to life before the end of the year. Oh my goodness me, we're in the second half. We're on the slide down to the end of the year. But you're blocked. You can't find your $1 million message. That's because it's not reflecting, right? The $1 million isn't in the bank. Your millionaire brand, and it's leaving you frustrated. And you heard the call. This is really important piece. When I asked the universe to show me 13 light leaders that I can work forward with, it was very clear that these light leaders are hearing the call from the new earth, to step up as a new earth leader, to raise consciousness, to to live in unity consciousness. And that is stirring the desires of your true soul goal, because your soul has a contract. It's written. We've got there is no get out. If you try and get out in this lifetime, it's going to come and pip you in the next lifetime, right? You cannot get away from that soul contract. Oh, we've got the chat coming. What we got? Oh, I love this. Going to check on the chat. Oh, Bella, makes me cry. Yeah, it made me cry. You make me cry a lot. You're incredible. I love it. And I really appreciate how Bella has just loved on all of you this week and really lifted you all. And yeah, thank you, Bella. It's been beautiful. So yes, you want all of that, but here's the but. You recognize you have fear. You have moments of imposter syndrome and not feeling good enough. You do lack confidence to be fully seen. That has held you back. You get pulled into patterns of procrastination, distraction, saying no to your big dreams because of small time issues. They're taking up your time, they're taking up your attention. And you're done playing small, you're done feeling inadequate and ready to rise into divine coincidence. So across the next hour, I'm going to show you how to your expansion, raise the roof on your money and visibility ceilings, and unleash a millionaire impact and brand. I want you to have a successful business. The more that you thrive, the more that I thrive. You are my fuel, you are my food. Your stories of success are what keep me alive, I think. It's crazy. It feels like you're my children, and I feel that love. I feel that love for you like I feel it for them, that unconditional, you know, pick you up and lift you up and keep you moving forward on this journey in wealth. I call it awakened wealth because it is an awakening and we keep our eyes open. Do you remember I said, and I'll share the story as well today, about how do you wake up when you don't know you're sleeping? So I've learned so much is unconscious. So now that the mystery school is over, I'm guessing some questions have come up for you, and I have had this question multiple times. So the answer is freaking yes. I'm going to give you the ability to skyrocket your business growth and reach your goals faster than ever. You want to know how to quantum leap into that you want, especially considering the reality that you have. I know you resonate, right? Comment yes. I'm going to show you how to do that today. So how do you come easily? By tapping into the dynamic interplay of energetic principles and simplified marketing strategy. So Joanne quit her job and was full-time in her coaching business. She's a single mum of 4. So you can imagine, you know, you look at your external reality and what you feel responsible to, what holds you back from taking, you know, making decisions, taking quantum leaps. Joanne was able to quit her job. She hated her fucking job. She hated it. I remember on her coaching questionnaire, it was like, she's like, I just hate my job. I've got to get out of my job. I can't get out of my job. I'm a single mum of 4. And she was able to leave her job, go full-time in her coaching business. And she was also one of the authors in Leading with Light. So this is really important. We get told a lot of stuff. We get told so much stuff. It's noise, right? Have the right business model, have the right campaign strategy, do more launches, reach more people, have a business plan, have a business coach, plan better, post more, post shitloads, post 3 reels a day, post 6 TikToks a day, have a sister, everyone, build funnels, have upsells, downsells, order bumps. And that leads, right? Where does that lead? It leads to the launch to launch trap. You are literally making money through action. The condition on your money is you. Your money's coming through constant DM conversations that you're leading because you can't afford to pay someone. And sales calls that eat up all your time. And all of the time that goes into preparing things like launches and funnels. And that's the thing that as much as I love this mystery school, the administration behind it is insane. It is insane. It is freaking insane. My admin has been off sick this week. It's been insane doing this morning. It's 4:39 a.m. this morning so that I could do this before the kids wake up. And, you know, these are the things in your business that you become attached to, right? They've got to be ordered in the right way. Have you in the process? They've got to have a schedule attached, right? How do you get out of that trap? I really would love to hear if you've felt like you spend so much time in your business on the busy work that you can't see the wood for the trees, and you're looking at how to grow, right? And all you can see is freaking trees. You're like lost in a forest, and that question keeps coming through. Well, it's got to be a faster way. It's got to be a different way. There's got to be an easier way, more effective way. But you can't see the wood for the trees, and that is such a stress. And the creative blocks that creates as well, because think about where your brainwaves are when you're asking yourself those questions, when you're feeling that stress. You're in a beta brainwave, which is not a creative brainwave. It is a survival brainwave, and it is locked in the tunnel. When we're in our beta brainwave, in a reality tunnel that has the walls up, that are locking you tight within whatever belief systems that you have. And as we discussed, even empowering belief systems can become limiting, right? Because they're fixed, and that blocks your creative energy and disconnects you from spirit, and also affects all your energy as well. You feel low, you feel and that does not support reactions. As we know, we're manifesting in every single moment. So if you're reacting and you're reacting through your stress, then you're manifesting whatever is the match to that energy, right? So it's kind of an ever revolving cycle of doom. Kendra, yes. Jessie, yes. Bella, yes. See, it's nuts. How do you get out of it? I felt up to my neck. I felt really stuck. I'm trying to think when now. I think it was 2021. All my years have come together. So to me, learning to grow my business in that way, just doing what you're doing right now, right? Taking the free stuff, jumping on webinars, following the people who seem to have what I want and trying to do what they do, the logical way, gave me the limiting belief that to earn more income, you have to push harder, control more, do more, and basically freaking hustle. I was the condition to my abundance. And the thing is, I was also unconscious. I was the one, like you may have been in the mystery school, completely blind to what was really causing me to live in the reality that I had. And I didn't realize that I was acting out from these belief systems. And that's the problem. Within our own paradigm, we are sleeping awake and alone, without anybody to bounce our situation off, without somebody looking in over the tops of the walls and maybe even pushing the walls out a bit. There's no second perspective to see what's blocking our path. I'm absolutely certain that the internal work makes us creative, inventive, responsive, and freaking powerful. I used my own quantum leap method to release the fears, self-esteem blocks, and disempowering beliefs that were keeping me stuck in my survival mind and blocked from unleashing my potential. And I'm back to scaling my business in 1 hour a day. That's why I find mystery school hard, right? It's going from an hour a day to actually having to do some work. Right? It's like, I'm joking. But what is beautiful that is around this hour, the universe is just working miracles. Like I have some magic key that opens all the doors. As you know, I call this switching on your miracle frequency, activating your miracle frequency. And it came from dedicating myself to ritual, like I invited you to do on day one of this mystery school. That is the foundation of what I do. And I believe this divine assistance is available to everyone. It's available unconditionally, but it's only available when you're truly in alignment with your purpose. But honestly, all of this came from a place of hitting rock bottom. So if you're feeling like that right now, if you've got your butt on the floor, if you're feeling like you're ready to give up, I was also ready to give up. And I created everything on a leap of faith, and it simply took letting go of the rope. All of those things I was telling myself, all of the things that were creating the resistance to change, all of the things that I believed, just let all of them go. And I started to believe that I could create what I truly wanted. I didn't know how, and I was faced with the complete unknown. So what I want you to do with me right now, this is really freaking important. You are just a quantum leap from your goal. I need you to pledge. I promise. I promise that I will commit to what you are going to show me with trust, because the transformation is in the transaction of my commitment, and I owe it to myself and my clients to serve everyone involved at the highest level. Understood? Do I have your pledge? Don't fool yourself that this just seems too simple. The Awakened Wealth Blueprint is a 9-step journey to swap hustle for predictable income, time freedom, and true light leadership. I'm going to talk you briefly through these steps. Like I said, I'm giving you everything. I'm holding nothing back today. You can take this away and do it yourself if you want to. Those 9 steps down into 3 powerful milestones. Milestone number 1, you have began this week. Awaken. This is your personal transformation, the business energetics. Step number 2, milestone number 2, we start attracting. You already might even be doing that, right? The metaphysical marketing, the backdoor, I call them the backdoor messages. When you've done nothing at all, there's somebody who signed up to this masterclass, and she got that, right? She came through one of my digital courses, and she said, I got the backdoor message. People just turn up in your DMs because you're attracting them, because there is a metaphysical to the physical side of marketing. But we go deep into the marketing, into the metaphysical marketing and your radical brand expression as the second milestone. And then we unleash you from the conditions, the time, the limited beliefs around how a business can expand and grow and scale. And we implement an evergreen selling and scaling system that gives you absolute freedom. So framework number 1 is where we're really going deeper with what we started this week, connecting with who you are authentically, creating your own authentic avatar of success. We're removing the armors, because what you're wearing when you're trying to keep yourself safe from the experiences that you haven't healed deeply in your body is wearing armors, and they're actually protecting you from the level of success that you seek. From the level of success that you seek. Wow, that's a mouth twister. And then we get you stepping into powerful action, right? Just like you feel this week, you're already feeling it, aren't you? You're feeling freaking indestructible. I've loved following Jessie's comments through the group. Like, her feeling is changing everything. She's committed. She's productive. She's focused. And that's magnetic. That is magnetic to what you want. That is the quantum feedback loop. Remember, you have to stay in the energy of your seed intention. You have to stay focused on what it is that you're creating, not how the world is matching it. Reality is matching it, because there's going to be a gap. There is going to be a gap. You create polarity when you state a desire, don't you? Right? There's suddenly a gap between where I am and where I want to be. If you don't keep focused in your energy, if your energy body doesn't stay aligned to where you want to be, where is the magnetism? Is it towards what you want or towards what you have in your reactions, right? This is so important. How do you, in those 4 to 6 weeks, if I can change your income around in 4 to 6 weeks, how do I keep you committed? How do I keep you switched on? How do I keep you in belief? We do it by an entirely renewed and aligned perception, purpose. which leads to an entirely different prosperity, living in the vibration of success and energy that you want. You're gonna really understand that in the Baptism of Fire, the documentary. Framework number 2, step number 2, milestone number 2, the metaphysical marketing, a radical brand expression. It's a strategic piece, right? Identifying your ideal client avatar, understanding their psychology, purchasing habits. But what is really important is how this plays out when you feel differently. You're no longer working in your conscious mind. You're no longer working with what you know. You're working with what you feel, which takes you into the unknown, which takes you into the unlimited, which takes you into the freaking exciting. I heard a mentor say once he had been an ex-basketball player, I think, turned motivational speaker. And he said that there is a slice in the market that's waiting for you, just a little gap for you to bring what you do your way to the people who are specifically waiting for you. And I loved that. I thought that's so true. So we use my personal story formula from my original business when I was coaching people around story selling and social media. And the brand house method to create hooks and marketing that also make you physically magnetic to the ideal clients you want, right? It's both the metaphysical, the physical. And we also implement, and this is huge, note this down. You need an engagement, posting, and DM strategy. What you might be working with now is one. You've got a content strategy. Maybe you've got a content strategy and a DM strategy, but you need an engagement strategy as well. Or you need posting, you need the interplay of all these three. It's really key. And I show you how to do that in a way that it takes under an hour and it will attract high paying clients. And then we launched, this is something that I've designed in the last 6 months. It's called the content wheel. The content wheel for liberty hungry light leaders and freedom seeking starseeds. This is the content wheel that takes the time away from creating social media. Framework number 3, milestone number 3. This is the biggie, and this is only available if you step into my elite mastermind, my, all bells and whistles. This is where we bring in your book funnel as a model. We birth your soul story. We write your book, or we write a chapter in a book, just like the ladies have done in Baptism of Fire. And we use it as an evergreen sales asset. Imagine being able to make maximum impact with your message, movement, and story with minimal time. Like minimal time. It's all done for you, happening behind you. It was interesting yesterday. So one of the authors is my ex-client. She left my program before we implemented this part of the framework. She doesn't have a book funnel, and she was out sharing an Amazon link. How is she going to, I'm not saying that her chapter will not attract clients, but it relies on the client from one touch, one reading of a chapter to buy into what she does. Whereas if you did what you saw I did and my clients did, we took your email address. We've put you into an email sequence. We're going to warm you up. We're going to help you understand why we wrote what we wrote, why we do what we do. We're going to create connection with you. We're going to ask you questions. We're going to invite your feedback. We're going to bring you into our community, connect you to our free resources, right? You're going to suddenly become into our fold, into our world. And that's where a lot of books are going wrong. You wanting to publish a book, you want to put your story out there. There's no funnel. There's no connection to the clients that you want. You're not interplaying metaphysical marketing, physical marketing, and just freaking smart marketing. If you want freedom, you want to be able to step out of your business whenever you want. So I give you every single system and template that you need for an effective sales system that is evergreen. You don't have to launch. Before I pivoted, I was launching every single month, and it was exhausting. It was exhausting. I was launching something most coaches will tell you, launch monthly, come up with something to sell monthly, come up with mini offers, come up with multi offers, come up with omni channels, do, right? This sales system makes money while you sleep. You'll wake up every single morning and there will be in your Stripe. And that means that you can take yourself out of, and this triggers people. I love this. People with icky sales trauma. You take ideal clients from cold to sold in under 5 days. And I've tracked that. I've got a figure on that. You know, how my book funnel has been converting since I launched my book in February. People are buying something within 5 days because they trust. And that comes from the beautiful and powerful combination of the content wheel and the book funnel. So you saw these beautiful, open-hearted ladies just become published authors using my scaling income system. And Leading with Light is officially a bestseller. Yay! So there are some hot steps in that roadmap that I just showed you that I will quickly go over. But the most important thing is the creative wave of chaos. So what does that mean? We create a creative wave of chaos. You step in with me, you step into the unknown. You step in with me, you step from the limited to the unlimited. It means you've got to have trust. That's my Benny down there. You've got to have trust. And that comes from what I taught you this week. This is the triangle of power that I taught you on, was it day 5 or day 6? This is what it actually looks like. And we really dig deep, really did dig deep into this as part of the work that we do. And this made a really massive difference for Aisha. So when Aisha came with me, she was working in her business, thinking about her business 24/7, really stuck in unhealthy control and action. And yeah, I'm going to play you this as she stopped that shit and started living the Bali life, as she calls it.
In case you want to follow me, this is what I look like from behind.
It's funny, eh? But she had such huge anxiety when she came to work with me. Every time she tried to stop, her mind was crippling, and that everything changed. And she does now. She's now building retreats on the side of a mountain in Bali. Lots of time out of her business, lots of time in her passions, in what she loves. Completely a different experience. So I would love, just on that note, I know we might run maybe 5 or 6 minutes over time, to tell me if you have like a soul goal like that, you know, in your heart, when you think about it, if I could extricate myself from my business, like what would make you feel amazing in the next 6 months as a dream come true? What is the dream you specifically want to live? Like really feel into it. See yourself living that dream and drop that in the chat. And if you can't connect with the soul goal, just imagine doubling or tripling your income. Like, how would it feel to do that? So this is from Carmen, and she said about the mastermind. So obviously I've sort of introduced that in the mastermind, we are very holistic. We are working with the energetics and the marketing and the business strategy. And she said, I think for me, what's made a huge difference has been the amount of support that I've had within this mastermind compared to other masterminds that I was in. And for me, I think that shifted things. It's been a huge shift, big, massive shifts, which is amazing. It feels like people actually magnetize towards you, if that makes sense. I'm kind of mind blown. And I guess maybe it was how I got rid of a lot of the blocks that I was hanging on to from my previous identity. So Carmen, when she came to me, as she came through a mystery school, the second mystery school, the first, this is the second mystery school officially. The first one was towards the end of last year. No, so she was in the first ever mystery school in August. which was just a beta run to see if this thing actually, you know, could grow legs. And she said to me, Claire, 99% of people have fears and blocks. No, she said, what did she say? We were talking, that's it. We were in the messenger, talking around the mystery school and the avatar and things like that. And she said something to me around her target audience. You know, I work with people who have fears and blocks about birth. And I sat there and I thought, well, hang on a minute. 99% of people have fears and blocks about birth. And she was like, oh my God, you're right. That one tiny shift in perspective has led to the empire that she has now, because it made her seek the sales message and branding that would speak to the one person whose fears and blocks were crippling her in a very specific moment, right? And you've got to reflect that crippling experience to your audience and also show her what is possible if she takes action. And this is a really key piece. You have to understand where your audience is when they cannot stand their pain any longer. They're so uncomfortable that they'll do anything to create their outcome, right? So this was a big thing for Carmen. This changed everything. I'm going to share a little video about her. She went from targeting people who had fears and blocks around birth to targeting those that have specifically had a shit show birth the first time round, that want to go into a VBAC birth the second time round. And that conversation changed everything. And as you'll see in A Baptism of Fire, she has evolved that niche now as well into something even more wild.
Journey started, I'm trying to think, September time, I think it was, roughly. And at the time, I'd just come off from a previous mastermind that I was in, where there was just a lot of heartache. I was just feeling really overwhelmed by everything. Nothing was working. I felt completely lost. I was at a point in time where I was just thinking, oh, you know what, like nothing's working. I might as well just call it quits and just find a job almost. And then I started this journey, and the layering of trauma that I've had to work through from my childhood, it's no wonder I was so blocked. It's no wonder why things weren't showing up in my life. And the minute that I've started chipping away at certain things that have been coming up, and I continue to chip away, the growth has been incredible to see. There's been people in my life that I've released. There has been others that have come into my world that I've blown by because I've never expected it. There's been speaking events that I've been invited to out of the blue without even filling in any forms or anything of the sort. Opportunities showing up like that. Clients just dropping into my DMs. Like, I'm not chasing clients. I'm getting messages coming through into my DMs for clients wanting to work with me. And it's been incredible. And one of the things also that's occurred is I was very much of the belief that I had to work really hard in order to make money, and it was all about the hustle and about moving through and all of that I never really gave myself the opportunity to be able to be at rest. And the funny thing is that last month, the month of March, was one of my highest income months, where I made £7,000, and I didn't really hustle. I leaned into the relaxation. I leaned in. I gave myself the opportunity. I mean, on Tuesday night, I could have been doing some work, and I went bowling with my husband and with my youngest daughter in the evening, and we went out for dinner. Like, this wouldn't have been me a few months ago. You know, I would have been like, no, I've got to be at home because I was looking after her the whole day, and I've got to go into the room, and I've got to work, and I've got to do this. No, I just allowed myself and let myself be, and it felt really good. And I've given myself that grace because I deserve a rest also. I deserve a break also. And if it wasn't for all of this inner work that I had been doing with the neurosomatic sessions, with the breath work, with the support from the coaching also, I don't think it would have been possible, if I'm honest. Like, the tools that we get given on this mastermind are just mind-blowing, and
the breakthroughs that I've had through breathwork sessions, through visualizations, through the neurosomatic work also, it's been super powerful. So powerful that I'm actually training in this method to be able to work with these elements with my own clients. So yeah, it's pretty damn freaking powerful.
So you have two options. You can do nothing and nothing will change, or you can take a small step with no risk attached. More discomfort equals worse discomfort equals the universe is going to check you off. Would you rather create from the unknown and create quantum leaps? Like, I want you to really imagine tapping into the possibilities of the quantum field. When in that February, March, whenever it was, when I sat on the side of the road and I said, right, fuck this shit, I'm done. I actually made a decision, a conscious decision. I'm not selling to anyone. I'm not selling anything. I cannot bring in another person that I have to drag to that damn fucking river, like literally stick my fucking hand in their mouth, drag their tongue out and try and force them to drink. Fuck that shit. Excuse my French. But I didn't know who I was going to sell to. But I still set my intention. I said, I'm going to earn 25 grand this month. I received a 25K legacy payment in the third week of that month. Money can come from anywhere if you set intention and you have the right energy. So you've got a decision, right? You can either keep doing what you're doing and create more of what you've got, or you can learn to trust. You can take the journey that I did from not trusting that what we've done this week in the mystery school will absolutely have leads coming to you and have everything in your business happening exactly as it should to create the results that you want. Feeling that peace, feeling the freedom to be able to switch off. You've got an option. You've got an option right here. And it is my alpha creation techniques in the protocol that we really start to change your reality with your mind. So I'll teach you how to use the neurosomatic techniques that we've used this week to create a new level of magnetism to the success that you want. I'll teach you how to access altered states of consciousness that bypass your internal programming and increase your intuition, your creativity, your clarity, so that you can literally bend reality to your desires. If everything is a mirror of your energy and your actions, surely your energy and your actions should be your primary focus every single day, right? Type "get it when you've got it" in the comments. I'm going to teach you how to tap into the ancient wisdom of your body and use that ancient wisdom to shift your unconscious programming. So this goes very much away from most trauma-informed coaching that is very conscious, and we start getting unconscious. You know, shifting shit without you knowing what you're shifting, just feeling different, so that you can take empowered, expanded action and experience expression in more flow and trust than ever before. You can get in the trauma healing trap. You know, you can get stuck healing trauma to 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 trauma, and nothing changes because of that. The Alpha Creation Protocol gets you out of that trap. So there's just a few testimonials specifically to, the results that has created. I love this one. Claire, during our first conversation, you told me the money will come, and it absolutely is. It's crazy how I'm already noticing small shifts. I can't wait for the next 3 months. Thank you. You know, you're finally going to be calling in your dream clients, making your dream money, living your dream life. In the last 12 months, I'm going to say it again, I've not only published 3 books, I took my business on the road. I hosted a retreat in the Mexican jungle. I've given thousands of dollars to multiple charities. I've launched my app. I've launched a YouTube channel. I'm experts in, I'm in everybody else's mastermind. I'm featuring in a magazine. You know, I've got this incredible mastermind of my own. And the most exciting thing to me is I'm doing what lights my soul fire up by stepping into transformational coaching. And the results my clients are getting prove the power of this work. So Would you rather be able to relax, release, and embody the identity shift that you described this week, that avatar, and live in elevated emotions, or stay stuck where you are, feeling the same things, experiencing the same struggles? It is my quantum leap method that is going to help you with this. So hot step number 2, we're going to be connecting you to your truth, releasing the limiting identity that's blocking the manifestation of what you want. We're going to use somatic trauma transcendence to get you out of the trauma healing trap, get you into action aligned with what you are creating. With the Alpha Creation Protocol, there's not action at all, right? It is bending reality. So you can align your energetic frequency to your unlimited success. Would you rather, and this is the final one, stay creatively blocked, remaining unexpressed, staying asleep on your true dreams, playing small, or would you rather create magnetism, convert clients straight from your social media, have the courage to something? Because when your creative channels are activated, we can then start to distill your message down to its purest form. Because honestly, the reason why you're not making sales now is probably because you're not clear enough. You're not meeting your audience where they are at. You're not creating the offer like based on the audience. You're creating it based on you. Your brand's probably not memorable enough, and you're preaching instead of story selling. Your audience is receiving 20 to 30,000 messaging touch points a day. So if you think about them scrolling their phone, using all these different platforms, like the messaging, not that they're getting 20,000 DMs every day, but messaging, they're getting hooks thrown at them, things tapping into them 20 to 30,000 times a day. How are you going to be noticed, remembered, and have massive influence? And this is going to get worse as we receive the tide of AI, because that is actually going to allow people to create even more content, right? You're going to be able to put songs and movies out without even being able to sing or act. It's just nuts. So the next hot step is the 30-day brand rebirth. So this takes you through the exact steps that you need to create an irresistible offer and position it perfectly with your audience. It unlocks your radical expression. So you start saying what you really feel, start sharing it your way, and start telling the world why you are an authority in what you do. And we also identify your own proprietary success system so that clients will bite your hand off to access them. So I want you to think about, like I've just talked about some hot steps in that process. In the 9 steps, some hot steps, like how much would you expect to pay to access just one of them? Work on your branding. $2,000, $5,000. Work with someone related to your trauma. $5,000, $10,000. Start to add those programs up, like I did. $50,000. Wouldn't it be more awesome to skip years of trial and error, skip trading time for money, skip having to pay $50,000 to connect with your audience and start making sales? Be able to sell an offer that aligns to your true soul goal within weeks. Be recognized for your thought leadership within months. And double or maybe even triple your income in the next few weeks. My client, Vicky, who came out of the mystery school last November, the first official one, tripled her income in 3 weeks after she watched this masterclass and booked her call with me. My clients are unleashing their impossible.
I unleashed my impossible and reached my last year's turnover in only 6 months this year.
I unleashed my impossible and gave up my part-time job recognition and glory, and I'm getting high-ticket paying clients. Whoop, whoop.
I've just finished the 6-month accelerator program. My biggest win has been how I've now managed to scale up my business as a result of my Instagram presence.
I unleashed my impossible, becoming a master manifester, calling in and receiving $25,000. Woohoo!
It's so funny when I was putting that video together last year, little Bowie was like, woo! So there is some urgency to take action now. I am inviting people to come and work with me. My calendar is pretty full already. And, you know, I don't do this often anymore. I've gone from launching every month to, you know, opening doors once a year. And I want to help you to do that too. I said to my husband the other day, like, I could have signed off from the money that I made from the last mystery school last year. You know, I made more money that most people make in a year, but I didn't, you know, I didn't need to switch off. I wasn't tired. I wasn't burnt out. I was absolutely in my element and my creativity. And so we've only grown from there, right? But working directly with people, working one-to-one, the mastermind, that's really intimate. That's really, you know, boutique. And that is where I'm inviting you to work with me right now. You know, not a digital program, one-to-one, whether that's one-to-one, one-to-one, or one-to-one within the group. I want you to come and work with me one-to-one. And I only have a handful of clients in my mastermind each year. It's usually 6. There are reasons that I have doubled that. You're going to see that in the baptism of fire. I've been through my own personal struggle in the last few months in terms of my business. Not a financial struggle, but more of a realization where I was playing small and not in trust and not necessarily in total I guess unconditional love. I was scared. So I had a big breakthrough myself in baptism of fire that you're gonna see, and that's why I've doubled the spaces, and we're looking at the number 13 that I was gifted in my visualization. I want you to be my next success story. I want to empower you. Every day that passes from this point, you're potentially missing out on stepping powerfully forward in your business and letting go of your rope, whatever your rope is, right? You could leave this masterclass right now and spend months or even years of your time trying to figure out this framework on your own. But the truth is, you'll never get that time back. Like I said, there are 2 people that came into the mystery school that have been following me for 5 years. They came through my original manifestation challenge. And as I can see it, the problems that they have are the same as the problems that they had. 5 years, guys. You never get that time back. So imagine instead you get to save that time and effort because I've already spent it for you. I've done the hard yards, and you can work with me directly to achieve this for yourself. It will cost you money to get started if you decide to working together as a fit, but that money's going to replenish. That's the first thing we've got to shift, is your freaking money mindset that goes so deep, so much deeper than mindset. It is not mindset at all. It is in your body. Trauma with money is in your body. It runs deep. It's ancestral. It's societal. Change that shit. Money does not run out. Money does not expire, extinguish. It is absolutely replenishing all of the time. Not when you are holding on to it, because by holding on to it, you are in fear and you are creating an energetic wall to abundance coming in. So as you can see from my clients, it can replenish within weeks. But if you go back to the drawing board today, the time you spend working away alone on this instead of with your family or on other aspects of your business is wasted effort and gone forever. So if you would like, take a breath, Claire. If you would like to unleash your millionaire business, here's what you need to do. Okay. You can have it all and it can be easy. I'm going to keep singing that message from the freaking hilltops, mountaintops. But with great power comes great responsibility. You will build an empire. You will create reach and influence, and you will create and attract money. But you have to accept the power this system has. And that's what I realized in the last few months. That's what I wasn't doing. I was playing small. So I had my soul contract to play fucking bigger, to move through my fears, to let go of the beliefs that I was harboring. I want you to accept that mission possible too. And I actually want you to accept in the comments. Say, I accept if you're ready to change your life. And if you would like to book a call, all you have to actually do is click the little link that I'm going to put in the comments. I'm going to also put the prize, give the prize reveal out as well. We've gone way over time. Oh my God. Like, I'm such a squiggle. Bella will be just laughing. I think she had to jump off because she had a call, but I can't keep to time. I'm terrible. I live outside of the time space continuum. I hope you've had value for nearly 2 hours now. We're in nearly 2 hours. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for attending this training today. I can't wait to see you on the free calls. Step 1 is to click the link I just put in the chat and find a time that works for you. If there isn't a time that works for you, then, please let me know. Message me. We might be able to work something out. There is a recorded video after the form. So it's really important you watch that because I really want your commitment. I want you to come prepared. And I also want you to fill out the short form as well, because that gives me information that if we're a good fit, I will confirm the call. And then I've also got way more time on the call to help you. Okay. Just having a quick check-in on comments. Kendra, congratulations. So awesome. Jessie, very exciting. Love this all. Kendra, I want to be my success story and your success story. You totally are. You're in. Anne, very informative, but I had to leave. Oh, bye, Anne. Other Anne. Natalie's got it. Kendra says, for me, my soul goal is to continue my freedom lifestyle and make more income as death doula. It's done, my girl. It is so done. Whew, Natalie, making consistent 7 to 10K months, taking and passing my driver's license. Booking a holiday to Barbados, creating a retreat. Wow. See, we can make this stuff happen. This is so real. It's so real. It's real in my heart. It's real in your hearts. Emily said the mystery school has been incredible. Everybody loves Bella. Got all the woohoos. Thank you for everything. Oh, thank you for everything. Thank you so much. And I will see you all in the DMs, in the email, in the group. The group will stay active until the end of the weekend. And ask any questions that you have, share any breakthroughs that you have. And yeah, have a beautiful rest of your evening, your day. Thank you. Bye.
Wow. Oh my gosh, where's my voice gone? How was that? I would love to say and share actually that Kendra, who was quite active in that was a replay, a recording from about 2 months ago where we ran the mystery school live, and the quantum leap that Kendra has taken since then has been so beautiful. She's one of these light leaders that has connected with a message that is so outside of what society tells us, right? And that is what we're here for as light leaders, is to take that knowing that is a feeling that you have experienced something through your lifetime and likely through previous lifetimes. That is your soul contract. And your whole journey here is to right the wrongs of the past, take the lessons that you didn't learn, allow those soul fragments to come back to your wholeness of being and allow you to walk forward with this beautiful light shining out of you, right? And that is what Kendra has done. Kendra has increased her income. She has had opportunities coming out from all over the place. She's been so busy, she has not even been on the mastermind calls. It's been incredible to watch. And we actually had a 100% success rate in income increase within, well, most of them were within 4 weeks, and one was within 8 weeks, coming out of the mystery school into the mastermind and having a huge income leap. So if you would like to book a call with me, I would love to invite you to go down into the comments underneath wherever you're watching this video, and click that link. Take that quantum leap. In just a few minutes, we are going to be spending some time with one of my Quantum Leap Master coaches, the incredible Joanne Webb, who has journeyed with me for a few years now. And she actually came through my mastermind as well. She also came through my Quantum Leap Intensive, and then once graduated as a Quantum Leap coach, stepped into my Quantum Leap Master Coach program. You've heard me refer to this method, the Quantum Leap method. We're creating a movement with this, and you are invited to join this movement, whether that be just coming along the journey and starting to implement some of what we're doing to shift how we're feeling, to change our frequency, to attune to a higher frequency that attracts the high frequency reality that you want to be your life, that you want to experience without the push, without the force, without the hustle. Or whether you'd like to take this method out into your business, through your business. If you would like to do either of those things, just comment below. Yes, I'm going to run a really quick, literally not all of it, because I want to get Jo on, because I know she's got to be somewhere at 2. I'm going to share a quick advert, and the advert is for my upcoming retreat in Costa Rica in March. And, you know, if you decide to come into one of my programs, whether it be the mastermind, whether it be the intensive, you're going to get access to this incredible experience absolutely free. So I encourage you again, book a call if you want to have a chat with me. There are no obligations on this call to do anything, but explore, surrender, allow, know that synchronicities are constantly coming into your life, but they require you to say yes to them. Law of attraction, last few letters of the word ACTION. Right, I'm going to put this on really quickly and share the screen. This one. And then we'll be going across to Joanne. How on earth do I do this? Hang on. Boo, boo, boo. Go across here. Go across here. Here we go, guys. Boom. Nope, we're in the wrong place. Hang on. Hang on. Put it back to the beginning. Let's go. We were running on time until this. Oh, Gary's terrible. Hang on. Right. Do you know what? I'm going to run it here. Ah, it's not going to do it. Here we go.
Y quise manchar un amor a su cielo celeste azulero que viene y pinta. Pura, pura, sana, sana.
Beautiful. Okay, heading back over to our little room here with beautiful Joanne. Scroll down to Jo so you can see her. Let her in. Are you there? Are you there, Jo? There she is. We got your sound. Give me a hoo-yah. Can you hear me? Is it coming to my earphones?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. This is very exciting.
Oh, sorry, I'm in like the weirdest place. I'm in like the corner of my bedroom because the whole house is going crazy with children and people. So I've like snuck into this little tiny bit. So I'm kind of crunched up. But here I am.
You are super quiet though. Hang on. Let me just do a test and check we've got your full sound. I'm going to do a quick test.
I can bring my microphone closer if that's easier.
I'm going to do a quick test. Joanne, speak.
I can bring my microphone.
Oh, there it is. We've got you. We've got you.
Phone closer.
That's way better. That's way better.
Water.
Now you're frozen. Oh my gosh.
I can hear you. I can see you.
Internet. Take this one out. Speak to me again.
I can see you now. Me?
Yes. I think there's just a big delay. There's a big delay. There's so much quantum energy in the room, Jo. We're literally blowing it up right now.
Well, today is a massive day. The energy is shifting yet again today. The mass is shifting yet again. This is one hell of a...
Wow. So we've had an exciting week this week. We have really taken things to another level in the Quantum Leap portal. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we launched the Quantum Leap community, which is just an extra special space of the Awakened Wealth community. The Awakened Wealth community is a free-for-all. You know, if you're ready to shift this operating system within, right, because we create from it, you know, we've been inviting people to step onto this journey, use our tools, but the way that we work with the Quantum Leap method is so somatic, so with the body, so, you know, in awe of this ancient wisdom that we hold. And so we decided with the Quantum Leap portal to talk into something very specifically around that, and that was sex magic. And of course, you came through into the portal this week and did your high frequency session on this subject, blew my freaking circuits. And this subject has to do with what we're doing today, right? I said that Jo was going to talk about love, and I changed it. I said that Jo was going to talk about love because that is the movement that Joanne is on, and she's had a profound impact on me and on my life, and you know, guided and led in such a beautiful way how we can love ourselves more deeply and find our self-worth. But I decided to shift the topic because the sex magic plays into this. And like you started your presentation with the fact that there's a little bit of confusion, isn't there, when we talk about sex magic and where our mind goes and how society has conditioned this subject. And let's be frank, Joe, how society has hidden this fucking ancient power from us, along with so many others that we can harness and use to manifest, to heal, and for divinity, actually. You want to talk into that?
Sexual energy, it's energy, it's not sex. So we can go out and have sex, and it can be shitty sex, it can be endorphins, it can not bring on endorphins, we can have orgasms. We've all been there, let's face it. But certainly have. But sex energy is, but it can be brought into sex, and it can be that when the two things collide, that's when the whole of the stratosphere. But sex energy, it's a life force that comes from source all the way down to the deep center. You know, when all the fire is bubbling in the earth, and it's crazy down there, and it's explosive. That energy of us, and as I said the other day, it has not been given an accident. Everything we have is on purpose. Now, it has been, sex has been a shameful subject for so long, been subjected to, you know, cover their bodies in places like Iran, and sex shamed for being sluts and whore, whatever other words. I mean, you look at the words that stem pages. What do we call men? Stop. Because it's getting this amazing, beautiful life force deep within us and can tap into for vitality and the most amazing well-being energy. When you know it exists and when you've tapped into unstoppable, you are limitless. You are source. Given the ability to have amazing orgasms for no. The creators are very clever thing, energy. We've got all of this.
Well, the universe began with a big bang. I mean, let's just look at that, right? But actually, in sex magic, when we're looking at sex magic, we're not orgasming, we're not ejaculating. If we look at Tantra and, you know, the ancient ritual of sex, we're actually learning to circulate this energy and build this energy and hold this energy. And as I shared in the portal in my audio insight, it is expanding your capacity to hold sensation. And that's good sensation, but also bad sensation, right? Because we don't, as human beings. We numb our feelings. We distract our feelings. I was thinking about how fucking mindful you have to be to use sex magic in sex, to not just fucking, you know, like whether it's from pleasure or from pain, like check out. You have to be fully mindful. You have to be there. You have to be in the experience. You have to be using your breath to expand the capacity to hold the sensation, which we can do in day-to-day life. Instead of reacting, we can use our breath. This is where the 7x7 method, the step 1 in the Awakened Wealth Blueprint, learn to be coherent. Learn to feel emotions and allow yourself to feel the fucking emotions, all of them. You know, emotions are waves. They have peaks, and then the wave rolls off, and they have a purpose. They have a message. So in the universe, everything is always in creation. Everything is always in expansion. And everything is always in circulation, right? We are giving and we are receiving back. We are giving and we are receiving back. Now, I write about that in my chapter with leading with light, you know, how it's like a breath. It's like oxygen. We don't breathe all the way out and then just give up, right? We breathe all the way out. There are so many beautiful properties in that carbon dioxide that feed the earth, and then that comes back to us as oxygen that we breathe in. And I referred to love in that, you know, because when your worthiness is super low, you actually do breathe all the way out. You give all your love, you know, in the hopes that you might, you know, be loved, be secure, be whatever it is that you're seeking, but then you are not with vitality. You're fucking dead, right? You were also an author in Leading with Light. You wrote about love in Leading with Light. You want to talk to me about your chapter? And if you want to bring it back into this topic, you are welcome, because I love everything.
Yeah, no,
just a quick, the bloody portal interview. You have to go and listen to it when you're in the app. There's a link to the app in the comments. If you go into the free app and upgrade to the Quantum Leap portal, you'll get to access Joe's session, and you'll also be able to connect with Joe, because she is freaking master coach. Go on, I'll stop talking over you. Tell us about the chapter in Leading with Light.
I know it's like coming back to another topic. It's everything is interlinked. Everything is interlinked. We can talk about them separate, but we are not very integrated and interlinked, and there's lots of different same time or layer upon layer. So my chapter with Light is called Changing the World with Love. Big journey. And I know from all the clients I help, my friends, people I've met throughout my entire 46 years on this planet, the only time we change anything, it's for longevity, love. You try changing anything like hate, you know, yourself or another, or your life. Love, there's a different love is the only thing that's going to change this freaking world with ourselves. So my chapter goes, Heal Thyself, Love Thy World. And it's free because, again, they're all interlinked. But that's separated for an easy read. It's so important. We heal everything that's happened to us. You know, and this brings in this healing, the lineage healing, when
we've had a Joe freeze. She's gonna come back. Come back, Joe. Come back. She's right about the freaking energies. I tell you, they've been wild. We might have lost her.
Are we back?
Oh, she's back. She's back. She's back.
I was rabbiting on, and I thought I better shut up, because what did you last hear?
Yeah, you were talking about love.
Changing the world with love. Changing the world with love. You're all unique, amazing, fabulous. Upon a time, I hated myself. I see people hate not breaking. And then, of course, and there's all of the important we address healing in each of us, if we have ability for our healing, because yes, things have happened to us, and not go back and change. That's where radical accepting that it has happened, because we can't.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got a wobbly stream. We've got a wobbly stream. I might step in. We've lost her again. I mean, this is so powerful. And if we do loop this topic of love back to sex magic, you know, if you really want to utilize this creative life force that's within you. Oh, no, she's not back. She is back. She is back.
I've moved.
You're back. Yeah.
I'm in the hall. I connect and hoping that it's to stay some person, but bear with me. I'm here.
I just started to talk. I did dip in because you froze. But what I was saying is, if we bring this subject, because I had a question this year, late this year, not quite recently, and it was like, fucking hell, can the answer to utopia be that simple? Can it simply be pure love? And I realized yes. And this is where, if we loop back to this topic of sex magic, right, and we think about exactly like you said, how our bodies, how our appearance, how our traumas, how our roles as women, roles as men as well, let's not forget men in this because it's exactly the same, has robbed us of the ability to be in that vulnerable position of sex, right, which is the most vulnerable position, right? It is that position of all your armor's off, all your guards taken down. You think about how we walk through life. We walk around with massive armors on because we're afraid of getting rejected. We're afraid of getting hurt. We're afraid of judgment. We're afraid of failing. We're afraid of success. We're afraid of fucking everything, right? Because we've been taught to be afraid of everything, because that is how ordered society has been ordered, so that there is a massive divide between helplessness and power, and the power stays with a small group of people, right? So we've been squashed into this this helplessness place, and I think things are changing. I think things are really changing. I think talking about things like this is really important. I have an ex-client who believes actually that he has experienced death in past lives from trying to speak out on this topic. That it's one of the hidden ancient things, that is so accessible to us, like all of them, like the breath, like your superconscious mind, like fucking meditation. I mean, it's all like, we've seen the crime rates in New Delhi drop when monks have come together weekly for transcendental meditation. These things are so simple, so accessible to all of us, but not when we're living in fear, not when we have these armors up. So, you can bring those two topics together very, very, very easily, because it is a case of loving yourself. It is to be fully vulnerable. You have to say, everything as it is, I am absolutely in love with.
I agree, Claire. And you mentioned utopia, and for me, it's about changing the world with love. And my bigger picture is because that I've been granted that by source. I've been given those. I'm not one of those people who see. I was given when you and I were working together, when you were my coach of me, I was given utopia. I'm living in a world where each and every one of us love our relationships with people, and those relationships may well bitterness, without the resentment, without one person hurting another. We grow in that part where we need to grow. Maybe there's growth elsewhere, and there's another person for us, and that work, it can be in romantic relationships, it can be even how much bitterness is around the world, and resentment, fear. The world does not, is so simple. We are love, source is love. There is nothing unlovable about each and every one of us as humans tapped into that energy that has been proven to be there as well. That frequency of love is there, the frequency of bliss, how humans we are supposed to be living is low frequency emotions. And yes, magic is a fucking life form like no other. And it can come into the sexual aspect, it can come in passion and purpose. It's there everywhere. It's the inside out, and it flows around into that energy. Been in the electrical grid and going
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what today is about, right? If you can, you can tap in. Obviously, we started with the music that I realized was not playing live to Facebook because I forgot to click a button. It was playing to no one. I think it was playing to the Facebook group and to the beautiful Don, who was sat here live in the room. But it will be there on the replay. It'll be there at the start. And we started there with really feeling into your body. And then I talked into the Awakened Wealth Blueprint and about how much we lean into this power of emotions, the power of using your life as the classroom to express and lead. And now we're getting into this beautiful topic of some of the ancient ways that have been hidden from us to remember. This is about remembrance. It's not that any of this is new. It's that all of it is within us. And it's interesting that you talk about that vision that you saw, because I saw also in 2020, I saw this vision of the world split in two. And on one side, there was this dark, grey, robotic world where people looked like they were just on like a treadmill of life, and they all looked sick. They all looked sad. They were carrying briefcases. I'm not sure if that was just my mind giving me like a cartoon characters. But on the other side was this beautiful golden light. And it was as if this golden light was coming from this infinite sun, which is truth, right? That sun, that abundance, that universal state of abundance is absolutely inexhaustible. And the reason why it was circulating was because everybody on the other side of the line had found freedom, had found this love for themselves, were living through their passions, were doing the things that made them feel good, had extricated themselves from the matrix of beliefs that makes anything scarce, right? Anything off, not accessible, inaccessible. And I realized, not immediately, but I have realized in the last 3 years that is my mission. That is my soul's contract. You know, I remembered leading in this loving way from a life back in ancient Egypt. And I actually shared with Don in the comments of a post one day that I feel like COVID has been this massive backfire, because it was this thing that was meant to give us more fear, that was meant to, you know, connect us more into civilization and being sort of squashed and boxed. But so many people have woken up, like so many people, it literally like activated the light within. And so many people stood up, stood out and said, yeah, nah, this is not for us. And so many more light leaders are coming out and shining their lights for other people to follow, stepping out of these systems and ways that we've constantly just been squashed and unexpressed. So many freaking women, but also so many men as well, and men that are just embracing this beautiful, you know, blend of their masculine and feminine energy. And love, like I say again, is such a huge part of this. The ability to heal is to find love, isn't it? Is to look back, like you say, on these experiences with a high frequency emotion of gratitude, of acceptance, of unconditional love.
Say about the planet right now, because I've been doing a lot of ascension work. So, and you think I was laughing, you would have got burnt on the stake for doing the work we do now, wouldn't we? Probably did. But I've been doing a lot. I know, because I've felt it. I've seen it. It is changing. Is changing considerably over the last 2 decades. It's now down to this energy, this new healing can happen like that. And in a heartbeat, into the stories that healing has to take forever. And I'm not stories either. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying, no, you haven't been traumatic and life altering. I honor each and every person's story, the story that you have to be in therapy for the next 25 years to get over things. You can stand and you can heal. It's accessible to us, yeah. And it is amazing, gentle energy of the planet. There is this soft, powerful. Don't mistake the end soft and beautiful, that it's all just fluffy. It's the best way possible. We have been run on greed, control and corruption. The power in this earth, it is nurture, it is wisdom, wanting each and every individual to be the best, continents to be lush and we share each union and collaboration, and we no enemy. And you certainly don't. Not now, not ever. They're for you. And the world by tapping into the divine rise, allowing us to slow down and to go tap into that innate wisdom, to forces with that sacred masculine energy, or in the sun, that light, the sacred masculine. It's powerful. And then tapagic energy, life force, it's the three of them are together. We talk about the kundalini rising up, and it's full of potential.
And again, absolutely what we're doing today. You know, that idea. I heard the idea of alchemical marriage the other day. The idea that you know, if you can find your connection to spirit within, if you think about in marriage, you effectively sign a contract, don't you, over to another person, and you say in good and in evil, in sickness and in health, and all of this other stuff. And sorry, it's been a long couple of weeks. It's this idea that actually you sign over to spirit. You say that if I can fully be in service to you in that same way, and you can find that wholeness within, and you can find that oneness within, and you can find that oneness without too. You know, everything becomes unity and peace and love. That once you have that foundation, everything else flows to you. You know, it's incredible, and it's where we're sort of going now in this as we go into the second half of this event, actually, or the second 2/3 of this event, is, you know, really going into how do you feel that in your body first. Because like I said earlier with the quantum staircase, you know, the versus the traditional approach of how we've been taught to do things. It has to be step by step. Like you said, I've got trauma, I've got to go through talking therapy, and I've got to do this, I've got to do that, and it's going to take this amount of time to heal. There's a quantum leap, and it always comes to feeling something first. Mm-hmm. So when we go into these experiences, you know, these high frequency feelings that I know you've done so much work with me, and it's been incredible. When you get there first, everything aligns outside of you as well. Yeah. One of the things I loved, Joe, I think she's frozen again, is when you were working in the last few years, when you've been working with me, just seeing how your brand really shifted to bring through that strength that you talked about. You know, the idea that love is a soft thing, and your brand was quite soft, and where you are, who you are, has never been soft. It has been so strong. You are this amazing warrior goddess, and to watch your brand evolve into this expression has been super, super, super powerful. And I know a lot of the inspiration for that brand expression, for the brand evolvement, came from those experiences where you went into your body and you felt who you were. So I think we might have lost her. And I think also it is her time up. I love this. I love how the universe is like keeping me to schedule. I'm going to share a quick clip before we move on to the next thing, which is our beautiful, I think I'll just double check the schedule, because you know me, I have a memory like a sieve and live in constant creative chaos. So 2:15. At 2:15, we're going to be doing a breath work and more of a somatic evolution, a somatic experience, because I want you to feel this. I want you to be able to connect with the truth of who you are inside and remember those feelings, and also know that what you are remembering is remembrance of your truth. Like I say, we go through life and we put these armors on as we go through experiences that create our fears, and that defines who we are. And as I've noticed in my business, so much of this is unconscious. So much is actually trapped in our body. It is somatic. We have to have a somatic trauma transcendence to be able to move forward, to be able to really step into where we want to be. And my episode of A Baptism of Fire actually really digs into this. So I'm going to show you a little clip of this episode so that you can see what I'm talking about. What I'll do is go into a little break. I will also ask Don, because he's been in the room for like the whole time, whether he wants to pop in before 2:15. I will ask him on the chat. and say anything, share anything, because I'm so open to this beautiful collaboration and expression and sharing. And that's what my you is going to be, this conscious platform that we are building today with these interviews, with the music, if it wasn't that shit, and really, really creating a space for us light leaders to come together, share, collaborate, and lead. So I will go over to this little clip of a baptism of fire that's going to be coming out of fire today over on YouTube. That's New Zealand time, which is 3 hours from now. Let's have a look. We've got the share. We'll go over here, we'll go to Instagram, share the sound. Go to my profile. What can you see? What can you see? Let's have a look. Give me a second. I'm going to be such a pro at this restream by the end of the day, aren't I? Here we go. Pop this up here. Okay, here we go. So Don's got question marks. I'll talk to you in just 1 second, Don. Okay, just 1 second. Pop this up here. And we will go over, and I'm going to show you this clip from a baptism of fire. If you are not watching, if you have not watched a baptism of fire, then you can catch up on all of the episodes from my YouTube channel. But today is a really special day because today is my episode. And like I say, that's premiering at 5 p.m. I think you should watch it if you are a light leader and you are looking to step into your next level. You're plateaued and you're not sure why. I think it will be really helpful. So here we go. Here is the little clip for you coming up right now. Things is that they define who you are, and who you are defines how you show up, the decisions that you make. If you are truly a light leader and you do want to go out there and change the world, you have to get to grip with the feelings that you're experiencing in the moment. You have to allow them, however sick, scared, insecure they make you feel. This beautiful process of allowing emotions to rise, to go through the journey of facing that emotion, learning to be okay through that emotion and learning that emotion's lesson allows you to become neutral to that emotion. The thing about your feelings is that they define who you are, and who you are. There we go. So this episode is huge. It's been quite vulnerable to put it together and to share with you what has really gone on earlier this year, not recently, but a few months back, behind the journeys of my clients and creating our book, Leading with Light. I say in the baptism of fire that, it's like a ritual of initiation to the sales and opportunities that you want, writing a book, because you get put in a position when you say that you're going to share your story that you actually have to share your story. There's no getting out of this journey of meeting yourself, meeting the fears that you've had that have kept you small, that have kept you unexpressed, and that have kept you misaligned as well. And what I watched in my own process of publishing Awaken Your Miracle Frequency was this beautiful expansion and this beautiful growth and this beautiful healing and radical expression that came from that. And I was so curious to know whether the same thing would happen for my clients, right? And so I decided to get them to sign media release forms and profile their journeys to publishing their books. And they were also publishing a system behind the books, which was the same system that I used with Awaken Your Miracle Frequency, to basically for lead generation, to generate sales on automation and really, really fast. So we can take a cold audience to a client within 5 days with the system that we have behind the books. And my clients have built this system. And they went through this ritual of initiation to the sales and opportunities that they wanted. And it's been such a beautiful process of profiling that and showing you their journeys and how it is a baptism of fire. You do literally have to burn all of these identities to the ground. And most of them you don't even know that you have, the armors that you don't even know that you're wearing, to be able to have this level of income, impact, and opportunity that you want. So I went through a personal struggle behind their journeys that I've not shared about publicly, but I'm sharing that today. That will be 5 p.m. New Zealand time, just under 3 hours away from now, and it will be live. And we also have the beautiful Dawn here to speak to me. And I'm curious because we have never spoken live before. We have chatted on Facebook, hoping that... Yeah, let's go. He's smiling. I hope he's smiling at me. Right, here we go. Let's bring you on. Hello. Do you have some sound? Do you have some sound? We haven't got any sound. Have you got some sound? A mic? Maybe? You're not on mute.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're there. Hello.
Hello.
How are you enjoying Trustfall?
It's been, I've been listening for the past couple of hours, and you've said a lot of great things about the conscious development people have to go through to awaken that energy and develop that awareness, to know themselves, to love themselves, and to live their most inspired life. So it's a lot. What you said is great. And on the subject of, what was I thinking? Of frequency, though, like what is? Oh, could you explain like what was like what do you mean by your own frequency? Because I made some assumption, but I wouldn't want to be wrong about it, So
go on, share. What did you assume?
What did I assume? Well, I didn't think it was necessarily a note or necessarily a sound so much, but just living authentically. Is that what you mean by?
So if you think about everything in the universe is energy.
Yeah.
And it is basically, we've seen through the double slit experiment, which is a quantum experiment, that wherever we put our focus, how we focus actually creates the form, turns the light into matter, the energy into matter. And so theoretically, the way that we're seeing our world creates our world, right? And
this is fascinating.
We obviously...
Yeah. Huh? This is fascinating. I mean, like, they're actually saying, like, at the quantum level, it's conscious, it's sentient at the quantum level. And it's crazy that we don't think anything is that sentient apart from ourselves necessarily, and maybe animals a bit, but everything is sentient down to the quantum level, which is incredible. Yeah.
We're creating all of it, and that is, my journey.
The interaction that is manifesting. Yeah, it's not just like creating individually, though, is it? It's like it's all co-creation somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that you're bringing this up, because we can say that every relationship that we have, every interaction that we have, every experience that we have is coming from us. So it is actually revealing to us our shadows, potentially. And we are always being met authentically where we are. So whatever level of authenticity you have to your soul's truth is where you will be met with your external reality, including the people, including the opportunities, everything, right? So, you can say, okay, if I don't have the income that I want, if my business isn't as far along as I want it to be, if I don't have the love that I want in my life, like, what am I bringing to that line? What am I bringing to that line that is being met in my physical reality? How am I seeing? A thing that I say to my clients all the time is look to see. Because the minute you can look to see something, so, you imagine that when you're a kid and you believe that fairies are in the trees, right? You look at those trees, you believe that the fairies are there, and you see the fairies. You live in this imaginary world, right? But that is what we're doing now. We are living in an imaginary world. We are creating the world from what we choose to see, what we believe,
Absolutely.
which comes from this
operating
system, right?
This is like the ultimate noble precept that we are, the controllers. They can manifest almost anything. We can recognize like a future condition. We can recognize suffering, and we can recognize how that suffering ends, and we can recognize a cause to the suffering, and we can recognize a path to the cessation of that suffering. And it's this same noble idea that we have the power to change anything, really, if we put our minds to it, if we can visualize it. Einstein said, rephrased it in a way that said, like, you can't fix a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it.
That's right.
So there are many ways you can play with this realization of empowerment, but it's absolutely true.
I think one of the things that was surprising when I launched my third book, which is Leading with Light, and I took on this subject. I actually took on the subject of spirituality and money and shamanism all in one chapter. And I was met with quite some anger and sort of, and we always have to know that anger comes from fear, right? It comes from fear to believe that something isn't as we see it is, because the way that we see it, looking to see, gives us the security that we want to feel. But what I talked about in the chapter, and I wanted to talk about it, and I was prepared to receive what I did receive, was just how society has been built to keep us in this, to keep us away from these superpowers that we have, from this ultimate power of creation that we have, and some of the reasons why. And you said something so powerful right there, that coming to this self-awareness, taking this journey of self-realization, realizing we are these sentient beings. It's like the power of one, right? We think as one person, what can we possibly do to change these huge global issues? And the truth is, we can do a lot.
We can,
because we're actually like the tuning fork that vibrates.
We created all the problems that we have today, right? I mean, humans are behind the creation of all the problems, right? We ought to be the ones behind it, and we should be able to fix them. And the idea is, like, to me, like, if we can all live from a more inspired perspective, respecting life, then everything's going to be fine for everyone. But we're all living on this low frequency of material gain and of purely material gain, without like the conscious return and a benefit to all. And that's been dragging down humanity and the planet for a long time. And even if like the green policies that they're trying to bring in, they're still trying to control people through that sort of thing. So really, it takes a lot of people to start living from a more inspired level. I think from the first, leaders are going to have to be there, right? The ones who are willing to take the jump, and yeah, they'll present their inspired ideas and present they've had an inspiration to take this direction.
I've certainly seen you doing that, and like I've felt, one of the things that I've noticed this year is, like, when you allow yourself to be all of who you are, you start to attract other people into your environment that are vibrating at the same level, right? And you're not the first person that's just popped up in maybe my Instagram chat or my Facebook profile, and I thought, wow, yeah, this guy's doing something incredible. And I think where we get stuck, or where a lot of people get stuck, and certainly where I used to get stuck, is to make everything so difficult because of the feelings that I had, because of the beliefs that I had, instead of just getting down and doing it, right? Just getting down, showing up, posting the Facebook post, doing the live video, saying the damn thing, without all the fear of everything that, whatever it is that we fear. And that's what I see you do. I see you sharing these, I call them thought farts. You know, like the thought fart just pops out and you just share it. Whereas, you know, when we're carrying all these limiting belief systems, it's like the farts, and you try and keep it in your pants. You don't want to share that thing in case it smells bad, right?
I feel like I've got it down to an art
What are we
now. I
doing
want to
when
do
we're
like
hiding?
369 of them and then put them into like a whole year of motivation. It's like, they just keep coming. Like I have to keep sharing. Right?
Yeah, good. Because it's just about getting up and doing it. You know, like today, like I said, it was quite funny. I think you're the only one.
I don't want to be too intrusive on people's lives, though. You see, I don't want to be too annoying. But so everything I want to do needs to be like really breakthrough, inspirational. So, yeah, and to the point. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, I was just saying that you were probably the only person heard the mixing live, and you know there were mistakes in there, and the sound was shit. I couldn't set the sound up properly. But you know what? It's a case of showing up and doing it, and it's a case of leaning into the stuff that we love, because the stuff that we love, when we're doing it, we're feeling something differently. And I know, again, going back to my own journey of living into this operating system that I had on the inside and all of its limits, I didn't really know who I was. I didn't really know what I loved. And I was literally a robot. You know, I'd show up and do things that were just completely mismatched, inauthentic, and not even realize it at the time. And that's where the frequency's coming from. How are you feeling when you're doing stuff that you hate? Maybe that's going into a 9-to-5 job every day that you fucking hate. Maybe it's staying with a relationship that makes you feel like hell. Maybe it's whatever it is, forgetting yourself, not loving yourself, not investing in yourself. It comes down to in the moment decisions to choose love. Yeah. And that is what we're doing today. That is what we're talking today. That is what we're sharing today. That is what we're creating content to put onto Mayu, which is going to be a beautiful platform for collaborations and conversations just like this.
Yeah. I started with food. I went all the way into spirituality, and it's like only recently I'm really getting into like the body now as well. Just getting into, I was doing my upper body, but like recently I've been working on my hips and my legs, like just trying to like realign my legs and stuff. And it's, God, you wouldn't believe this technique I've found. So God, you can lie in your bed, okay, face down, and have your feet like hanging off the back of your bed, right? Mm-hmm. And then you can lift one leg at a time, and that's gonna like work your lower back muscles. And then you can also then like kick them down, and that's gonna work the front of the leg, the hip, and the knee, and and then the ankle, and you're also gonna get this little vibration that's gonna like extend it, right? When you kick it down, and then you just flutter kick your.
It's almost automatic. It becomes automatic. You're saying. And
you do it in a conscious way, you know. So there is some sort of tantric sort of feel to it, you know, but after like the first few times, you can feel like your legs activating consciously, because it's the whole lower body movement, and it's going to open up the lower spine as well. It's going to open up each of your hips, and yeah, I think it's a very comfortable way for anyone to start getting their movement going in their legs. Because I think a lot of people, because they've neglected it for so long, they think, oh, it's impossible, I'm never going to do it. But doing this is so soft and simple, and it's actually it's quite good fun to do.
I love that you're sharing this, because if you imagine, so your flight and fight center is your psoas muscles, which is all wrapped into your hips. So I always notice with clients that have a lot of trauma, whether that's sexual trauma, other trauma, big trauma, little trauma, they get very locked up in their hips, get very locked up in their lower back, usually experience pain in their lower back as well. And that's because you've got to imagine that
lock in the hips.
Yeah. So your fight and flight muscles are and this is the key word, unconsciously tensing all day long, because of these experiences that are imprinted into your nervous system memory, your brain stem, that are saying unsafe, 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 unsafe. And so you get tension in this area. And that's actually a lot of what we do in the somatic side of my work is use, I love that you said, so simple, so easy ways of actually unlocking the body. I said to a client the other day, like, freedom in your spine, buddy, is freedom in your life. I promise you. If you can move better, more easily, life will be more in flow.
Yeah, I've been thinking about the psychosomatic connection with legs and movement, right?
Yeah.
If you can move your legs, then you're going to be moving in your life.
100%.
Yeah.
The ancient Egyptian, there's an ancient Egyptian healing system called a bukra that believes that we have pyramids that are spinning, and the feet is one of the areas where we have one of these spinning. It's like an octahedron with two pyramids together, right? One up, one down, and we have them all the way up our body. And it's here that we connect with the strings, the waves of the universe. And so we have to get these. We have to get these octahedrons spinning. And like movement is a very powerful way to do that.
Do you know that you've got like a pyramid inside your respiratory system?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like your nasal passages, your throat.
Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. Well, that's one of the areas as well. I love that. Again, ancient fucking wisdom. It's like, it's so obvious. Like when you start to see it, it's like, I can't unsee it. Like, why would this stuff be hidden from us? You know, and we go to a doctor and we have pills shoved down our throat and we have our feelings numbed. You know, it's insane. I feel like I'm on a fucking mission right now to say to people, come back to your power.
Yeah,
come back to your innate creative power.
Yeah. The voice alchemy took me to looking at the construction of the vocal system, respiratory system, and like how like different vowels apply to different areas of it. And yeah, you literally have like this sort of pyramid. And it's like even going through the nose. Some people don't count the nose. Some people say it only goes as far as the throat, but you can get into overtones. You can produce frequencies you can't hear because of this pyramid shape. And that's the beauty of voice alchemy.
To the podcast. So I'm going to put this into the podcast. Obviously, we're launching myu.tv, and it's going to be one of the first interviews. But I'd love to book another one with you and talk into the voice alchemy. And
okay.
Can you share with me what it is you do? We'll share with everyone because we're live, and I'm watching the numbers creep up, by the way, over on socials. So that's epic.
Okay.
We're getting more and more people watching as the day is going on. So that's good.
So I've been working with voice alchemy recently, but I've been working with consciousness expansion for about 20 years, about a couple of decades. I began with like chanting through like a Buddhist tradition. That came through, India, China, Korea, Japan. Okay. And it's based on the Lotus Sutra. And I was chanting that for a long time. Everybody was getting a lot of benefit from it, but nobody was really understanding why. And part of it is something to do with like the beauty of the real life story of enlightenment that happened in the Lotus Sutra. And it's like resonating with that path of enlightenment. And it's all revealed in there. So it's no, it's just, it says, it talks about compassion as a gateway to all wisdom. It says it's within the grasp of all sentient beings, humans and non-humans, and all sentients. It's very open. It's very empowering. It's very realistic. But there's something about the chanting that really inspired me. That got me wondering, like, what is this thing about sound and healing? And I was looking at a guy called Jonathan Goldman and a lot of other sound healers at the time, and they had associated like some vowels, funny vowels to different chakras, 8 chakra systems. None of it seemed to resonate with me at the time, and I kind of left it there. But I had always wondered about the universality of sound, always, like since that practice sort of awoken me. And I was looking towards like the native Indians and their appreciation of chanting, and they were talking about the importance of vowels but and I could, and only recently, like I could see like vowels, they animate everything. They animate all our words, firstly, right? In all our languages. Okay, so it's a universal thing, I realized, you know, it's but then in another way, they're empty. They are without, say, a direction. So they have this emptiness quality about them, as well as being universal. So it's like pure energy, untainted.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Right? Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so yeah, I developed Diamond Boss Alchemy based around this vowel system.
Wow.
And this vowel system, I see not only extends like actually to our respiratory systems. You can actually sense like each of these vowels are going to target like a certain part of your body. It's incredible. It's like we are like an instrument for
Here we are.
universal sounds. Like there's no other major notes we play. It's based around these vowels. If you practice it, you'll notice it. So yeah, it's based around realizing these sounds, that universal quality. But then I started making this other deeper connection with alchemy and alignment, and I was looking into alchemical elements, and I was looking at earth, fire, water, air, and spirit, and these are these we can relate to our vowels, to our vowel practice. So if we want to like clear our lower energies, so what is the earth energy? The point of alchemy is like to manifest and transform, like we say produce gold, but like is bringing down consciousness into the manifestation. Currently this world is backwards. Like we're trying to like force this form world into consciousness, and it's not, it's never going to happen. And we're gonna,
that's right,
we're coming back down now. Okay. So this connection, a chemical process, bringing consciousness into form, bringing spirit through to earth. Okay. So what is this process? It's like earth is like knowledge of matter. Fire is transformation. That's this blew me away when I was looking. This is our senses. Our senses simply are the fire. And our water is empathy. Okay. And our empathy has the power to swell up as well, and to build itself up as well. Okay, as well as empathize. Okay, as well as to relate to others. And we have the throat chakra, and the throat chakra, well, actually we can actually do so much with the voice and sound naturally, but it's actually for the origination for the voice is perception projection.
right.
Perception projection. Okay. But it does that in many ways, actually, not just through words. Okay, that's what, many ways. And then we have spirit. So how does the spirit play into it? That's our conscious awareness. All this can function without spirit, but when we start including spirit into it, when we are talking about 5D, when we are only in here, we're only in our 3D. When we're like in here, we're in like our 4D. And then like here, we're like, when we've got it all going, we're like full in 5D, when the spirit empowers all of it.
Or is spirit empowering all of it, but we're cut off? Like, it's because if you think about energy and you think about how we trap this energy in our body. You know, it's like I use a principle called the triangle, another triangle of power, right? So the idea that we have this foundation in our body, which is our root security, our root safety. Like I said, a lot of people that I work with have so much pain and immobility in this part of their body, locked up in the hips, locked up in the spine. And you think about this base chakra and it's just carrying all your shit. Like you haven't alchemized these experiences to wisdom, to love. So it's just all trapped in there, right? And then on this side of the triangle, you have your nervous system, which is imprinted with all the triggers and crap from the base chakra.
The quickest way to
and then down the
normalize
other
it.
side.
The quickest way to
But it's
normalize
trapped,
it all.
right? It's like
Yeah,
we
it
can't
can
get
be.
up through
It can be, yes.
we can't get up through here, which is the center of worthiness, which is the center of commitment to even get close to these fucking higher things up here where we're, you know, at one with spirit in the higher energies. It's just a block. We block it. And we actually also see it as outside of ourselves, which it isn't. It isn't.
There's, I think, but a lot of the problem that people have had is there's not an easy way for people to connect with their consciousness. See, the moment that happened to me, the moment I realized the top of my consciousness, like you can feel this positive energy come through you, and you realize, wow, you can actually just feel great on your own. You know, when you connect with your consciousness, and that's just that was mind blowing. Okay, and then you realize well, then it's the whole world and the whole environment, and it's like all my actions are then changing this state of bliss. So I need to be more careful about my actions. Yeah. Wow. But that kind of realization everyone can have when they actually make that connection. And so as soon as they do that, it just changes their lives.
So something I noticed, I mean, obviously, you know, meditation, breath work, consciousness is a real fundamental part of my life now. I feel like it saved my life to realize exactly what you just said, that I can go within and I can find this peace, serenity, happiness, joy, like nothing outside of myself. A couple of weeks ago, I went through something that really, it did rock me, and it really upset me, I guess, upset my apple cart of life. And what I noticed, I remember the next day lying in bed, I would normally jump up with the sun. I don't sleep with my curtains shut. I have them open because I love the sunrise and I love the sunset. And I always meditate with the sunrise and meditate with the sunset. I can't fucking sleep through sunrise. I'm so wired with it. And so the sun began to rise, and I lay there in my bed, and I was like, not one single cell in my body wanted to get up and meditate. And I lay there with it, and I thought, oh wow, this is what it is, isn't it? It's like when we are when we haven't processed our crap, when we're scared of our feelings, because I was fucking terrified of the feelings that I had, the grief, the emotion, the fear, all of it, right? And I didn't want to sit in meditation because I knew that the minute I sat down and I switched my mind off, went through the process of going through the conscious mind into myself, that it was all going to come up. I was going to have to feel all of it. And we don't want to feel all of it. We don't want to feel the hard feelings. We don't want to feel the scary feelings. And so actually accessing consciousness is super simple. We simply have to connect with our breath and allow ourselves to relax and let go. But that is going to require the shit that we are holding on to come up. And we need to allow it to come up. We need to feel it. We need to know that it is that emotional wave. Like I said with Joe, it will peak and it will feel horrible sometimes. It will feel horrible. And I sat down finally at that altar and I cried. And a little bit later, I got in my shower and I ended up screaming so loud that the bloody neighbor came down to check whether I was okay, because I had to get it out. I had to feel all of it. I had to just let it fucking go. And we're scared to let go, because when we let go, what is left? When we let go of all the shit that we're holding on to, what is left? For a lot of people, we say nothing and we go, uh-oh, there's nothing there. There's nothing to hold on to. There's no material security to grasp. And then we go, our entire primal safety system goes, what the? Whereas actually, that's the fucking freedom. That is.
Your neighbors are lucky. I'm like screaming every day with voice alchemy. I was thinking, oh, I was thinking about my neighbors. Oh my God, what am I putting them through?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's the way forward. And I'm gonna wrap this round because we are gonna do a breath work. I want to leave some time to do some breath work before the other interviews. So what I said at the beginning of today was that the next level of your life is at another octave. So if you think about music, the frequency of the music, the sound of the music, the sound of your music right now is not the sound and the frequency of the next octave, right? When you have stepped over, which means you have to vibrate at the next octave first. That is how you step across, is to just become those feelings. And so I love that you're using sound, because sound is a huge part. We are going to be using some chanting in the breath work as well, because it activates these centers. It activates these really powerful centers in the body. Again, centers that are shut down, centers, especially the pineal gland. It's like when this wakes up and opens up, this is our connection to divine. This is the connection to the higher energy. Sound, simple fucking sound can activate this beautiful gland in our brain.
As you harmonize through all the tones, and then you then hit the high tone, and you can sense, it's empowering your whole body, your whole being. It's quite a revelation for everyone who's tried it. It's quite incredible. But yeah, the sound creates a stabilizing field, which one level resonates like all your matter, and all this resonation and collision creates even spacing. And yeah, it creates this openness within your body, and you go through that through all your vowels, all the frequencies, and you become harmonized on a level you couldn't do otherwise. It's like, even if you had like electronic equipment outside of you, it's not the same. You can try and project it onto you, it's not the same. You can have a crystal ball, it's not the same as bringing it from within yourself. It's something else. And you know what else? The great benefit, you develop this respiratory system and voice with it as well. You connect this thing, this thalamus, this condition called voice of God. Yeah, sound is incredible for like being able to harmonize and align the whole system to enable. You're right. It's your birthright to know this, to experience this, and yeah, it's time. It's time for everyone to release themselves.
You know what I love again about what you're saying? So another realization that I had this year was because my mum has quite severe mental illness, and she has had that mental illness like my whole life. And I was sort of reflecting on how she's been treated as an ill person and filled with pills. And I've obviously had a journey of healing my relationship with her from her whatever.
There's a job to change the narrative about drugs. There's a job to change the narrative about drugs. So many of us are losing relatives because they're listening to that narrative.
100%. And what I thought was, like, number one, if someone like me had shown up maybe when she was in her 30s, or even maybe a little bit younger, and said, hey, do you know that you can hum and your vagus nerve is going to switch on? Hey, did you know that you could put this sound on and your body is going to go into a resonant frequency? Hey, did you know that you could just breathe in for 4 and out for 8 and you're not going to feel like you want to fucking kill yourself? That wasn't there then, right? But you know what's beautiful? The fact that I went through my experience with her that was traumatizing, that led me to my own mental illness, that led me to break out of the matrix, which led me to all of these beautiful, easy, accessible ways to find resonant frequency, to heal without the conscious mind being such a huge part of the process, is that my mum has had this beautiful legacy. She has this beautiful legacy of me now helping people to attune to these higher frequencies, I thought to myself, if she had never gone what she had gone through, and I had never gone through what I went through, and if I had not sought alternatives, if I had not sought to heal, then this legacy wouldn't be here. You know, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing and creating this movement and getting up every day and just, you know, like I said a little while ago, just doing it and sharing it. Like, we can do it. Instead of trying to force everyone to do breath work and meditate, just keep fucking doing it. You know, just show up every day in your own little world and just do it and share. Show people, share, show them how easy it is. So I want to celebrate you for showing up and being here today, sharing with us what you do. I think you're awesome. I'm so happy that we've connected. I would love for you to go over to Facebook or YouTube or wherever. The Instagram link failed. That's not streaming. But put your like whatever under there so that people can connect with you. And I'll copy that across to Mayu as well when we launch the platform later in the weekend. And I'm going to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say thank you to you and pop you off. You're amazing. Thank you so much. I'm going to run our little advert for a few minutes so that I can go and pee. And I'm going to set ourselves up for our beautiful breathwork and somatic evolution, which will be a little bit shorter. But I love that the universe has just gifted us today this like experience of talking to Don and hearing what he has to say. And like, I think that he has just made this event even better. So thank you. And if you're here watching on the live streams and you want to jump into this live room, there is a link at the top of the Facebook post, the YouTube post. Oh, we got Raywin here in the room live as well now. If you want to share, if you feel like you want to share, you are absolutely welcome to just put your hand up, drop something into the chat, let me know, and I will bring you in because we've got spaces for that during the day to collaborate. So we will be starting the live breathwork and somatic evolution in probably about 10 to 15 minutes. I will put this over, hang on, see if we can make this work again. This is so fun. Put this one over here, come over here, go over here. Put the sound on. Boop, boop, boop. Give me a second. That's the one. Boop, boop, boop. Pause it. Put it back to the start. Put it up here. And what I'm doing with these little adverts is just bringing to you some opportunities to engage together. So I do have this beautiful Awakened Wealth community, which is a free community. And our movement is to create Awakened Wealth, which is the journey of knowing that every single experience that you've ever had it's bringing you to now. It has brought you to now. We can change this internal operating system. We can do it simply. You know, nothing cannot be overcome. There is a legacy in you. There is a movement in you. There is light leadership in you. And we're really in a new earth shift right now, which is cracking the seams of the old earth paradigm. And so many of us are stepping up and wanting to lead with light. But we will only ever lead with a little torch if we do not heal ourselves, if we do not heal within. Your light can only shine boldly. You can only have radical expression when you can feel the vulnerability to be all of you, to be in your true, authentic expression, to let go of your fears. So that is my movement, the Awakened Wealth movement. And in the last couple of weeks, we have launched this beautiful VIP part of the community called the Quantum Leap community, which is, if you want to go a little bit deeper, if you're feeling the activations that I'm sharing and you want to be able to tap into resources, you want to be able to tap into coaches, my Quantum Leap Master Coaches are helping me to lead this beautiful VIP community. And we have a membership that you can join where you can access loads of somatic breathwork, sex magic, the whole plethora of ways to activate your body, to feel the frequency of the next octave of your life now. Okay, you can feel it now. And if you can feel it now, then you are going to attract it towards you. You can also become a coach. You can also become a Quantum Leap coach. You can take the Quantum Leap method and take it out to your clients. I want you to drop me a comment if you're interested in that, because I can send you some details as to how you can do that. And, you know, I am leading towards the most incredible experience in March next year, which I'm calling Pulse. It is taking place in Costa Rica, and we are going to be connecting you to this sacred current that pulses within you, that perhaps you aren't connected to because you are feeling separation. Perhaps you are holding on to trauma. Maybe you are just not aware of what is keeping you plateaued, and you really do want to go to that next level. You want immersion into the kind of experiences that we're going to do right now, but just so much deeper, so much more powerful. You're going to hear from Judith in a few hours' time as to what happened to her, for her, with her in my last event in Mexico, which has been absolutely life-altering for her and for her business. You know, you can change everything in an instant. And Bella called it a portal of truth. And she also had, you know, a life-changing experience. You can have a life-changing experience with me for a very, very low priority access early bird investment that is only going to be available for 2 days following this event. So down in the comments, again, you can put your name on a list, the wait list, to receive those details if you are looking for a beautiful experience to have next year. You know, and it doesn't have to wait until then. You can get this experience for free by working with me. And so I've also popped my call booking link in there as well. If you caught the masterclass at 12, nearly 3 hours ago now. We've been going live for nearly 4 hours. This is epic. I love this. Like, what are we even doing here? Like, this is fucking amazing. You can book a call, have a chat to me, and talk to me about the next evolution of you, of your soul business, of your soul's pilgrimage home to who you truly are. Remembrance. You know, I know that word gives you the goosebumps because you've already began to remember. You know, you are ready to connect with this ancient wisdom that you hold in your body. You are ready for things to be easy. And I want to show you how to do that. You don't have to wait till March. You can jump on a call and I can talk to you about some of the programs that I have that might be a fit for where you are and what you want. So I'm going to head over to this beautiful little advert. I'm going to go to the bathroom and get us set up for the breath work. And yeah, this is so exciting.
Y quise manchar amor a su cielo celeste azulero que viene y pinta. Pura, pura, sana, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
If you are ready for transformation, if you are ready for that 2.0 version of yourself, creating this business that you are proud of in a positive way, that is creating the income, the impact, and the influence that you want, The way to do that is what I call activating your miracle frequency. And your miracle frequency is where you are just a bundle of those higher frequency emotions every single day. You are in a higher consciousness. You have stepped away from the victim consciousness to unlock this way of living your life where things happen for you. Synchronicities and miracles are part of your status quo. You are attracting what you want to you with ease, and you are in this place of freedom where you get to create what you want every day without those limiting emotions. I learned once from a TED talk this idea that emotions aren't just this thing in your mind like a bank, that they're stored in there, that they're just sat in there, and then in the moment your brain taps into this little emotion bank and takes one out and then says, here you go, this is how you should react. Emotions are created completely from scratch in the moment you are in the experience. They are created from the belief system that you have. So if you can change your belief systems, then in the moment, when your mind reaches back into those experiences, there will be no negative emotions that it latches onto to divert from an experience that aligns with your truth. The emotion will be created in the moment of joy, excitement, something that takes you forward, something that gets you into powerful action, something that allows you to take risk and go big, get super visible, use your voice, scream from rooftops. What it is that you believe can change the world. So work out that truth, connect with yourself, learn about yourself, chuck everything out that is misaligned to you. Start healing those limiting emotions and have the courage to step into your power. We all have a story. My story created the blueprint that I have to help you because I know how these emotions can limit what you want in your life. But if you're like me and you have that soul goal to make a difference and do it in a way where you are wealthy and able to experience an abundance in your own life, give your children the most amazing experiences, give to projects, give to charities, create foundations. I am here to show you a way forward where you can have it all and it can be easy. It just takes courage. Courage is the line between those lower frequency emotions and those higher frequency emotions. And in those higher frequency emotions, if we can live through those emotions, joy, unlimited love, enlightenment every single day, because we have resolved those emotions of the past, we get to have those emotions guide our interpretation of the reality that we have and guide those big life decisions that we make and guide how we take action on these powerful strategies that are given to us in our business to create the results that we want. We activate your miracle frequency in such an easy way. I have created 7 simple 7-minute neurosomatic rituals that tap into the ancient wisdom of your body and tap into how we can work with your subconscious mind to create new empowering belief systems, a new level of energy and vibration. And all you have to do is use these 7 simple 7-minute neurosomatic rituals 7 times a day. I have created a free app where you get to tap in to these amazing, simple, powerful rituals. And at the same time, connect with a community of people who are on the same journey as you, seeking what I call awakened wealth, where you are creating money in a way that aligns to your joy and passion and desire for impact and freedom, and where you are supported with accountability to tap in 7 times a day to yourself, to connect with your truth and raise your vibration. A client came to me once and I offered her this suggestion of the 7x7 method, just sitting with herself, creating space. Self-sabotage that is happening from these thoughts filling up your head and filling up that space. And she said, no. I said, so what do you trust more? Do you trust those thoughts
spiraling constantly, filling your head with rubbish, leading to action that is not powerful, leading to inaction? Or do you trust sitting in the space and creating the vibration of everything that you want, so that everything that you want starts attracting to you, and you have that inspired action come through from a place of truth, from a place of the truth of you, so that your business is a radical expression of who you are and how you want to make a difference in the world? And she said, oh my God, I trust the space. This client went on to earn significant amounts in her business, and I'm inviting you to do the same too. If every single thought has an energetic equivalent, if that energy is what is creating your reality, because everything in your reality is a mirror to who you are energetically, what do you trust more to create what you want? Jump into the link below and access my amazing Awakened Wealth community. Download the app that is going to help you to tap into those neurosomatic rituals every single day. And also tap into other resources to grow your income, grow your impact, and grow your influence. And thank you for listening to this video. I will see you right over there soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, hello, hello. We're back. Still got Raywin. Got Raywin in the room. Woo woo! You there, Raywin? You're actually there. You're listening in live. I would love to have some faces on this breath work. I've just discovered that I can't get my headphones working through the live stream. So this could be a little bit tricky with the sound. So some feedback, please do feedback if you can't hear my voice over the over the music. So just bear with me while I get this set up for us. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you say, yeah. Let's have some comments in the chat. What are you feeling today? What have you liked so far about, I'll pop this one back to here. What have you liked so far about this whole, what has been a aha moment for you? You know, have you had like an aha moment? Let me know in the comments. Do you do breath work? Do you do any somatic stuff? What would be your intention right now to do an experience with me? What we're going to do is an experience, and then we're going to talk into what you've experienced. I'm going to talk to you about the 5th holistic circuit of your brain. So if you let me just put this music in here. If you have ever heard of Robert Anton Wilson or Timothy Leary, I think is the other person who talks about this. It's the idea that you have, actually 8 circuits of your brain, and that really we only operate in the first 4 of them. And they are primal, those 4, and they're on the left-hand side of our brain, and they're very linear, they're very logical, they're very clunky. And we can actually activate this right-hand side of the brain. So actually, if you think about how we process information, the left-hand side of the brain can only process, I think it's something like 40 bits of information per second, whereas the right-hand side of the brain can process 11 million bits per second of information. And so you think about how you go through your daily life and, you know, you're trying to learn stuff, you're trying to take stuff in, you're trying to solve problems, and you're doing it through this left-hand side of the brain for the reasons that I'm going to explain to you in the presentation following this experience. But if you can learn to activate your right-hand side of the brain, then magic starts to happen. Things become easier. You know, you learn by osmosis. Rudolf Steiner, the school that my kids go to, are very focused on this right-hand side of the brain, learning with the land, learning with your hands, learning with nature, because you learn faster. And they've done a lot of studies how these kids go into university having, you know, I mean, my kids don't even get taught to read until they're 7 or do maths and all these things. And yet they're smarter than the ones that have gone through this kind of traditional schooling. And it's because they're focusing on the right hand side of the brain. They're focusing on creativity, they're focusing on movement. Another thing is that when we experience trauma, just as I was saying before, going through something a couple of weeks ago threw me off my center of balance, brought up a lot of pain and emotion, and feeling a big resistance to sit down and meditate, to sit down and do my breath work, to sit at my altar and connect with myself, essentially because I knew all of these emotions were going to come up and I didn't want to experience them. Or my conscious mind was telling me that I didn't want to experience them because I was in the survival area of my brain. My survival brain was already deciding what it was going to feel like, already telling me the stories of what these emotions were going to lead to and this whole experience was going to lead to, painting this picture that then becomes our reality because of what we talked about with Don, how we turn energy into matter through our focus. And our focus comes from what we believe. But when I sat there and I allowed myself to feel these emotions, I allowed myself to reconnect to my feeling center. I began to bring my heart and my mind into synchronicity. I began to allow the emotions to flow. I breathed through these emotions. I breathed into my superconscious mind where I saw an entirely different reality. I saw an entirely different possibility. And this is how we should be creating our life. I jumped on with somebody yesterday to do some breath work because he was locked in his creative vision, and I offered him this session of breath work to activate this vision, because we don't find it in the conscious mind, because the conscious mind can only dig back through what we know. And if you're creating a business, if you're a light leader, if you want to make fucking magic happen, you've got to get into not just what you don't know, but what you don't know that you don't know, and it's in the subconscious mind. It is in the alpha brainwave, which is your sleepy brainwave, not right down into theta where you're into your subconscious and you're being drilled. This is where kids are between the years of 0 to 7, right? They're in a theta brainwave where they're being programmed. You don't want to be programmed. You want to be creative. You want to go from survival brain, this is what it is, to this is what it could be. And this, what it could be, is connected to who I am, in my truth, in my authenticity, my values, my belief systems, my openness to possibility, my openness to vulnerability, my letting go of attachment to anything, everything, so that I can become pure and infinite possibility, which is what the quantum field is. The quantum field is infinite possibility. I talked in the mystery school that there are infinite doors, right? You get to open any of them. But the one that you will open will be the one that you focus on. And what people are doing is they are stuck in a room within the walls of their own subconscious belief systems, their internal belief systems. And what they do is they want to make progress, they want to make change in their life, and they walk out of that door, hoping to see something different, but they just walk into the same fucking room with the same fucking walls and the same fucking door on the other side. Nothing changes until you change. But you can't change anything either when you're not connected to who you truly are and what is truth for you, and what is divine will for you, not your ego's perception, not what your little eyes, we call it the little eyes, right? All of those little eyes. What about the divine eye? What about the fact that you have a divine destiny? What about the fact that it is already written, that star seed within the hologram of that seed is already within you, and you just got to start listening. It doesn't have to look as you even plan it, because what if there is a greater, more beautiful possibility? You have to become open, and in these experiences we become open. We switch off the default mode network of the brain, which is just constantly thinking. It's fucking exhausting, and we allow ourselves to drop into imagination. So we are going to drop into imagination, and we are going to breathe together. This is going to be a 4-round breath work using the Soma breath method, which is rhythmic breathing coupled together with breath retentions. Let me just check this left-hand side, see if we've got anybody else in the room. And what we're doing in the breath retentions is dropping into very deep position. I'm going to be guiding you to hold your breath, to breathe in together, and hold at the top. And then we go into another round of breath work. At the end of the breath work, I'm going to invite us to get up and to actually start moving our body. which is what I call the somatic evolution, right? The idea that this trauma is trapped in the cells of your body, actually, and we can actually shake it out when we're fully relaxed. When we're in that dreamy state, we can actually then start to really supercharge and to release. And you might really release. You might want to, like scream or shake or smash or grab a pillow and like just allow this is what we were talking about with Joe, the vulnerability to fully be through how you feel, right? To express. This is expression. This is expression, guys. This is the vulnerability. Vulnerability is where you are in your truth, where the walls come down, where the armors come off, and you allow yourself to be fully seen. Because allowing yourself to be fully seen is where the world gets to see your magic. And in switching off your conscious mind is where you get to awaken your gifts. We all have them. We all have connection to spirit. We all have this is so funny. My daughter was sick a few weeks ago and I sat with her and I healed her, actually, and she really felt healed. And evidently she went into school and she told one of her friends, well, in fact, she told all of her friends about this experience. And one of her friends, her mum is our cleaner, and she came around to clean on Wednesday and she said, "Oh my God, my daughter had us howling with laughter the other day." She came home and said, "Mummy, Eden's mummy is a psychopath. She healed Eden." And she was just laughing. She's like, "I think she got the wrong word. I'm not sure if she meant psychic, but I mean, I'm all good with psychopath." But my daughter felt the difference. My daughter felt the difference, and my clients feel the difference when I work with their energy. And you have these gifts too. It's just that you're not activating them. And if you're in a soul business, you can and you should, because like we've talked about all of today, the way forward is not through push and force and manipulating and control, preaching and trying to get people to hear your message. We can move them with our energy. We can move them with our frequency. We can change the world. I believe we can change the world with pure love. I'm going to sing from that. I'm jumping on Joe's bandwagon and starting to sing that message, because that's the sacred pulse that runs within you. That is the life force that is pulsating within you. Creation, creative power, not survival mode, creative power, whatever level you are at your business and whatever level you want to get to and whatever your plateau is, this stuff can help you. It can unlock your subconscious creativity. It can unlock the unconscious trauma in your body that's keeping you from radically expressing and keeping small. And then we throw in all the marketing strategy. If you missed the masterclass, you can rewind back when this goes off live in quite a few hours time. We're going all the way through till probably midnight New Zealand time. This is fucking wild. This is so cool. And you can watch the masterclass that shows you how I blend. It's like an interplay of energetics and proven marketing strategy, because actually no strategy will work if your energy's out anyway. But marketing strategy can become more powerful when you're more in your creative power and when your radical expression is unlocked. And I've designed a blueprint, a 9-step blueprint to really get you to that place. And we're specifically focusing also on an evergreen sales asset that can really take your influence and authority to the next level. And that evergreen sales asset is a book, because the whole world should know your story. The whole world should hear your soul story. And I believe that your soul story can change the world. And we want to get that into the hands of as many people as possible. And the system that we build behind that actually shortcuts lead generation and takes you out of the lead generation process so that you can have more freedom in your light business. When I launched this system for myself back in March, I felt like I'd retired. And maybe this started the journey of like true creativity and expression and authenticity, because I was like, what the hell do I do with all this time? I felt like one of those people who had retired and then starts playing bowls or watching Netflix because they don't know themselves enough. I had to know myself, and this is where I started to play with music, and going to Don's conversation. Something about that music has just opened up something inside of me that is even more magnetic. If you want to read my whole story, there is a link in the comments. Awaken your miracle frequency. It's easier than you think to have it all. If you're listening to this and you're like, yeah, are you sure about that, Claire? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm fucking really sure. And read my story, read the things that have happened in my life in the last, especially the last few years. But let's now experience this. Just give me 1 second to download our second piece of music, because I need a shorter one, because we've rattled and we've interviewed. And now my entire set is not right. So give me a second to download a little bit of a shorter track for us. Shouldn't take too long. I think if you're watching on the live stream, you're probably settled in right now. You've probably got your feet up. This is a good opportunity for you to find a place where you can relax, either seated or lying down. Like I said, after the breathing, we will be moving. So create a little bit of space behind you. I'm actually really lacking in space, so I apologize. You might not be able to see the whole of me. The place where I usually hire to do these events. So I do these events regularly with my clients, but I just had this, invitation from my beautiful coach to bring this out to more people, to make it more accessible. So this is where the live stream idea came from. I think it's a beautiful idea now that we're doing it. It's the first time I've done it. I am using this one stream restream type thing. So we have had some technical little issues, but I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there now. So let me pop this down into my downloads. Let me add it into my Audacity over here. Raywin, Don in the live room, if you are there, I could do with some sound testers. So in a moment, or maybe anybody who is watching on the live stream over here. Oh, Raywin's there in the chat. Don's busy. Great. Okay, so Raywin, in a moment. And if you want to jump on, Raywin, and breathe together like the good times, because Raywin's one of my mastermind clients. And we breathe together quite regularly, and it's fucking awesome. And she had the most amazing experience in my last virtual retreat, actually, which was what led to her coming into the mastermind. She was sold. She was sold. She thought it was epic. And she joined us, and now she's writing in the next volume of Leading with Light. Did I just say that out loud? Yes, I did. There is another volume of Leading with Light. So if you have been listening today and you've been like, actually, I have a soul story, I would freaking love to put it out there. There is the opportunity to do exactly what I've done, to do exactly what Raywin has done, to do exactly what Joe has done, and Judith, who you will meet shortly, have done, which is to share your story and to build a system behind it that uses your story as lead generation, taking you out of the process so that you can live more into your love of life, okay? Because I know that you are a freedom hungry starseed, just like me, a liberty loving light leader. And we don't like to be stuck in our admin. We like to be in our creativity, right? Okay. I think we are okay. Let me just do a little sound test. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Can you hear me now? Let's test. Oh, let's not test, actually. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Let's not test because we got it working. Okay, can you hear? Hang on. Can you hear? Some. Can you hear some music? Give me a second. Going across, going across, going across. Oh, you can. Okay, this is great. Okay, I'm not going to touch anything. You can. Okay, this is great. Okay, I'm not going to touch anything. What I'm going to ask you to do is to close your eyes. Close down your eyes. And simply relax. Relax into your body. Connect with your breath. Can you feel that beautiful air coming in through your nose? Breathe it all the way in, squeeze it at the top. Maybe even squeeze your pelvic floor, hold that energy in, and then let it go with a sigh of good feelings. Feel the release. Feel those good feelings. What I want you to do is feel you. Have a moment of beautiful gratitude for you. Your soul. You know that feeling when you feel deeply connected to who you are, those moments, those glimmers of truth. Feel that feeling right now, the feeling of connecting to your authentic truth and love from that feeling, love through your whole body. Activate this sacred, creative energy within you just by feeling love and gratitude. And again, let's squeeze down the pelvic floor and just breathe in together. All the way up, hold it. Squeeze your pelvic floor, keep it up there. And this time I want you to let go with a beautiful chant of Aum. We're going to do one more chant, but this time I want you to move the energy as you chant from your abdomen up into your heart center and then up into your pineal gland behind the eyes. So the R in the abdomen, the OO in the chest, and the in your brain. Ah, feel the vibration. Ah, vibrational being. The vibration that is coming from you is the reality that comes to you. And what we're going to do is breathe together in a beautiful round, 4 rounds of In for 4 and out for 4, guided. And what we want to do is increase the good feelings with every breath. In, 2, 3. In for 2, out for 4, sorry. And what you can do is actually squeeze down your pelvic floor on your in-breath and fully release with your out-breath. Breathing in a rhythm, breathing in that circle of life. The creation that flows from you in your vibration and the abundance that is received by you from the inexhaustible, infinite abundance of the universe. Allow your body to move with your breath. Become fluid and flow. Fully let go. Fully let go. And what we're going to do now is take a big deep breath in. Hold and squeeze it at the top. Let it go. Let your whole body go. Down into a breath of tension. Hold your breath. Feel the stillness. And you press pause on your breath. You press pause on life. Allow your mind to drift out of your body, allow it to drift up. And if you feel the urge to breathe, I want you to ignore it and just allow the sensation to build a little bit beyond your comfort zone. And then I want you to harness that creative power by squeezing down on your pelvic floor and breathing up. Following the energy up your spine, squeeze it. Squeeze it behind your eyes, drop your chin, squeeze your eyebrows together, hold your breath. Keep holding. And then release. Noticing your energy field. Feel your energy field around you. As you have circulated this energy, it has expanded in feeling. You are aware of the fact that there is no separation between you and what is around you. You are same energy in flow, and we're going to breathe again. 2, 2, out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, out, 2, 3, 4. As you increase your good feelings with your breath, feeling that love, feeling that gratitude, allow your mind to open up a vision that matches this frequency. What is it, the frequency of these good feelings? Breathe those good feelings up. Allow whatever you see without question, allow yourself to fully be in this vision, be in this experience. Fully experiencing this vision, bringing all into this movie in your mind, knowing that this movie is exactly the movie that you are experiencing in your world, in your day-to-day reality, being created from the vibration that is coming from you. What is the possibility of that? What is the possibility of changing your frequency? And breathe that possibility up, in, all the way up, hold, and then let it go. Down into your breath retention. Allowing your focus to come up out of your body. Drift up into the spaciousness of infinite possibility. Keep holding your breath. Again, if you feel the urge to breathe, ignore it or take a little sip and blow it back out again. Allow the sensation of life, force, creation, that is your urge to breathe, your urge to live, allow it to build, trusting that you are the one with the power. You choose when to squeeze down that pelvic floor. You choose now, together, squeeze and breathe in, following that energy all the way up your spine. Holding it, dropping your chin, squeezing your eyebrows together. See the light. And let it go. Back into that beautiful puddle of energy as we begin to breathe again. In, 2, out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, out, 2, 3. In, 2, out, 2, 3, 4. Creating this circular energy, circle of breath. As if, I want you to imagine as if you are making love with life as it is right now, as it is, with whatever is feeling hard or a struggle or a block, allow yourself with every out breath to release those low frequency feelings, release the frustration, release whatever you're feeling, inadequacy, ugliness, release with every out breath and breathe in love. Breathe in love. Breathe out. Release. Feel how you are creating space within. You are becoming the same energetic possibility as in the breath retention, opening, clearing, releasing, letting go. When you let go, you let in. And on this next one, we're going to breathe all the way in. Ready? Squeeze your pelvic floor. Hold. And let go. Drop back into your breath retention. Feel the vibration buzzing in your body. You are opening up space in your life to let in. What is your heart calling for? What is your heart calling in? Allow that vision to seed now. You don't have to see it clearly, see the glimmers. See what means something to you. And feeling. Hold that vision. Hold that vision and see that you are merely one step. A portal. Feel that portal in front of you. Feel the commitment in your solar plexus to step through. Step through to this vision. Hold down your pelvic floor. Are you ready? And we're going to breathe in and you're going to see yourself step, go. See yourself step in, breathe up, breathing the energy up into your mind's eye, behind your eyes. Squeeze down your eyebrows, drop your chin, hold that breath. Feel yourself, an infinite possibility, in the higher mind, in the higher energies. And let go. I want you to smile now as you breathe in. In, 2, and out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, out. 2, 3, 4. Breathe and release. Love. Oneness. Possibility. You are the creative power. Circulate this creative energy. Give it to the universe. And feel in feeling how the abundance returns to you. squeeze down your pelvic floor and breathe in, and out, and then all the way in. Hold it at the top, squeeze. Hold a little longer this time, feel the illumination, feel the light, and then release with a chant. As you continue to chant, I want you to feel your vibration leaving you, becoming one with everything around you. In chant with passion, chant with soul, chant with feeling. Feel how you're vibrating differently. Notice how you're feeling differently. One more chant. I'm just sitting in this energy for a moment, noticing the stillness, noticing the peacefulness, noticing the somatic evolution, soma, your body, somatic, full presence in your body. At your body's will is at divine will. The universe speaks through you, speaks through your feelings, speaks through your visions, speaks in a language that your conscious mind cannot understand, meaning that your next evolution will be outside of anything that your conscious mind can understand. Your next evolution can manifest instantly into your reality simply by letting go, like this. Allowing yourself to be in full consciousness. And in full consciousness, I want you to notice right now, what do you feel? This will be subjective to you. It might be good, it might be bad, it might be neutral. What do you feel? In a few moments, I'm going to guide you to stand up, because whatever you feel, if what you are feeling is low frequency, maybe some frustration, maybe some guilt, maybe some shame, maybe some sadness, maybe some grief, you're going to move it out. And if you are already feeling good feelings, you're going to breathe those feelings up. And hopefully, if you're feeling low frequency feelings, you're going to transition, you're going to transmute them, you're going to move them up through the chakras of your body, because every single chakra of your body is a center of wisdom, of ancient encoded wisdom in your body. Can allow this beautiful transmutation to love, to the infinite power, the boundless power of love, the boundless power of love in every moment, to see what you see and receive its gifts and blessings, to not create a gap between where you are and where you want to be, to allow what is to simply be. This does not mean that we let go of what feels aligned to us, but it means that we attract it in. with more ease. The higher you vibrate, the faster you vibrate, the easier it is to manifest, and the more that you love, the faster you vibrate. So let's vibrate together now. I want you to stand up. This is where my sound might get a bit dodgy, so I'm going to try my best to speak into the computer's microphone because this little one has stopped working. So I want you to stand up, feet on the floor, firmly on the floor. Just going to turn it down for a second. Turn it down for a second, just so you can hear me explain. I want you to have your feet placed firmly on the floor, and I want you to imagine that you're on a vibration pad. And this vibration is going to start coming up with your feet. It's going to come all the way up your body so that you are in a tremor. Your body is tremoring, and you bring this vibration all the way up, okay? So I'm going to bring this music up. Let's fucking let loose, guys. Check. No. Bring it back to you. What about that, Raywin? Oh my god, my phone. Like, is this coming out? I don't think it's coming out. Okay, right now. That's it. Yeah. Woo! Okay, right. So, feet on the floor. You're gonna get that vibration moving. Get that vibration in your body. It's like you're on a vibrating plate. You're gonna move the vibration up. Move that vibration up. Connect with your breath. Breathe as you're shaking. Get out of sound. now is to bring the breath in, okay? We're going to be breathing in and out. In and out. I want you to bring your arms up with your breath like this. We're going to be going. Ready? Bringing the music back up. In, out. In, out. All the way in. Hold. I want you to feel that energy. Feel that energy at the top. Feel that energy at the top. Feel its dizzy heights. Hold it. Hold it and feel it. Hold it. This is your life force. This is your life force energy. Hold it. Feel it. Feel the buzz. Feel the light. And then let it go. Ah. And as you let it go, I want you to feel the energy around you. Feel what it feels like. Feel the vibration. Notice. Notice and feel. Raywin, I'm bringing you in. What are you feeling? Put your sound on.
I'm playing with my energy.
Good, right? Yes, I love this. What do you feel? You can feel it, right? You can feel your energy.
Totally feel it. Yeah. I always feel it in my hands. Like I just feel so much tingling and you can feel like this, it's like a magnet. It's like a soft squishy balloon, like a magnet. I just love and it's tingling all up my legs.
Yes.
And just all over my whole body.
Yes.
I feel it heaps in my hands. Heaps in my hands. Heaps. Love it.
Love, 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 love that.
Love it.
Love that.
Yeah.
And that's just the tiniest experience, right? Like that's I mean, compared to what we do, Ray, when like going deep into those experiences and really starting to connect with our energetic body, connect with the wisdom in our body. Have you my retreat, my online retreat, I felt like you experienced such a shift across those 3 days.
Yeah, it was huge. It was massive. It just pulls you back to wanting more of that feeling. So you want to continue to feel this feeling, this vibrational energy pull to, and for me, like I'm quite visual in what I see, but when I do this work, there's a nothingness to it, which makes you feel almost lost, but it's not, it's a love lost. It's like you're not lost. You're home.
You're home.
You're home.
you're unattached, actually, is you know what I mean? That's the oneness. That's the realizing that you are one with everything. You are all of it, but you are also none of it. You know, what has connecting to these feelings, these good feelings, done to your creativity in the last couple of months?
Well, I mean, you know that the benefits of doing this work has been phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal, and it's grown me as a person. It's grown our business more than what we could have ever expected. You know, over a period of a month, just by. I mean, we already have our regular practices anyway, but increasing those regular practices with the quantum leap, with the methods, it is a quantum leap. There's no other way to describe it. It is like taking a quantum leap. Yeah. And you've still got life, you know, you've still got life. You've still got to deal with shit. You've still got to deal with stuff, right? But if you, with committing to putting yourself in a place where you own it and you step into it and you connect, it's just about connecting with yourself, isn't it? It's just about connecting within.
Do you know the word is quantum, because actually quantum is atomic. A quantum is so small, and that's the essence of a quantum leap. It's not all this big stuff that you're trying, you know, the massive campaigns and the launches. It is the in the moment tiny decisions to live into the frequency of your next octave, to make the decision that creates those feelings, which, like you've experienced, is sometimes letting go of the to-do list and sitting down and opening up the quantum leap portal and breathing, moving, chanting, dancing.
I get so much more done when I do the 7x7.
Yeah, no, me too. It creates time, doesn't it?
You just get so much more done, you know?
It's nuts.
Yeah. It's out of it. It's out of it. It's out of it, but it's amazing.
It's also, you know, you think about, you know, I know if you're a creator out there, right, one of your biggest struggles is, what do I create? What do I post? What do I say today? Guys, I've been live since 11 a.m. this morning. It's 4 p.m. This is the only list I have, which is to do with the next session, just to make sure I cover everything. Because I want to talk into the fifth holistic circuit of your brain, which I know Raywin already heard some of this in the last retreat. But that has been through just being in the moment, right? Rolling moment to moment, bringing Dawn on, having stuff that, you know, like I said to, I'm just not sure if it was Dawn or somebody else that was chatting to me in Messenger this morning. You know, he said, I'm really surprised that you've been able to show up for the last couple of weeks. I said, dude, I haven't. Like, none of my content has been live. You might be able to tell with the hair, right? It's like it was a different color and long. This is not content. This is just inspired, like, sharing, because that's where we want to be. Is we want to wake up every single morning with the divine download. This is what I have to share today. And what the Awakened Wealth Blueprint is, it gives you a way of creating a wheel of content that's constantly turning with this inspiration. Right? We multi-purpose everything that you're doing and that you're creating, so that if you want to step out of your business on purpose,
you can.
If you get sick, if you want to take a sabbatical, you can. Freedom. I remember feeling locked tight into my business, rope around the neck, got to show up, got to constantly be pushing the wheel. You know, we want to come away from that. And this is how we do it, is to become an absolute vessel of creative inspiration, inspired. I used the words in that breath work, making love with life as it is, in the moment. Isn't that a Kiwi expression? It is what it is. And you go, oh, fucking hell. Well, you want to go, it is what it is. And I fucking love it anyway, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna bring all of myself fully into this moment, whatever this moment is. And the more that you can make the decision to do that in the moment, the more your external reality will change naturally. Will just begin to align to this new frequency that you're at.
Mm.
And I know that you've experienced that, like, you know, the vibration of things towards you without all the push and the force, right?
Absolutely. Totally. Just let it come, let it be, and listen, just listen, you know, it's actually, it's connecting and listening, not forcing, not trying to fix anything, just creating.
And then not going, sorry, what was that? I'm not going to do that. Saying yes, right? You've got to say, however crazy it is, however illogical it is, you've got to understand that, like, this is the message from the universe to, and this is the thing, I think the session that we had on the weekend was so powerful, or during the week last, what day? It's the weekend now. So middle of the week when we did our coaching. And you were saying how, you know, in the moment, you were just literally in receptivity to the experience that you were in, and it ended up differently to how you could have planned or strategized, but it worked out. It probably worked out better. It created opportunity. It created possibility, which is the truth, right? Think to yourself, as you're holding on to security, as you're holding on to safety, where are you cutting out quantum surprises? Where are you creating an actual wall to things being better than you could possibly have imagined, and living into that expanded experience of life? That was another thing when I cracked multi-six figures, and I'm sat there and I'm like, where's all the experiences that I thought I would be having with this money? I was trapped in abundance.
Do you know that after our session this week, we got another high ticket?
Yes, girl! This is brilliant!
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was all just, I mean, it's all just, I mean, you have to put yourself out there. Absolutely. But you have to trust in those people that, you know, that you're calling to, that are needing to hear you, you know, and it's trust. But you have to put use the vibration, use the energy. It's so available to you, right? So available to you. Yeah. So cool.
Thank you so much. We've just gone across the 4 o'clock line. So I'm going to take this moment to start this presentation, actually, which I'm going to take. Thank you, Raywin. You're amazing. On in the room. Back to you. So where are we? We have talked about the principle today that we're basically manifesting in every moment, right? We are reality coming to us from us. And the thing is that we don't know what we are creating unconsciously from a primal need of safety, from the place of our trauma, until we know, which is what Don said, right? He said that magical word, awareness. Many of us, especially if we're running a really, you know, and the thing is that when you crack success, right, when you have the clients coming in, you have even less time to invest into yourself, into your meditation, into your breath work. You know, when I was in a big mastermind, I'd hear so many of the women say, oh, well, you know, now I've got some money, I want to go to the gym, but how do I find time to go to the gym? I mean, as Raywin has just said, by taking time to invest in meditation, you create time. Time opens up. Time is actually an illusion. It's actually coming from you. The space, when you're in spaciousness, you're creating spaciousness. So in this spaciousness, when we're transmuting these feelings, you know, of the moment, say you've had a hard day with the kids, maybe you didn't get any sleep. Maybe a client hasn't paid. Maybe you are feeling like you're hitting walls left, right, and center. If you can sit down 7 times a day and actually allow those feelings to come up and transmute them and find clarity and peace and love, then you become a whole different vibration that is going to change what you have on the outside. Now, throw something in that's a curveball, you know, maybe something quite traumatic happens. Again, the ability to actually be with those feelings and begin to heal immediately. You know, we do not get traumatized by the experience that we have. We get traumatized by the way that we replay it in our minds. You know, a year ago yesterday, I lost my dad, and I went through this. I understood how trauma is created. It was the wildest experience. You know, I obviously was overwhelmed emotionally in the moment that what happened. And what happens in your brain in that moment is an engram forms, like a little neural cluster of pathways, basically. And what you do as you replay this in your mind, because it's overwhelming emotionally, you don't know why it happened, you're trying to process it, right? Maybe it's confirming beliefs that you've got about yourself. So you replay this fucking picture in your mind. I experienced this, seeing this over and over and over again, and all these questions are coming up. Why? What? Who I am, telling me who I am, telling me that it was my fault, you know? And what you're doing is attaching neural pathways. You are sticking this file into the brain cabinet that gets stored away, that basically guides how you go forwards in your life. So if you can have a method, and this is how I created the 7x7 method, was to experience such deep trauma that I didn't know how to go forward. And one of my own master coaches, one of my own beautiful Quantum Leap master coaches, rang me and said, Claire, you know what to do. You have brought us through things like this. You know what to do. And I realized she's right. I know what to do. And, you know, I actually went to the Quantum Leap Intensive, which is the certification to take this method out to other people. And I took myself through one of my own assessments, which is to create what we call an integration plan, which is to take all of these ways that we can tap into consciousness, that we can become peaceful, that we can create resonant harmony, harmonious frequency, resonant frequency. And I created a plan so that I did, right? Because that's when you are traumatized, when you go through something, you need something to hold on to. You need a stable ground. And I thought, rather than the crutches, maybe the alcohol, maybe the going to the gym and killing myself there, or signing up for a fight, or whatever, all the shit that I used to do, I thought maybe I hold on to this integration plan, which included 7 times a day sitting at my altar and leaning into neurosomatic practice. 7 simple rituals that I then put onto the 7x7 app that you can get down in the comments. And what we're doing is having a somatic evolution. Our entire vibration changes. And as Raywin just shared, from this change in frequency, this change in feeling, you become a different expression of yourself, right? It's like you want to love on life. You want to bring love to every moment. I had somebody in the messenger say that I was pissing her off with my messages. And, you know, she said, I can't remember what she said, but I loved on her. I said, hey, you know, it's okay. Like everything is okay. I'm sorry that you know, you're in an automated thing. I'll unclick the box and, you know, I hope everything's okay. And she came back and she said, well, it isn't. And I said, it's okay. You know, like I could have reacted. I could have been triggered by her, you know, gentle attack, but it's still sort of a, you know, it's the reactions. We change them to responses, loving responses, and the entire situation changes. And from that, things attract differently to you, right? So somatic evolution leads to, if you can do things like we just experienced a little bit of more often, you are bringing a whole different version energetically of yourself into every situation of life. And this is where the Awakened Wealth Blueprint takes your business to the next level, because we build these things in. So you might be in a program right now that's strategy based. You might be in a mastermind that is business focused. And maybe you're in this mastermind or you're in this program and you're asking yourself, how do I take care of myself a little bit more? How do I, increase my worthiness? How do I get over these feelings that I'm having? How do I, you're aware, right? You are aware that something needs to shift internally. Well, we build this into your program. It's a major part of the Awakened Wealth Blueprint, in a way that we also actually make accessing this alpha mind of yours, this super consciousness, part of your damn strategy, because it is your creative expression. It is where you unlock radical expression. And when you unlock radical expression, you start stirring the waters of your visibility, and people start to notice. People start to connect with you. People start to get curious about you, right? Rather than the resistance that they feel every time you share a bloody offers post or your next launch or whatever else it is, you bring them into your world. So I say that, my work is transforming leaders from the inside out. And I specifically work with light leaders, people who have a story generally. And this story has led to them believing something that is usually just slightly outside of the box. And for that reason, it's difficult to get traction in a market if you do not have the right expression, and this is where strategically we might go to a copywriter, or we might go to a marketing coach, or we might go to a social media like graphic person or manager or whatever else. But what I'm saying is you just need to go deeper into yourself, because the version of you that has mastered this expression is already there, right? And it's simply a case of intention to be more than you are, that seeds what I call the quantum feedback loop, which is how your energy comes from you and comes back to you in the reality that you want. This is not logical or linear, right? So I say there is a blueprint. I say there is an Awakened Wealth Blueprint that has 9 steps, but really it's not a linear or logical process, because we're in the quantum. We're in the quantum field of infinite possibilities. What you just heard from Raywin, the quantum leaps are, the quantum surprises are. We do not want to be attached to a plan. Your plan, brain, is over here in the 4 circuits, we're going to talk about in a minute, of your brain that are keeping you stuck and small. Where we want to get into is the 5th to 8th circuits of the brain, starting with the 5th holistic circuit of the brain, which is going to, completely change how you show up in business and life, and how business and life starts happening for you. I say step 1 of the Awakened Wealth Blueprint: awaken your miracle frequency. Use the 7x7 method. Start to experience coherence. But that's only step 1, right? We then want to start living, like I say, in more of your right brain, the alpha mind, away from the survival brain into the creative brain. And this is where, you just see an entirely different version of life, new possibilities. Look, I said earlier, I say to my clients a lot, look to see. The only reason you're seeing what you're seeing is because you believe something. So if you're not seeing something, you can change a belief system and you can start to see it. And if you see it, it will become. That is how energy turns to matter, right? So we need to get into our creative brain. We need to get into our imagination, where I took you in the breath work just then, just for a short amount of time, but you danced in your imagination there. You switched off the default mode network of your brain that spins around with the same records, same stories, same narratives. And you go across into this beautiful place of possibility, just like a child, this dreamy, beautiful state of possibility. And this is actually where we are taking the reptilian brain, which is part of your survival brain, which is your reptilian brain keeping you stuck, because the reptilian brain is literally like a big switch at the back that, as the information comes in, the reticular activated system is filtering everything out that is not important. And the most important thing is that you stay fucking alive, okay? You have got to stay alive. That's what your brain is saying. Your reptilian brain is making sure that you stay alive. And it is basically going it is working to your disadvantage. But what we can do is use it to your advantage, because what the reptilian brain does is it doesn't work in words. It works in sounds, it works in shapes, it works in colors. And we can take this beautiful information and we can use it to create things that are new possibility. you know, I had a beautiful experience with somebody yesterday. I did a breath work with them. And, you know, in my breath works, I'm very careful to not fill the mind with pictures, but to guide your mind to create its own pictures, which is where the reptilian brain is working, right? And he said how he saw this beautiful white eagle, and this beautiful white eagle was flying, and he then saw the white eagle just turn into like the cosmos almost. And he said he got this beautiful message from this, you know, that there is no separation. It guided him to see how he should be showing up. He came out of the breathwork and he's like, just hang on a minute, I need to write this stuff down. He had a massive breakthrough yesterday, like a huge breakthrough. And he said, I've got to do this more often. You've got to do this more often too. So we can make your reptilian brain an ally to the growth of your business. And we do that by activating this number one, the fifth holistic circuit of your brain. So I'm going to talk you through the levels of the brain, right? And these circuits of your brain, circuits 1 to 4 are the left brain. Your linear, logical, survival brain. The base circuit is your bio survival system. And this is, it's like what you come out of the womb with, right? And if we go back in time, it is the very primal, instinctive, just get through, just exist. If we align it to the levels of consciousness, it is the to me level of consciousness, level 1, because it is very much like the world is happening to me and I have to stay safe. Okay, so it is very primal. If you are traumatized, you will be falling to this default base level of your brain more often than other people. It can be quite narcissistic, selfish. You know, it will cause you to feed the safety over everything else. And I think, you know, in my book, I talk about how a podcast would talk about the victim Olympics, how society is like the victim Olympics right now, because society has fed this primal circuit of the brain, created systems to keep us safe, you know, stepped in when things go to shit so that we feel like we can rely on things outside of ourselves. It's playing on this very primal circuit of the brain, and we need to break out of that because we have such infinite power beyond that, right? Circuit number 2 is your emotional territorial circuit. And you create your reality tunnels on this, right? So if you imagine that you are storing information through the reptilian brain. So information comes into the brain and it is like deciding based on past experiences, whether this is like a green flag or a red flag. And if it's a red flag, then you have an emotion that stops you in your tracks of action or guides your behaviors, how you take action, right? So when we're in this circuit of the brain, you're going to be very stuck behind your emotions. You're going to see in my episode of A Baptism of Fire, which is coming up in 40 minutes. You know, if I have got stuck behind the emotions that you see me have, which are quite dramatic, my business would have gone nowhere, right? And I was having them, you know, my existing situation was bringing me things that were triggering this emotion, but this emotion was nothing to do with the present moment, if that makes sense. And that's what happens, right? We're having emotions in the present moment that are nothing to do with the present moment, but we're pulling them from the past, which means we're walking backwards into our future. We can't see our future because we're looking backwards, which means we're not creating it because we're over in this left-hand survival side of the brain, right? We can go another level up into the third circuit of the brain. And this circuit is your time-binding somatic circuit of the brain, which is a little bit like personal responsibility. It's like the next level of consciousness where you realize that you can have an active part in how you lead your life. But the thing about this circuit of the brain is it's still very linear. It's still very logical. It does lead to push and to force, or to be pushed and forced. And I'm smiling because, yeah, I'll tell you in a minute. so we're dancing across these 3 circuits, and then the 4th circuit is what we call the social sexual circuit of the brain. And this is where we again step out of that level of consciousness where we're in the level 2 and we're sort of like pushing and forcing, and we do actually start to realize that we can kind of give up the conscious mind, right? That we can start leaning into our feelings and our experiences and our interactions, like almost the unknown, the outside of the matrix. And this is why it's sort of right on the line of the 2 sides of the brain, because in here we will often, this is where you can end up in spiritual crisis. You know, you can start to say, actually, oh my God, this is just so scary to let go of everything that I know that I'm going to shut down, and then just go back down to the lower levels of the brain, right? The lower circuits, instead of stepping across. And this is where we step across into the 5th holistic circuit of the brain, which is your neurosomatic system. This is where we do completely let go of the conscious mind, tap back into the body, neurosomatic. And if you can fully lean in, let go, and be in this 5th holistic circuit of the brain, which takes you from the left brain across to the right brain, then you can actually begin to let go of your ego completely. And if you let go of your ego completely, then that's effectively the death of struggle, right? Because it's always, if you are in struggle, if something is hard, then that is your ego. That is your ego. You can say immediately, I'm operating from my ego that wants to keep me safe, rather than from pure possibility, which is looking at what you are experiencing with love and seeing the gifts and the blessings in it. So we want to turn on the neurosomatic circuit of the brain, the 5th holistic circuit of the brain, on purpose, because in that circuit of the brain, we stop struggling. We start allowing. We start being. We start loving. We start vibrating at a higher frequency all the time. And like Raywin said, when you can connect with those feelings, you want more of those feelings, and they're easier to switch on. When you are constantly living in your linear, logical left-hand side of the brain, survival brain, it's actually really hard to let go of your body. Going back to what we talked about with Joe, the sex magic, you know, you think about sex and it is this really vulnerable place, right? It is a vulnerable place of pure openness and trust. And that's trust of the other, but then also trust of yourself. And it's actually more trust of yourself, because if you fully trust in yourself, then you'll actually trust the other, right? So, and you'll trust that you are the other too, actually, you know, and that is what we're doing in sex magic, is we're combining these beautiful energies. They are becoming one. You're letting go of the physical body completely. And you are allowing this creative life force to alchemize, to transmute, to release. And, you know, Joe talked about vitality. Yes, it's very good for you, but it's also a place of, you know, real divine illumination. And like this place where you are fully at one, that you can be in receivership of the abundance that is there for you. And it's really, really powerful. But it like this body of ours, and this is the journey that I had, you know, I did experience sexual trauma. I have spent a long time unable to relax, unable to let go, unable to trust. And when I discovered this neurosomatic stuff, and I began to breathe and I began to move, and I realized, like, I remember realizing about a year ago, I was like starting to dance, and I was like, oh my God, this is the first time I've danced without being drunk. I couldn't dance. Now I dance all the time. Like, you cannot stop me dancing. I dance like an idiot. My kids are like, oh my God, Mum, just, you know, and then they dance with me. Moving your body, freedom in your body, freedom to be, freedom to feel, freedom to be actually as you are, right? And we want to grow this. We want to grow this vulnerability, because from this vulnerability comes this creative energy, and from this creative energy comes your expression. Okay, so the beauty of this fifth holistic circuit of the brain is that it wipes all the other circuits. So you're there in this linear logical mind, maybe going through your strategy, maybe going through your counseling, your talk therapy, your whatever it is. But if you could just switch this fifth holistic circuit of the brain on, it wipes all those other circuits. They stop working. But you need to reconnect to your body. You need to be able to be in your body. You need to be able to let go. You need to be able to, I'm repeating myself. It is this beautiful, happy, high feeling, right? Whatever is going on in your surrounding. You know, maybe my beautiful assistant told me the other day that this word, maybe it looks like you're delusional. And apparently there is a TikTok hashtag called Delulu. And he said, you are completely Delulu, Claire. And I said, good, because being Delulu has brought the abundance that I have into my reality easily. Because you get outside of the time-space continuum, right? You stop being caught in these boxes of your reality. You break free, you experience freedom to be all of you, and you bring all of you into every moment. You let go of this conscious control. Like you may right now be where I was, and I welcome you to read my full story. There's a comment with my book, Awaken Your Miracle Frequency. And it's really having a death grip on conscious control of everything, because you're scared to let go of it. So we can create these feelings. We can learn to create these feelings. And I feel really passionate about helping you to do this, which is why today is also the launch of Mayu, which is my platform, mayu.tv. And what I see on this platform is conscious collaboration with other people, sharing of content, sharing of music, sharing of modalities and experiences to show you how to tap into this divinity within, to reconnect to your body, to awaken this sacred ancient wisdom that is there and available to all of us, that is going to help you to switch this circuit on. Something that I've discovered certainly this year, and something that you're going to see in A Baptism of Fire, my episode, 33 minutes time over on YouTube, is that we do have a divine destiny. It is already written. We are like a player and a play. We're a player, but we're being played in this greater reality. So everything should be about co-creation, not about questioning, right? Assuming. I talked about in, I'm not sure what event I did recently, maybe the flow state, how we're doing 4 things all of the time, right? We are making assumptions. We are feeling resistance. We are what are we feeling? I've had a mind blank. Feeling resistance. Assuming, feeling resistance, feeling aversion, and attaching. And all of those 4 things, I'll give you an example. So feeling aversion is like, I'm like, I can't, I'm physically allergic. Feeling attachment is, fuck, if I don't have this, then it's really, really bad. Feeling resistance is, oh, my feet are in custard. I'll kind of do it, but I really don't want to be there. A little bit like aversion, but more like, yeah, it's doing it, but playing small. And assuming is like already deciding what something is before you actually get there, right? So in a sales call, for example, you might get on the sales call and you're already assuming that the person has no money. And so that guides how you show up on the call. So we're doing these things based on our programming, right? What we actually have to do is understand that every single moment is divinely gifted, and we have to let go to let God, knowing that we are God, and surrender in full vulnerability to what we're experiencing and feel ecstatic bliss anyway, right? So if we bring this into money, right, let's bring this into the idea of money. Like I write about in my book, Leading with Light, my chapter in Leading with Light, which again, you can get for free down in the comments. That's so hard because of the conditioning that we have. Like, we're conditioned to believe that money is scarce. Money runs out. Money is only accessible to some. There's so many programs and conditions that literally are being plugged into us, plumbed into us from the minute we're born. And, you know, there's this way that we see money being made, and it's through action. It's possibly through hustle. It is only through having the security of a job. We have an idea of what those jobs look like. We have an idea about what working look like, what you know. But if we are living into those programs and conditions and feeling like crud, we're actually just creating more of what we're experiencing, right? So what about if you can change state? What about if you can, like I said, make love with every moment? It is actually possible. And what happens when you start to do that, when you're able to start to do that? And again, the long way is to go through every single belief system and rewire it. Or you can activate the fifth circuit of the brain and you can actually release that engram. You can let it go. It's absolutely been studied as possible. We cross the alpha and theta brainwave over and the brain is releasing shit. And you feel differently. You feel like you've had an enlightenment, right? And there are ways of making this happen even faster. So if we start to use Kavala Kumbhaka in breathwork, which is, really bringing the body into this highly almost aroused state of energy, really awakening the Kundalini, getting that circulating energy. Coming to a place of breathlessness that is really easy, right? So really taking the deep meditation that you dropped into through the breath work just before, but like super deep, that you have breathed in a rhythm so much that your pH has changed, your oxygen carbon dioxide balance is completely different. You go into really deep hypoxia and you release DMT. So then you are completely changing the physical state of the body. Like you're in absolute ecstasy. It's incredible. Like, I have had whole body orgasm through just breath work. Clients have had the same. It's nuts. And these are the energy this is the energy that is coming from you that will come back to you in abundance, right? So we've got to start doing some of this on purpose. And I really want to be the leader that shows you how. And, for me, that has been about embodying it myself, really going deep with this work myself. And because of that, it has required me to face a lot of my fears, to get through my own fear that if I step out of everything that I know about making money, that I know about staying secure, that I know about getting shit done, that I will be okay. And that has led to this place of such freedom to live and breathe this stuff, right? That it's rubbing off onto other people. And it's just incredible. Your death fear, it's like, it's so primal. It's working 24/7. And like I said, it's trying to keep you alive. And society has really played on that. And there's this massive gap because of that between helplessness and power. We see those in power being a smaller percentage of people, but there's also groups within the power as well, right? And the biggest group is the ones that are pushing and forcing and manipulating and controlling. Society is set up so that those systems that they put in place make us feel secure. But what we're really doing is not trusting ourselves and letting go of our innate, natural, creative power that we can wake up, and magic can happen from that. Now, we also are doing something really important to manifestation when we activate the fifth holistic circuit of the brain, because when we can follow sort of traditional manifestation methods, which is setting a vision and trying to feel it like it's happened already, we're actually creating a gap. So energetically, we're saying that we don't really believe that we have it, but we see it over here and we're going to try and focus on it. But because we're not there and we're not there in energy, we're creating a gap, which is actually scarcity, which doesn't manifest high quality abundance, right? So in activating the fifth holistic circuit of the brain, there's no conscious process. You are there energetically, or you are there. There is no gap. And again, Like, this challenges our conditioning so deeply, doesn't it? Because, you know, where were you ever taught at school that you can do a bit of breath work and manifest abundance? You're not told that. You're told that productivity actually creates results. Physical work creates results. And you're rewarded for all of that as well, right? You've gone through school getting rewarded for being smart. You go into work, you get rewarded for showing up. You get bonuses for staying late. You get pay rises for getting smarter. None of it's told us that it can be that easy, right? So you're gonna fight your brain on this a little bit. And this is not just down to individual belief systems as well. This is actually to do with collective belief. So there's this beautiful story of a guy that, I think it was the last or the first and last documented levitation. I can't remember from when, but very, very, very long time ago. And basically, it was documented that this guy levitated quite high off the ground. Now, the key part of this story is that they hadn't discovered gravity yet. So gravity hadn't been discovered. So collectively, we would not have believed that, that it was impossible. So you got to think about collectively, what do we believe is impossible? Because those beliefs are infiltrating. You are affected by the collective beliefs as well as your own beliefs. So it kind of makes this internal work even deeper, right? To again, because if you let go of some of these collective beliefs, we get punished in society. You know, again, we see it through COVID, when you had an inner knowing, you had an inner feeling that the vaccine wasn't for you, and you didn't follow the crowd. We got punished for that. We got isolated. We got cut off from certain things. It's all a power play, right? And it's hard to say, actually, I'm going to risk being seen as mad. I'm going to risk being seen as delulu, and I'm going to follow the inner knowing, and I'm going to start to learn to trust this even more deeply. And again, this is what my episode is about: this inner knowing, this inner feeling, this self-trust. So, and it's also very, like I say, in receptivity. We started today, I said a statement, a friend had put something on Instagram that said, allow the universe to heal you. And it had impacted me deeply, because I thought, wow, that's just what today is about, right? Is to be in that co-creation, to know that if you can switch on this fifth holistic circuit of the brain and be at peace with what is and create good feelings, this happy high feeling, then this healing process even becomes a quantum leap, right? You can allow whatever experience you are going through to be the path to your healing, rather than us going down this route, this conscious route, this clunky route of it needing to be a certain way. Nothing needs to be a certain way. That's the creative wave of chaos, is to just let go and to, jump on that surfboard and ride, where feel the vulnerability of falling off, and know that you won't, right? And if you do, you'll be okay. So your evolution in consciousness, it won't be linear. It won't be logical. It will be in this right-hand side of the brain, but this right-hand side of the brain is very inactive. Okay, so we need to wake it up. We need to know how to activate it. We need to reconnect the mind to the body. And I feel like our future evolution is here in this right-hand side of the brain, and all of these ways that we can awaken our creative power. And all that is required to do that is to feel. So, like I said, this is the good feelings, the bad feelings, the ugly feelings, because they're all vibrations, energy in motion. And we can transmute the bad feelings, and we can turn the bad feelings into good feelings, and we feel more of the good feelings. But it means we've got to feel, which means we need to slow down. It means we need to switch off more. It means we need to let go of the things that we death grip onto to keep us safe and secure. It means that we need to start with the simple things like the 7x7 method, carving in 7 times a day, 7 simple neurosomatic rituals that allow you to evolve your consciousness. Again, free app down in the comments. Go grab that. I am so passionate about breath because breath is the gateway to this. Breath is the gateway to activating this 5th holistic circuit of your brain, because your breath is actually, it's your nervous system. So the minute that the breath shifts, the nervous system shifts. So if you can learn to be in conscious connection with your breath, slow it down, then you can be creating coherence really, really easily. You can also master expanding the capacity to hold feelings, because to transmute feelings, we have to feel feelings, okay? And what we can't do when we've lost the ability to feel, right? We distract ourselves, we go numb those feelings. But we've got to expand our capacity to hold those feelings. And we can use the breath to do that. We can use the breath to move through the discomfort. Just as with the sex magic, we're using the breath to feel more of the good feelings, to expand the capacity to hold the good feelings so that we're circulating more of this energy, right? So we're expanding the capacity to hold, to feel, to allow, to transmute. And, at the end of the day, you are just biology. I say this to my clients, like, it can seem really complicated and emotional and quite dramatic, but we're just biology, right? Yes, we are these beautiful souls within the biology that we're wanting the soul to come through a little bit more, but ultimately we are in a physical vessel, and that physical vessel is just biology, which is why biohacking, emotional biohacking, is so powerful. Learning these ways to hack your nervous system, to override your fight and flight center, to stop living in the chemical fucking bomb, nuclear bomb that is going off in your body every day and causing you to basically die quicker. We can use the breath. We can use the breath to create beautiful coherence and to create a different response in the moment, to expand our capacity to hold feelings so that we can transmute them and hold more of the good sensations. I like this analogy of breathing is the way to escape from a hole. So if you imagine yourself in a hole right now, right? Whatever situation it is that, maybe doesn't feel good, maybe doesn't feel like your authentic expression, doesn't feel like it matches the feeling of who you are inside. And you can feel like you're in a hole. You can feel stuck. It can feel dark. It can feel impossible to climb out. You're looking up the walls and you're like, and I actually have to climb out, right? I have to claw my way up and it's hard and I just don't have the energy. I just don't have the motivation. And the thing is that your breath, if you imagine like a helium balloon or a, what are they called? Those things with the baskets and they're floating up, hot air balloon. When you start to breathe, you start to become lighter. And so connecting to your breath, beginning to breathe in a rhythm, even if it's just for 7 minutes, is literally floating out of the hole. Using the breath consciously to shift your vibration is like growing fucking wings and flying out of the hole, okay? Like, I cannot say that with any more enthusiasm. Like, learning to master your breath is the most powerful tool to change everything in your reality really, really fast. And it's also a way that we can get over this primal death feeling, right? Because again, it's just the nervous system. If the nervous system doesn't feel like you're going to die, then your energetic expression is not, a complete surviving death. It is beginning to live, right? It's beginning to live. So I'm going to check the old Facebook, if I can find my phone, and see if there are any questions. Are there any questions from anybody who is here live in the room on this 5th holistic circuit of the brain? Let's have a look on Facebook, see if there's any questions there. No questions in that one. I'll go across here. Have we got any questions on the other one? Got some hearts. Hi. Hi there. Beautiful. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 15-minute break. And after the break, I'm going to be premiering my episode of A Baptism of Fire. This one is... this one has been hard to put together, put out. I definitely felt the fire of transformation. A baptism of fire came from the idea that your transformation, your step into the next octave of your life really is a fire. It's not comfortable. It does come from accepting with grace what you are experiencing in the present moment so that you can use what it illuminates to you to burn down all of these identities, you know, all of these expressions of you that are not true to you, and you change. You know, you have an identity shift. Your energetic blueprint is different in this identity shift, and you experience a different reality. So I definitely was experiencing some discomfort about 6 months ago in my business that was actually making me feel like I wanted to walk away from my business some days. And it came from the desire to help more people. So I'd made a commitment at the beginning of this year that I wanted to help more people. I'd restructured my value offer. So I had made a lot available for free. I had taken a couple of my digital courses from, you know, one of them I'd put into really affordable installments for people. One of them I'd reduced the cost by about $2,000. I'd really gone out on a limb to help more people. And what happened was not what I expected to happen, actually. And you're going to see what did happen and the feelings that it created in me, and how this is a prime example of how your experience in the now is nothing to do with the now, and how it's a beautiful illumination of something that you're carrying. And whatever you're carrying is blocking. It's creating the separation from this beautiful unity consciousness, from this place of, you know, if you want to help people as a light leader, then you actually step into divine service. You step into divine will. This is no longer about you and how you think that you should help people or what you want to do. This is actually about what you're here for, and it's your soul's purpose. And it's that beautiful hologram on the inside of your starseed starting to roll out into manifestation. And you've got to take the hands off the steering wheel for this. You've got to allow and you've got to let go. And this year I've let go of a considerable amount of things. And I said to my clients, you know, a couple of weeks ago, nobody talks about this, that these quantum leaps, they actually invite loss. They require you to let go, and that sometimes what you're letting go of has been part of your identity. But your identity has been founded in where you've been feeling unsafe and insecure, and from this beautiful reality of your ultimate infinite scale of creative power. So you're going to see my own quantum leap, and it really has opened up a beautiful new level of my business. And it is the embodiment as well of where I help my clients to take ownership, to find alignment, and really step into leadership by going through this discomfort, by receiving it with grace, and by receiving its gift, and actually going forward with the wisdom that comes from these gifts as well. So I'm going to put on our little advert while I go for a bathroom break, because we've been here since 11 a.m. and I've only peed once, and then I'll take you over to the premiere. Now, if you would like to watch the YouTube premiere, I'd love you to watch the YouTube premiere to give it some traction on the algorithm. I'm going to put the link down in my Facebook comments, and I'll put it here for those live in the room as well, but it will also be streaming as well. So let's cut over here to my beautiful, oh, just got the little notification from YouTube that it's coming. Okay, right, so we're going to go over here, share the audio. We'll just have a little break. If you want to take a little break, go to the toilet, get a drink, get some tissues. You might need them. This episode is epic. Let's pop our little revolving advert on.
Y quise manchar el amor a su cielo celeste azulero que viene y pinta. Pura, sana. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
If you are ready for transformation, if you are ready for that 2.0 version of yourself, creating this business that you are proud of in a positive way, that is creating the income, the impact, and the influence that you want, the way to do that is what I call activating your miracle frequency. And your miracle frequency is where you are just a bundle of those higher frequency emotions every single day. You are in a higher consciousness. You have stepped away from the victim consciousness to unlock this way of living your life where things happen for you. Synchronicities and miracles are part of your status quo. You are attracting what you want to you with ease, and you are in this place of freedom where you get to create what you want every day without those limiting emotions. I learned once from a TED talk this idea that emotions aren't just this thing in your mind like a bank, that they're stored in there, that they're just sat in there, and then in the moment your brain taps into this little emotion bank and takes one out and then says, here you go, this is how you should react. Emotions are created completely from scratch in the moment you are in the experience. They are created from the belief system that you have. So if you can change your belief systems, then in the moment when your mind reaches back into those experiences, there will be no negative emotions that it latches onto to divert from an experience that aligns with your truth. The emotion will be created in the moment of joy, excitement, something that takes you forward, something that gets you into powerful action, something that allows you to take risk and go big, get super visible, use your voice, scream rooftops. What it is that you believe can change the world. So work out that truth. Connect with yourself. Learn about yourself. Cut everything out that is misaligned to you. Start healing those limiting emotions and have the courage to step into your power. We all have a story. My story created the blueprint that I have to help you because I know how these emotions
emotions can limit what you want in your life. But if you're like me and you have that soul goal to make a difference and do it in a way where you are wealthy and able to experience an abundance in your own life, give your children the most amazing experiences, give to projects, give to charities, create foundations. I'm here to show you a way forward where you can have it all and it can be easy. It just takes courage. Courage is the line between those lower frequency emotions and those higher frequency emotions. And in those higher frequency emotions, if we can live through those emotions, joy, unlimited love, enlightenment every single day, because we have resolved those emotions of the past. We get to have those emotions guide our interpretation of the reality that we have, and guide those big life decisions that we make, and guide how we take action on these powerful strategies that are given to us in our business to create the results that we want. We activate your miracle frequency in such an easy way. I have created 7 simple 7-minute neurosomatic rituals that tap into the ancient wisdom of your body and tap into how we can work with your subconscious mind to create new empowering belief systems, a new level of energy and vibration. And all you have to do is use these 7 simple 7-minute neurosomatic rituals 7 times a day. I have created a free app where you get to tap in to these amazing, simple, powerful rituals, and at the same time connect with a community of people who are on the same journey as you, seeking what I call awakened wealth, where you are creating money in a way that aligns to your joy and passion and desire for impact and freedom, where you are supported with accountability. Tap in 7 times a day to yourself to connect with your truth and raise your vibration. A client came to me once and I offered her this suggestion of the 7x7 method, just sitting with herself, creating space in her mind every single day. And she said, Claire, I just can't let go of the to-do list. I just can't let go of the thoughts that go around my head. And I said to her, are those thoughts creating the reality that you want? Are you making the income from the action that you're taking? And she said, no. Are you making the impact that you want from the action that you're taking? No. Do you have the influence from that procrastination that you're feeling and that self-sabotage that is happening from these thoughts that is filling up your head and filling up that space? And she said, no. I said, so what do you trust more? Do you trust those thoughts? Spiraling constantly, filling your head with rubbish, leading to action that is not powerful, leading to inaction? Or do you trust sitting in the space and creating the vibration of everything that you want, so that everything that you want starts attracting to you? Have that inspired action come through from a place of truth, from a place of the truth of you, so that your business is a radical expression of who you are and how you want to make a difference in the world. And she said, oh my God, I trust the space. This client went on to earn significant amounts in her business, and I'm inviting you to do the same too. If every single thought has an energetic equivalent, if that energy is what is creating your reality, because everything in your reality is a mirror to who you are energetically, what do you trust more to create what you want? Jump into the link below and access my amazing Awakened Wealth community. Download the app that is going to help you to tap into those neurosomatic rituals every single day. And also tap into other resources to grow your income, grow your impact, and grow your influence. And thank you for listening to this video. I will see you right over there soon. Bye-bye.
There we go. So what we're going to do now, is head over to YouTube for the premiere of A Baptism of Fire. Episode 5. Raywin, are you with me? This is like super terrifying. We're going to share the screen. I'm going to go to, oh no, it's not there. Give me a second. YouTube. Make sure I'm logged in. I am logged in. My videos. The premiere. Yeah. Amazing. Where are we? We go back over here. Oh my goodness. Got the sound. Here we go, people. Here we go. Sorry, I have to get the screen a little bit bigger. Give me a second. We'll make this work. Raywyn's here. She's excited. Ah, here we go. Oh my goodness me. My name is Claire Williamson, and this is my episode of A Baptism of Fire. Welcome to my documentary, A Baptism of Fire. There is an ancient principle that to move from one octave of your life to another octave, certain things have to happen. If you think about an octave in music, each octave plays at a completely different sound, at a completely different frequency. And effectively, what we are doing as we move through these certain things is ascending in consciousness, changing in frequency. If you really want to create an entirely different experience of life, you have to vibrate at an entirely different frequency. And there are challenges, rites of passage that are going to come with this shift. For the shaman, this would have been their journey to overcome fear, to awaken their lion's heart, to become fearless so that they could truly step into dynamic receptivity with spirit, develop true obedience to divine will, and be in response for the betterment of humanity. In Atlantis, the warriors would travel to different cities to learn to go through certain emotions so that they could become stronger. And they would spend as much time as they needed in this city to go through the challenges, to be able to overcome this emotion. In the rainforest, we see the young sent out into the forest to learn to fare on their own, learn to eat from the forest, work in symbiosis with the forest, and bring that wisdom back to their tribe. In this episode of A Baptism of Fire, I want to share with you the challenge that I went through. as I took my beautiful 3 clients to best-selling authors, to a massive step up in their authority and light leadership, behind my smiles and celebrations as they continued to win, something very big was happening on a personal level. But first, let's cut to our intro.
My name is Claire Williamson, aka the Millionaire Sha'woman. I am the author of Awaken Your Miracle Frequency. It is easier than you think to have it all. I had this crazy idea of profiling the journeys of 3 of my clients who are also publishing their books as part of my program, the Unleashed Awakened Wealth Mastermind. When I published my book, I went through what I can only describe as a ritual of initiation to playing bigger in this way, and I realized something powerful. This is the ritual of initiation to a tidal wave of sales and opportunities. You have to step into a fire that changes every level of your being and burns your old patterns, default expectations, and all of your programmed judgments and assumptions to the ground, just like a baptism of fire. I remember being maybe 7 or 8 years old and watching my dad in the kitchen, severely stressed. We lived in a big house. I went to a private school. On the surface, we appeared to have it all within the 4 walls of the house. Things looked very different. My mum has struggled with mental illness since I was born. And I think my dad was struggling to hold on to this wealth that he had created, this successful business that he had made. I had this memory come back of him standing in the kitchen, and I was standing behind him watching him. And this intense feeling of, it's okay, Dad, I can take this from you. I can wear this burden. Don't cry, Dad. Everything's going to be okay. And what I realized this year was that energetically, I took this bag of burdens from my dad and I placed it across my own shoulders. When you lead a light business, a heart-centered business, a business driven by your immense desire to make a difference in the world, to help people, it is really easy to always want to go the extra mile to do that. I made a lot of money very fast in my business by selling very high ticket programs. And what I began to realize as I pivoted my business and I wanted to help more people was that this high ticket made what I did that was so incredibly powerful and was making such a difference to people completely inaccessible to most. And I wanted to change that. I wanted everybody to be able to experience the kind of wins that you have seen Carmen, Judith, Vicky take. And so I made the decision to change up my value ladder, to offer way more in installments, and to also open the first phase of my Awakened Wealth Blueprint absolutely free. I also made a substantial investment into bringing a publishing house into my company so that I could begin to publish authors as part of this blueprint, because of the power of a book to put you in front of your ideal clients, and the power of the system that I've created behind the book to close those ideal clients in as little as 5 days. As the book project rolled along and Vicky, Carmen, Judith began to write their chapters, began to create this system, was a bunch of people that I had really tried to help by offering really low installments, really extended plans, start to skip out on their payments.
Payments. Come up for me, please, because this is obviously bothering me. It's really making me feel anxious, like fully chest, heart pounding. I can feel almost like a little bit childlike, a little bit like I want to kick all my toys out of the pram type feeling, but I don't know if it's just it's unfair, or whether it's deeper than that in maybe some area of like my self-worth. I can't get to it. It's interesting. It's like I lifted off that idea that I carry their burdens, and now I feel more in a neutral place of, you know, you're investing something, just pay your bill.
Yeah.
I keep getting shown as well. Like, I got a speeding ticket yesterday, or didn't get it yesterday, I got it on Eden's birthday. I was rushing home for a party and clearly got pipped by her. And I thought to myself, another bill, I'll just pay that. It's a pain in the ass. It's not, you know, it's like, oopsie. It's not a nice feeling getting caught speeding, but I will always pay my bills, you know, and maybe, okay. Oh, Georgie, what is it? It's really getting to me, eh?
Was there a time that you couldn't pay your bills and you've done it to someone else?
There's always my entire life, yeah, like.
So maybe it's that guilt that you've done it to someone else in there somewhere. You need to get rid of the guilt.
Do I feel guilty that I can't get them to switch? I don't think I feel guilty that I didn't pay things in the past, because ultimately I always did pay them. Maybe that's it. Like, even in the darkest of times, like, even if it was on a deferred payment installment or through credit debt, or like, I always paid. And we have been to the, you know, well, we lost our home, for God's sake. Like,
is it because these people, they're actually big energy leaks? Because if you want to help as many people as possible,
it feels like a massive energy leak.
Yeah, but you can't help everyone, because they ultimately have to help themselves, don't they? Being able to switch off that emotion of, yeah, like, it's down to them, and nothing in the course and nothing in the program. It's them, not you. Like, if they actually went through it, like you said, it's half the people you've seen, they're actually using your content, and I think that's probably where it's all.
That's why I don't think it's a self-worth piece, because I think I've gone over that hurdle. Okay, so I'm really gonna have to sit with this, because it's like, I feel like it's part of the business too. It's like, I don't want to step into this place where I'm cold. Maybe there's an element of, yeah, but you've always wanted to help people. Are you then going back on that pledge to just help people? But it's like it's creating an energetic block. It's like I can feel the lack of flow, and I know the flow is just so important.
So is the truth, and your authentic truth, which isn't people that aren't ready, is it? It's people that are ready to.
Okay, so you're getting somewhere there, because that's just made it go off again. And that's what's happening in these people's, you know, I think they're reaching something in themselves, and it's a block. And okay, so it's not that they're unwilling to go over it, it's that they're throwing it back at me. That's what's coming up now. It's the feeling of when they hit that wall, instead of seeing it as part of the journey, going through it, doing the work, keeping paying, they're like, here you are, chucking it. Like, this is not immediately, obviously they are misaligned or just don't want to do it or whatever, and then the minute we say no, you have to pay, then they chuck it. So it's like,
yeah. And that's the piece, isn't it? Like, how do you get people who want to avoid these feelings past that point to be like, oh, actually, yes, this is a benefit. And that's what the coaching is and the course is, isn't it? It's bringing all those things up to the surface that people don't want to deal with, but they have to deal with, but it's getting across.
Feelings, the blessing and the curse in your business, in your life, as you've seen with Vicky, Carmen, and Judith. This journey of progress brought up a lot of feelings, and a lot of feelings that were not really to do with the present moment or the present challenge that you're going through. It's just that something about what you're going through triggers old feelings from the past. The thing about your feelings is that they define who you are, and who you are defines how you show up, the decisions that you make. If you are truly a light leader and you do want to go out and change the world, you have to get to grip with the feelings that you're experiencing in the moment. You have to allow them, however sick, scared, insecure they make you feel. This beautiful process of allowing emotions to rise, allowing yourself to be the Atlantean that walks into that city, to go through the journey of facing that emotion, learning to be okay through that emotion, and learning that emotion's lesson allows you to become neutral to that emotion, so that whatever's showing up in your reality doesn't trigger old feelings from the past. Because if you are living through these old feelings of the past, you're basically just recreating the past in the present moment. And is that the light leadership that you want? Do you want to be able to go out there and shine a torch down onto a path for people to follow? Or do you want to become a lighthouse?
Okay, so it is coming, I'm getting like a buzzing. It's like a buzzing. It is related to how the carrying the burdens thing. Interesting. It's almost like, well, if I go to them and say, fuck it, then fuck off, it's like I'm just dropping them even. I don't know.
So at the end of the day as well, it's a two-way relationship. It's not you just carry the burden. They also have to commit. And once they've committed the finance, then they get the person.
That's right. That's really powerful what you just said there, because that's exactly it. It's like, even though it's not about me carrying their burdens, I am their coach, but they have to commit. Like, they have to take action. They have to not just give up. Something about the giving up, eh? The giving up and then the narcissism around it, like it's your fault. You know, it's like, you seemed like a good energy and now you're a horrible person. I thought, no, I was trying to help you and you came to me. I think I'm in crisis because it's like, actually they are the people that need the help. They all my brother a little bit, but then I'll go broke if I try to help. If that's what you get when you try to help them, you know, it's like, I can't run a business where people don't pay. And I do give so much out. I mean, I do give such a lot for free. Like, I was thinking about my time that I give, you know, even to the accelerators, on top of what they get, you know, extra sessions, stuff through the post, and then all the training that I do and all the emails I like, there's gifts in all of them. And it's like, but if somebody's looking at something and they've got this thing inside that just tells them that they're a victim to the world and nothing's going to change, and they're waiting, for the silver spoon.
Entitlement.
No one even said thank you. Like, oh, thanks for offering. Or nobody inquired, is there an issue? They just came at me angry. Like, you said that there would be and I was like, wow. Like,
it's also like, we had that lady come in to the accelerator and she gave us a link to her podcast and it didn't work, and I just went back to her and said, oh, I just checking in, the link doesn't work because it's asking for emails and we've got to subscribe. I was like, where's the free link? And then she sent it back. People just want to hear what they want to hear half the time.
That's very true, and that's, look how grown up she looks.
Oh,
hi. Trousers. Have a nice day. A trip.
Oh, a trip.
Otani Wanuki.
It's not O, it's Otani.
Otani Wanuki. A good girl, listen to your teacher, do anything that you're not supposed to. Just need to. Look at Jay's hair.
I love it.
Go and sort your teeth in your hair.
Who's that?
It's Georgie.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, so to go forward, because we can't just like, that's the energy leak as well, isn't it? Just giving. Sorry, he's trying to get this perfect, and then people are just, I think you just said it before, they'll hear what they want to hear and they'll see what they want.
So you can say anything, like half the time they come to you, I was like, yeah, but there was a sentence around that as well. Like it was like there was before and after that piece, and you're just like, but whether they say you can lead the horse to water but you can't make it drink, like that's basically the oldest saying that there is. And I think people then, when they're angry, it's easier to take it out via email, isn't it? Because it's not personal. Whereas I think if you got face to face with them, I know it's hard, or if Joe or I got face to face, then it's very hard to then not pay.
I've watched other coaches do it. I don't know how they're getting people to pay money. Maybe they just have a huge churn. But there were 60 people that signed up to the book, even though they got to the page and there wasn't a coupon code. They paid for the book. I feel like it's a business thing, like it's a branding thing, it's a company energy thing. It's like making it a nice place for you, making it a nice place for me, having good clients. Because there's a massive difference. There's this experience in the accelerator where it's just epic, right? And then there's this shit underneath, and it's like, I'd give it up. I'd give it away. I'd walk away from my business some days because of it. It feels that yucky. I think something that I'm struggling to compartmentalize is that I was just, as a child, put in a lot of situations I should never have been put into. And growing up, I've carried this feeling like, you know, I got it wrong all the time, and I made bad decisions. And whereas revisiting some of these memories, it's like, I would never put my child in that situation. Why was I on my own? Why was I not with my parents? You know, all of these questions. And I don't blame my mum and dad, because they just weren't in a place to, but I've carried this belief for 40 years that in all of these different places, I just got it wrong. And it's starting to dawn on me. And this is the piece that I'm working with in my own inner work at the moment, is that feeling of innocence and purity. On November 10th, 2021, I accidentally took my dog's life. This has been a journey of deep grief across the last couple of years. But at the beginning of this year, 2023, I really thought I had closed circle on. I really felt like I'd come to some place of peace, some place of forgiveness. But as the months rolled on, I found the grief getting worse and worse.
I wish I could help you. But do you think you need to forgive yourself though?
I realised that I didn't feel that innocence and purity. Like there's still a level of like, because I took his life, you know. I think I had a breakthrough last night, because in my visions, like, he's always been just away, you know, like, whereas last night he came and he rolled.
Why are you crying?
That's okay, you go away. Go away, please. Go away, please. Mommy's just listening, but it's okay.
I think if you think about in what you teach others is like the message and the learning, and time is a healer, and with everything you've written and going through your book, like, you know, maybe it was Benny's time to leave this universe to teach you. And
I just feel like he waited in that car, and I even know like that he's a dog. He probably doesn't even think about those things, but
And maybe it does trigger this whole piece of like, was that what I was doing when I was a kid? Was just like waiting for somebody to come back. Like, I don't know, like there's something that's, and it's being rooted up by these people, and I can't get my fingers on what it is.
So just sit with it and just don't force it. Just
I hate the grief. I hate missing him.
He's always with you.
He is always with me, like, and I get what you say, like it's a star-crossed path. Like I trust that, and I trust it with Benson too, but some days it just doesn't make it any easier that there's like a, you know, mountain-sized horse missing from my life. And his love, like, was unconditional. I know that, but did I break some piece of trust? Because I didn't go to him. I didn't even think to go to him. And I don't know why, like, I don't know why I didn't know he was in that car.
But as you've said to me, the why questions are the ones that are the hardest. The why questions are never gonna give you the peace that you deserve. The why questions make us sadder, because grieving is part of life, and it just means that you loved someone or something. And unfortunately, that's the price of love sometimes, isn't it? Grief. Sometimes you just need to cry.
I know that there's some connection between, it feels like it's something to do with love. Like, it seemed like such a profound awakening for me that, wow, you know, love can be unconditional. You can just be an innocent child, you know, having your own children and realizing they just don't know. And then I have struggled in the last year to really remember and, I guess, process all of the times, like all of the things where it was like, no wonder I carried a burden, you know, because I felt like I was being asked to be an adult in a child's body, you know, and it's affecting how I'm seeing people. It's affecting how much I'm giving and willing, you know, to be taken advantage of, right? It's like they say, people, it should be a black and white. You bought something, pay for it. Whereas it hasn't been. It's not how I want to go forward. And I have to draw some sort of line under somewhere, because the energy leak is just huge.
Unconditional love and light leadership. What can those two things have to do with each other? How might your inability to unconditionally love yourself be blocking unlimited abundance in your life? At the beginning of this year, I channeled a message from Spirit that a miracle would be brought into my life. I have to be honest that immediately my mind went to material abundance. Would this be the breakthrough, the break free to that $1 million line? I had no idea that the miracle would be loss. Huge loss. As I processed what I was going through at this time that you're watching in the documentary, I took a 2 full week social media blackout. I took myself off, away, and cut off all of the crutches to numb how I was feeling. When you run a business from your phone, it means that your phone is at the end of your arm constantly. And I got into this pattern of distraction. I learned a lot about myself in those 2 weeks. And on the last day of my blackout, I went down onto the sand. I looked out onto the waves. Said out loud to Benny, my dog, I'm letting you go. I'm letting you go now. And as I looked down onto the sand by my feet, as I said this beautiful shell that appeared in the waves was one of those shells that the middle had washed away. So it was just an outline of a shell. And I picked up this shell and I looked at it and I had a profound message from it. That if we're really to become that lighthouse, we actually have to become a transparent window for divine to shine through. We have to let go of everything that is clinging us to the past, that even anything at all, and we have to become unconditional love. We have to become the ability to look on every single moment as a beautiful gift. And to do that, we have to free all of the parts of ourselves into love. All of the parts that make us feel insecure, all of the parts that make us feel ugly, all of the parts that made us believe we did something wrong, all of the parts that have made us feel unlovable. You have to free all of them into love. And when you begin to free all of them into love, you begin to bring all of yourself into every single moment of your life, and you become love. You become pure love. You become the highest frequency of love. And that's what happened. From that point, I felt so whole, so unbelievably whole, and magic started to appear in my life. People, experiences. The last couple of months have been absolutely wild. The proof that you can magnetize anything that you want into your reality, anything. Everything that you set your mind to in intention, you merely have to set your mind to it intentionally, and to that intention, because it will manifest. It will manifest. It manifests from you. You are God. And if you are a light leader, that comes with big responsibility. My most recent journey has really been learning how to step into that dynamic receptivity with divine will. If I am that transparent window for divine to shine through, then what is my purpose? What am I here for? It's not the material things that I think it was. Big house, the flashy travel, even the financial freedom, none of it feels important anymore. What feels important is to keep stepping forward as a loving leader, as a woman who embodies her divine feminine power, but also her beautiful masculine power in balance, in divine union, to be able to stand up for what I believe in, not be afraid, and to always trust that everything is happening perfectly in the perfect moment, so that I can use my voice, so that I can have radical expression, so that creative expression can be my way forward, so that my business matches who I am on the inside, everything that I love, and I can bring that frequency into my world in every single moment, because I know that beyond anything else, frequency will be what shifts the planet to more abundance. Every single one of us learning how to sit in the uncomfortable feelings that we have, embrace the mystery of this life, past lives, and all of the clutter that it is placing in that window frame, so that you can release it, so that you can take the wisdom from your wounds and light a path for others to follow.
Because like you said, it's your value, and you're, like you said, you're feeling that burden, but it's not your burden, and it wasn't your burden as a child.
I do intellectually know that. I just feel like I still feel like I'm carrying it. I feel like I don't know. We're stepping up, aren't we, again in the business on a fucking huge level. But obviously I saw how I've been picky and not pitching to people and not pulling them across the line because I've been afraid of them not paying. And that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's finding the innocence of you know how my kids will just look at anyone and they will trust them. I feel like I lost that part of my soul a really long time ago.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting somewhere now. And I don't trust myself either still, I don't think. Because of Benson. And again, it comes down to pure, there was nothing intentional at all. You know, it was just an innocent mistake. It just was a fatal mistake. It was just and again, I was in a situation I shouldn't have been. I put myself in it, tired, not asking for help, whatever. Yeah, I would never have used my voice, and that's the thing, like, that's been a big breakthrough, as I will say now. I need help. Definitely.
But you do, and you beat yourself up around it because, like you said, it's just want them to think you will always be there for them, and you haven't had that to you. So you also be kind to yourself.
It was just interesting when I had that breakthrough last night, and it was like, you are innocent, and it was mirrored. I know it sounds strange, but he visits me most nights, and he never comes to me. He always is at the end of the driveway or partway down the field, and he just looks, and he's always dashed off. And then last night, you know how they do, they come and roll and like had his big jowly face in my face and nudged up, and I think that's what's happening in real life is I'm getting these people that are just mirroring an energy from me of something that around. I think if I can shift, they will shift. Actually, I do. I believe that. And that the processes won't even matter. It'll be just a different reality because something in here still needs to move into a place of something around the innocence and trust. And it's something around like taking things as they are rather than with that burden. I'm gonna feel into it. Thank you.
All right.
Who knew fucking payments could take you down such a rabbit hole of fucking trauma and loss and grief and missing your dog.
I get triggered at the most random things, and I think that's what it is, isn't it? Because that's teaching us something, and it's coming up for something like.
Vincent's still here. Skylar's Vincent. I know. We think that Benny's come back as Sky because she does the weirdest things that he used to do, like sit in the middle of our road and trust.
In Carmen's episode, you saw her journey to trusting that spirit has her back. Ultimately, the next level of your soul advancement, what I call the soul pilgrimage, is to understand that spirit is not outside of yourself. You have to learn to trust yourself. And this began the most beautiful journey, very recent journey of really exploring this within myself and coming to this place of understanding that we all have an unlimited source of creative power that actually can be quite scary. That maybe somewhere within ourselves we don't trust the responsibility of this power, and this just matches the reflection in our external reality. We think that we don't trust others, but actually we don't trust ourselves. If you're in a place anywhere you are ready to take your light leadership to a galactic level of success, but also alignment, feelings of bliss, creative expression like you have never had it before, doing things in your business that light you up so much every day that your business begins to feel orgasmic. The next step in your soul pilgrimage is to trust yourself. And at this point in this beautiful documentary, as you have now seen the journeys, the stories of Carmen, Vicky, Judith unfold, as my own story has been laid bare for you today, before we now start to bring this series to a close, where you will see the wins, the transformation, the changes that happened with my clients Vicky, Carmen, and Judith, because they chose to take the journey of publishing a book that, like I say at the beginning of this documentary, puts you into a ritual of initiation for the sales and opportunities that you want, because you have to face yourself, because you have to sit in the discomfort of what you feel, because there's no way out when you sign your signature on that line of publishing. When you've made your investment, the only way out is through. The next step in your soul pilgrimage, the next part of your ritual of initiation, is to trust yourself. If you would like to take that journey, there is a link down in the description of this video below where you can book a call to talk to me, to share your story with me, to help me to see the light leadership that you want, the lighthouse that you want to become, and for me to help you to see some of the blocks that perhaps you don't, that really are blocking this radical expression, this full light. I hope that you have enjoyed this episode of A Baptism of Fire, and I will see you in the next one. Oh, thank you, Raywin. Raywin's just said, well done, that was outstanding. Yeah, I mean, when you are a leader and when, you know, you have clients and, you know, you're taking them on their journeys, and it's really hard to admit that you're going through things in the background. But I think why I wanted to share that episode was to demonstrate just how much is unconscious, and that is at whatever level that you're at, right? You know, where am I? 7 years into my business, double that in personal development, you know, 3 to 4 years into this spiritual awakening. I put a funny reel up the other day about, you know, this journey with your spiritual awakening. You know, you go through these phases of thinking that you awaken and it's a shock. You spat out, or you spit yourself out of the matrix, and you start living in this world where you're like, how the fuck didn't I see all this before? And then you can't unsee it. And then you sort of start to get a little bit comfortable with this dynamic receptivity, right? And you feel like you're working in partnership with spirit. And then, you know, then spirit pulls one out of the box and you're like, holy shit, where did that come from? But it is all working for you. It is all working for you, and it is always working for you. And the message in that documentary is to really, you know, if you're at a level in your soul business where you do want to take your influence, your impact, your income to a galactic level, I'm talking the $1 million, it has to be now a journey of self-trust. It has to be this elimination of separation. It has to be the step into knowing that you are God, spirit is within, and it is the ability to let go of, like, allow your life to fall away, allow everything that gives you safety and security to fall away, right? And that takes
a lot of uncovering your fears. It will be a journey of seeing that a lot of them, and a lot of your, even your programming, even your unconscious blocks, like a big chunk of them won't even be yours. They'll be collective, right? And it's not until you really start to get into this stuff that you start to see where you're just holding on to something that actually creates a feeling in the moment that blocks you, that will stop you stepping out, that will stop you stepping up, that will stop you saying yes. And everything that is showing up in your reality is showing up on purpose for you to step up, for you to step out, and for you to say yes. And we have to get to this place of surrender. So Raywin's saying, so Lisa says, spot on, absolutely just that. I got this in my challenge message. I told you, trusting myself and others while I love myself and others unconditionally. Yeah, like I think immediately the lens goes out, doesn't it? And you say, oh, it's them, right? It's them I don't trust. It's the situation that is making me feel uncomfortable. But we've got to realize that everything is a mirror. It is a hall of mirrors. It's all coming from you. So if you don't trust them, if some error is making you feel insecure, we have got to come in. And we have got to say, actually, no, this is within me. This is radical responsibility of there is something within me that I am ready to shift. Raywin says, I've watched all the episodes and I've cried in them all. Lol. Yeah, me too. If you have missed any of the episodes, I am going to be replaying episode 4 and episode 3. We're going to have a bit of a shift in the schedule because we're riding a creative wave of chaos. I'm going to invite anybody at this point watching on the live stream, I'm seeing that number creep up, that this is an open space. If you want to come into this live stream and you want to talk to me, you want to share with me, you want to be coached by me, you absolutely can. There is a live stream restream link. You can jump into this live room. You can share how you feel, what's going on. And also you can get some support if you want some support. Lisa says, awesome. I would like to take a moment to talk about Pulse. So all the way through this event, you have been seeing this beautiful advert for an event that's taking place. This event is called Pulse, and this event is taking place in Costa Rica. And my intention with this event is to deeply reconnect you to the sacred current that runs through all of us, that it can be really hard to fully embrace. Now, what happens when you go into an immersion like this is there is only you, there is only me, there is only the group, and there is only spirit. And what I've seen happen both in my online and offline events, so specifically in Mexico in January, where we went through a 3-day immersion, the quantum leaps are indescribable. You know, we get to be together for 3 to 5 days. Costa Rica is 5 days. And we get to get into your body, right? Because we can't do that in an online program. Well, we do that I mean, Raywin, we do that in an online program, right? But this takes it to another level. You know, it really takes you to another level. We go into experiences, activations, ceremony that unlocks whatever the hell it is trapped in your body that is keeping you playing small, that is stopping you saying yes, that is stopping your radical expression, that is squashing who you are and is absolutely blocking your massive potential, your divine will. We're going to take you to such a deep level of trust, which means we're going to take you to a deep level of vulnerability. You are not going to feel comfortable in these 5 days. But in you not feeling comfortable and in you having nowhere to run to or distract or numb or escape, your entire fucking life is going to change. Raywin's manifesting her way there, right? You have to be there. You absolutely have to be there. It is going to be the most beautiful experience. It is going to be, like I say, life-changing. The place that we're going to, Posada Natura, was gifted to me in a new moon vision. So I ceremony with the moon every single lunar cycle. In fact, I work with the moon every single lunar cycle. And I teach you how you can do this in my Quantum Leap portal. So if you go down into the comments, there is a link to my app, the Awakened Wealth app. You can upgrade to the portal through there, and you can see how I work with the moon, because it's really powerful. And so every single new moon, I'm really asking for intention, vision, insight. And I'm usually bringing it through from the previous lunar cycle, right, of what I've experienced, these lessons. And so I was in visualization, and I was being guided by a cool guy called Yogi Brian. I don't know if you've discovered him on Spotify and in Instagram. He's wild. And anyway, I asked my higher self to come to me. And I saw my higher self, and I start to walk towards my higher self. And as I'm walking towards my higher self, I got shot. It felt like now, since a vision that's come through in the last couple of days, I'm wondering if I wasn't shot and whether I was stabbed, because something came up and through. But I felt this like penetrated me through my heart. Boom. I'm down, I'm dying, and I'm looking up at my higher self, and I'm saying, why am I dying? And she says, I say, because you weren't living. And as I can feel like the life slipping away from me. And it was so interesting because I had 2 near-death experiences this year as well. So, you know, this whole overcoming fear of death thing was very ripe in my mind. And feeling mortality, realizing that there was more of life I wanted to live into, and I wanted desperately to live into it as my authentic expression, as all of me. And I said, show me where I am meant to be living. And she took me on this beautiful tour of possibility. And part of the possibility was an envelope on a table. And on this table, it says your next retreat destination is Costa Rica. And then it just said NARA. And so I came out of this vision. I was like, NARA, Costa Rica. Oh my God. Whoa. Okay. I'm wow. So I start to look for towns in Costa Rica, and there's 2 that start with NARA. And one was just it didn't seem like my kind of place. The other was smack bang wallop in the middle of a rainforest. I was like, we're onto something here. I searched retreat venues in Naranja, which is the place in Costa Rica, and one pops up. So I go onto their website, and I'm looking at their, their offerings and their venue and the packages, and this video pops up, and this video says, experience Posada Natura. And so I click through to YouTube, and I'm watching this video, and I realize within about 30 seconds that this video was a video that I'd clipped from in 2020, a mind movie where in 2020, I decided that I wanted to lead retreats. And so I just got onto YouTube and found videos that I resonated with. And I'd clipped this 30, 40 seconds out of this video, and I'd put it in my mind movie. And I'd watched that mind movie every day since. And for about 2 years, I'd watched it every single day. And it just dawned on me. I was like, holy shit, this is the place in my mind movie. Talk about manifestation. Talk about things finding you. Talking about divine will. Talking about divine fucking destiny. And I knew I had to put this event on. I even cancelled an event that was planned for September because I didn't feel like this about it. This felt divinely guided. It felt like it is meant to be. And so we have 5 days booked in Costa Rica. The dates have just moved. It was meant to be the 14th, but it's now going to be the 17th, I believe. And it's all, everything included, the space that you can see. I'm going to show the advert in just a moment. The space, the food, the experiences, anything that we tag on top of that, including, beautiful experiences on the beach. The medicine, there is a medicine temple, and the medicine temple is led by women shamans, which just lights the fuck up in me. You know, it's like this thing is just divinely written. So we're going to have 5 days in Costa Rica together. And I promise you it's going to change, awaken this sacred pulse within you, and your entire reality is going to manifest out of that. I promise you, everything will change. I'm interviewing you, Judith Young. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, Judith. I need to learn German. My client, Judith, my beautiful client, Judith, who recently finished up in my program. She's been with me for nearly 3 years. And, you know, the experience in Mexico really has changed her entire business because it unlocked something in her. It unlocked something in her and it released something deep in her. And everything has continued to evolve from there. I'm going to be talking to her later about that. I'm going to be asking the question, what happened in Mexico? Because it's like, what happened in Bandcamp? What's that film? What happens in Bandcamp stays in Bandcamp. What happens in Fight Camp oh, fuck knows, the film. Anyway, like, I'm going to get her to share and talk about it, because if you haven't experienced retreats, then you have to know how this, it's like being in a petri dish, right? It's like the most mind-blowing expansion and quantum leaps. If you have been in retreats, then you know this already. You know the power of this, but maybe you've done business retreats. I want you to experience a transformational retreat and actually guarantee that your business will shift from this. And so for 2 days, I'm going to be offering a priority access, priority early bird entry to this retreat. You have a $500 discount on that priority access and early bird price if you have been. So you're going to be able to save, you know, a lot of money, and to get on the list to receive the details as soon as I launch them. And like I say, this price will be available for 2 days, and then it's going to be going up, not to full price, but it's going to be going up. So if you're feeling it right now, right? You're feeling it. Raywin's feeling it. I really want you to go down into the comments, click the little waitlist button and put your name in it. It does not mean that you're signing up. It does not mean that you're obligated. And it does absolutely mean that you can ignore me if you want to when I send the information. But I'm just going to be sending the information. What have you got to lose? Put your name on the wait list. Let me know that you are curious about this event. And I also want you to know that this event is actually free in my higher level programs. So in the elite level of my mastermind and in my elite one-to-one, you're getting that for free. So if you are really feeling like you're resonating with me right now and what I've talked about today, then I would love for you to book a call and chat to me, and we'll see, you know, whether what I do can help you get to your next octave. If you're like, oh, well, you're kind of resonating with me, but I don't really know what you do, I want you to come back to the replay of this event and watch the second hour, because I did a masterclass at 12 p.m. that talks into my Awakened Wealth Blueprint. So the 9 steps that I'm taking my clients through, clients like Raywin, shared just before that the shift was within 1 week. And she was part of a group that came from the last mystery school who all experienced income shifts, most of them within 4 to 6 weeks, and one of them within 8 weeks. So like, if you're looking for that shift, I can create that shift and experience of Costa Rica as well for free if you step into one of those higher level programs, or you can just invest in the retreat and get that beautiful priority access early bird offer. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to whet your appetite and share this beautiful, I'm going to hope that there isn't an echo on it, because somebody reported an echo just before, but we'll give it a little try. We'll just go across, and so you can see this beautiful Posada Natura. So you might feel that you are living your soul's purpose right now. You might feel like you have expression. You might feel like you are aligned. But I want you to be open to the possibility that there's more. I want you to be open to the possibility that your real expansion and the next level of your evolution.
If you are ready for transformation, if you are ready for that 2.0,
it is, we need to start moving into this area of what you don't know and what you don't know that you don't know, right? This beautiful place of absolute infinite unlocks from the feelings within you, that we have to remove the layers of insecurity, doubt, where we feel ugly, where we feel unsure, all of this stuff, to really get in and connect to this sacred pulse. And then we need to know, as we talked about in, the presentation around the 5th holistic circuit of the brain, we need to remember how to activate this ancient wisdom in our body. We're going to be learning all of that, and not just learning, but actually going through in practice. We're going to spend 5 days, like I say, in absolute sacred ceremony in the middle of a beautiful rainforest, in one of the most beautiful places in the whole earth, in that beautiful biodiversity, with beautiful conscious food, with everything lovingly prepared, so that you can invest this time in yourself, invest time in your solitude, but also invest time in community, the power of people like-minded on the same journey. That feeling of going alone in your soul pilgrimage fucking sucks. I've been there myself, I felt like I'd already emerged from the chrysalis, but in the last few months, I've realized that I'm only now just emerging fully from the chrysalis. And the people that I'm meeting and the experiences that I'm having on a deep soul level, these beautiful soul connections are, I just feel so grateful in my heart. And I know from this experience that you do have to let go of, what you know. You do have to let go of what makes you feel secure. You do, even if you don't consciously know that you're holding on to it, you have to be open to the miracle to come into your life that you didn't even know that you were seeking, but it will match your vibration when your vibration changes, when you shift. And when you shift your vibration and you start living through this sacred pulse, your expression changes, everything changes. So what I'm going to do now is what we're going to do for the rest of the evening is begin to go into interviews that are going to be loaded onto mayu.tv, which is my brand new conscious platform for conscious creation. And we're going to be hosting a podcast on there and providing a space, providing a place for you to sip your soma. So the legend behind the soma breath modality that I use is that the Rig Veda, it's a legend, that's probably true, like most things that are legends. They used to take a plant to access this divinity, to access this superconscious mind, to receive the messages that would evolve their progression as human beings, right? And they took so much of this plant to access these altered states of consciousness that it ran out. And they started to panic that, how are we going to advance? How are we going to progress? How are we going to stay alive? And then some clever Rigveda actually realized that he could access these things with his breath. And, you know, that's been my journey, is to realize that the mystery school, awaken your inner guru, so much that I sought outside of myself is actually within. And when you add in self-trust, you've got a fucking, you know, boiling pot of power. And actually recently I realized that that's what's scary, you know, the idea that you can have an unhinged power, that you can have, because power can create and power can destroy, right? And that's your responsibility. That is your responsibility. And to know that there is only good with this power is to believe that there is only good in you, which requires healing. It does, right? And so I called Mayu. That also came through a vision, because I had this beautiful visualization with the 90-year-old version of myself who whispered in my ear, and she said, you know what, stop worrying, everything's sweet, everything's written. And then she said, but you've got to release a podcast. And I said, what the fuck? I don't want to release a podcast. I don't have time for a podcast. And I knew that I had no choice, because it was another one of these bloody downloads that was going to happen whether I liked it or not. And I sat with my altar afterwards and I pulled a card, and the card was from the Earth Warriors pack, and the card was Mayu. And I read that Mayu was a galaxy that the deities, the shamans, the deceased souls would go to sip their soma. And so I want to offer through mayu.tv a platform for you to sip your soma, for you to dance, listen to amazing music, create feelings, for you to connect with other conscious creators, for you to attend events, for you as a conscious creator to put your events on there, your music on there, your somatic ceremonies on there, and for the podcast to open this network and, you know, give you a place to consume the stuff that is going to help you activate this fifth holistic circuit of the brain. So the interviews that we're going to be going into at the end of the event are actually going to be loaded onto the podcast launch, which is coming in the next few days, which is so fucking exciting. It's so exciting. But what we're going to be doing between now and then is I'm going to play you back a couple more episodes of A Baptism of Fire, because I want you to see the journeys of Judith and Carmen specifically that have been so demonstrative, if that's a word, a demonstration of everything that I've talked to you today, especially Carmen in her expression, and especially Judith with how what was so unconscious and stored in her body, and how we have released this for them to step into their next level on a galactic level. And if, like I say, you're seeking that galactic next level, then this is going to perhaps help you to warm up to what I do the way I do it. So I'm just going to go across and put the episode, Carmen's episode, on, and we're going to watch that, and I hope that you enjoy it. And I also want to say as well, like, if you are here live, hello, and if you want to jump on this live stream, you know, if you want to be in this room and you want to talk to me, you want to share something. We had a beautiful, like, absolutely off the chat with a guy called Don earlier, and he told us about sound frequency and vocal alchemy, and it was fucking wild. You know, it's like, this is Mayu, the sharing space. This is what I want to create: collaboration, voices, expression, creativity. So if you want to jump in live, there is a link in the captions of the live streams that are going out in various places, and you just join the room and drop a comment, and I will bring you in between these episodes. So just going back, this is the beautiful story of Carmen. Carmen is I'm actually gonna read it right here. So her episode, Spirits Got My Back. And basically, the stage before the stage that you just saw, which is the stage of radical trust of yourself, is the part in our spiritual awakening where we go, oh, wow, there is something that, you know, there's a higher power. And it really transforms how you view yourself and your potential. And so in this episode of A Baptism of Fire, Carmen steps into this first stage of radical trust and begins to believe that Spirit has got her back. And this episode is so profoundly inspirational because when she started working with me, she actually started in the same place as I started, which was struggling to put food on the table for her babies. And that is a situation that none of us want to be in. It's horrible, and she was struggling. And to step into my program was a massive, like an unbelievable leap of faith that she took, and it paid off. So she stepped into my mastermind at the elite level, and, you know, it has helped her reach her income goals quite quickly, but it's done so much more than that because she stepped into a stage of spiritual awakening that most people are unwilling to take. And this is what I call the creative wave of chaos. This is where you step into co-creation with spirit. It's about embracing the chaos, tapping into your inner power, and learning to trust yourself ultimately, completely. And, you know, this is where you unleash the divine design that is in that starseed. And this is where you live into the fullest, most exciting, most potential holding part of your life, right? So Carmen's episode really begins to demonstrate you, and certainly Judith's episode is going to go deeper into that, how it's often the fears that we don't know that we have that hold us back from reaching our goals. And by delving deep into this mystery, which is what we've done during the mystery school this week, and you can see actually the intros to each of those workshops on my profile, just 15 minutes. And if you want to watch the full workshops, you can access them for free through my book as a bonus, Awaken Your Miracle Frequency. It is easier than you think to have it all. So there is a link to that in the comments. By delving into this mystery, you can begin to address duality and awaken your inner guru. So if you're feeling ready to trust yourself and create an easy, abundant life, if you're ready for radical expression, boldness, and leadership, then I really invite you to watch this episode right now, which I am going to play. Give me a second. Take it back to the beginning. I will share my screen. Woohoo! I'm loving watching the live numbers go up. Comment, let me know where you're dialing in from, what you're excited about, what is resonating. I would love to hear. Have we got it? We haven't got it. We've got it. We haven't got it. We've got it. We haven't got it. We've got it. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. In this episode of A Baptism of Fire, I want you to have a realization about your own radical expression. The clients who come to work with me are on a soul pilgrimage. They're coming home to the real truth of their starseed. They're feeling the stirrings of something bigger, a bigger mission, a bolder message, but they're meeting themselves. They're meeting a wall of their own resistance. They're often lacking clarity, feeling unclear, knowing that they're playing small, but not knowing how to play bigger. They are aware that there is a marketing element to how they are stuck, what to say, how to say it, how to connect with the right audience, how to reach more people. But they've gone far along their journey of soul awakening enough that they know that their blocks are deeper than that. They know that the blocks are at the crux of why they can't surrender and allow for the best outcome to manifest. The outcome that is your divine destiny. I'm excited to share the journey of my client Carmen, who goes deep into her soul's remembrance. Welcome to my documentary, A Baptism of Fire. My name is Claire Williamson, aka the Millionaire Sha'woman. I am the author of Awaken Your Miracle Frequency. It is easier than you think to have it all. I had this crazy idea of profiling the journeys of 3 of my clients who are also publishing their books as part of my program, the Unleashed Awakened Wealth
mastermind. When I published my book, I went through what I can only describe as a ritual of initiation to playing bigger in this way, and I realized something powerful. This is the ritual of initiation to a tidal wave of sales and opportunities. You have to step into a fire that changes every level of your being and burns your old patterns, default expectations, and all of your programmed judgments and assumptions to the ground. Just like a baptism of fire.
Fascinated by the idiots who wear the flying squirrel suits, and how do they practice that? I think to myself, okay, there had to be one jackass who started it. There had to be one guy who said to himself, you know, those squirrels with the flappy wings, I could get a suit like that. I can make something like that, and I can jump off the roof of my house. You know, okay. And then they break a leg, you know, and then they get back on the roof, they alter the suit, and they go again. And now we got guys who are walking to the top of mountains, jumping off, and literally flying like a bird. Like a flying squirrel, right, or a flying bat. But when you go out and show people, say like, you know, my family life sucked, but I got through it, or I had, you know, traumatic issues and I got through them, and they say, well, someone's rode the wave, someone's jumped off the side of the building and flown, and they lived, so I can do it too.
Amazing. I've started writing my chapter already. First 400 words.
Go for it, yeah.
I never felt as my true authentic self. I felt as though I always had to be a certain person to please others. You know, that good little girl, the one that listens the fuck up and does as she's told. I'm sharing this deeply because I want you to know how much this impacted not only my life, but also my first pregnancy and birth, which was an absolute shit show. I was brought up in South Africa by very strict Portuguese parents with a very firm belief that working hard was what called in financial stability. Even the school I attended added fuel to the programming that I already had. It's your typical entry point onto the conveyor belt system of be a certain way, birth a certain way, and live a certain way.
Love it. Absolutely. You're a wonderful writer. Oh my goodness.
For me, it was the typical thing was I wanted to finish school, and my idea was wanting to become an actress. I wanted to go to Hollywood, and I was all the way in South Africa, and my parents shut that down straight away. No, you're not going. You need to do a beauty therapy course. So I went into a profession that I didn't even want to do until it reached a point where I was like, no, I don't want to do this anymore. This isn't what I'm meant to do. I mean, I've been going through my own sort of clear nose, my own sort of, you know, oh my God, what am I doing? I'm out of my depth. This is crazy. This is like, you know, the discomfort has been insane. And I've been going through that. And again, it's bringing my body back to feeling safe, where I'm like, it's okay. It's a book. It's a chapter in a book. It's all right. Slow baby steps. And it's all doable. It's like, you know, being able to kind of get that safety. I don't know, clients are coming through this in this last bit of May. Which is, yeah, it's, I guess it's like the falling into the trust part that, yeah, because before I used to tell myself a story of, oh, it's the 15th of May, there's no way I'm going to reach that goal. But now I choose to tell it differently. I look at it as if to say, oh, it's the 15th of May, cool, I've still got 15 days to show up, and you know, things can still change. Like, things can change on the very last day. You just need to keep going. You need to keep going. And that's why so many people fail to make it in business, because they give up right before they're about to go and make it, right? I mean, I could have given up, but I kept going. And through every other part where I felt the discomfort, I've kept going. I haven't stopped.
A lot of people who have big success talk about that 3 feet from gold. And they've experienced it, they've seen it, I've done it, because you are literally in the deepest discomfort right as you are.
100%.
We've got to watch that ego mind. Like, it can speak all of its stories, but it's whether you give to those stories, what attention you give to those stories.
Yeah, what I've had to go through. You guys don't even know the half of it. I'm just so grateful for where I am right now.
Oh, Carmen.
Because not so long ago, I mean, I had barely any money in my account, thinking, how the fuck am I going to pay for things? And now the money is coming through, and yeah, it's just the gratitude that I feel for it. And I know that there's so many other people in the same position, and it's just kind of wanting to shake them and say, fucking wake up, because there is a rainbow, there is a tunnel, a white light at the end of the tunnel, and it's full. Oh shit, where the hell did that come from?
And go and shout it, because people have to hear that, right? Because there's so much of the opposite, there's so much of the darkness, there's so much of the bad story, and it's people like you who are succeeding. Go share with pride, good pride.
Oh, thank you.
Good on you. Massive win.
And I'm going to share something because I think it's relevant. But yesterday morning, I got an email for a bill that I still hadn't paid yet. It was outstanding. I didn't have the money to pay it. When I got the email, I freaked out, literally, tears in my eyes, crying. I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Like, the tightness in my chest, everything, panicked. And then I remembered, oh, hang on, I've got a couple £100 coming into my account. I can pay some of it off. And I thought, no, I'm not going to do anything now. I'm going to go for a shower. I'm going to wash my hair. I'm going to cleanse myself from these feelings. And then I'm going to come back and regroup. And when I came back, there was a message from a client of mine saying she had just transferred the rest of the balance from her doula package, which was and it covered that bill as well as another bill that I had to pay and another bill that I had to pay. And I was like, oh my God, like, I was just so grateful. I couldn't believe that had happened. Things happen when we least expect it. That's kind of what I wanted to say with that. I wanted to actually ask something, because yesterday I did a call with a client of mine, and I did some energy work on her, which I've never ever done before. Just energy work of me trying to pull the feelings that she held in her body away from her. And it was really weird, because I don't know if any of you have ever done it, but it was the first time I did it, and I felt a numbness in my hands. And I was like, oh my God, what the heck? Like, I was sort of like freaking out a bit, like thinking, shit, it's actually working kind of thing. So I want to be able to incorporate this more into my work. And I'm just wondering how do this more.
With yourself and in secret. If you can focus on your energy and start to be connected with your energy body and start to move your energy around, then theoretically you can do it with others as well. And then when you're in client situations, just notice what you feel when they're talking. I remember talking to Karen on really early on, and she was talking about was it where you held back from really expressing your message, like what you want to really talk about. And I got this shooting pain down both of my tops of my legs. So the work that we did in that session, I didn't mention the feeling, but I talked to that area and guided. I've done it with you too. We did one lens session. You know, you don't even have to be sat in front of somebody. You can feel their energy, but you have to be attuned to energy.
It was the anxiety in her chest and in her throat, I think it was. And it was just me with, obviously, through meditation as well as doing some clearing process, just me kind of almost like pulling away that energy from her. I could feel, like, as I was pulling, my hands getting like that numbness that, you know, like it was something was happening. And then afterwards, when I asked her, you know, how does it feel now? And she's like, oh, it's gone. I was like, oh, okay, great, amazing.
That's beautiful and powerful.
Yeah.
And also a result too of the way that you have reconnected to yourself, to your truth.
I had a call today with the most aligned client ever, who's from South Africa. Bizarre, right? Lives literally not far from where I am, wants me to be her doula. She's pregnant, she's expecting a baby in February, so really wants to potentially book me. She just has to speak with her husband. But she's the type of person that already purchased pregnancy courses even before she got pregnant. She's already done ancestral healing with her, like, you know, past generations and their births. Like, I was just like, oh my God, you are like the dream come true.
She is the dream come true. Because you dreamed.
She's
right?
done the word. Sometimes not every for me either. I sometimes have really shit days too. But I kind of come back and I just keep the vision going and trust that, yeah, everything's going to work out.
So what I thought it would be really cool to show through Carmen's documentary is my process. With my process, I work through very specific steps that I call the Awakened Wealth Blueprint. The idea that you have an operating system of beliefs and you really are a robot to these until you bring awareness to them, which I call the soul pilgrimage. And on this soul pilgrimage, you will experience a wild remembrance of your spiritual gifts, of your true purpose and destiny, a reclaiming of your responsibility for this divine service, and expanded capacity energetically so that you can receive the energies of the higher mind. The really cool thing about the Awakened Wealth Blueprint is that I have made the first phase of it available to all. I created a cool app called the Awakened Wealth app, and you get to start this journey. What I've recognized is a lot of spiritual entrepreneurs, light workers, starseeds for strategy. They're looking for the magic bullet, but the magic bullet is you, which is why the Awakened Wealth Blueprint starts within you, in your inner world, creating coherence, beginning to come back to your true authenticity, and beginning to learn how to create, not with your conscious mind, but with your alpha mind, with your superconscious mind. Clients like Carmen get to really go deep into the next phase of the journey, which is where we begin your brand rebirth. We start to align your business to a radical expression of the soul's truth. And we begin to bring in what I call the personal story formula, which is your entire history, all experiences that you have gone through, that you were meant to go through to get you to where you are, and you're meant to take the wisdom forward. So we really dig into this brand rebirth, beautiful brand alignment, and your brand story as we begin to go deeper into your soul pilgrimage. And then we begin to birth your soul story. This was the journey that I took. When I wrote Awaken Your Miracle Frequency, it is easier than you think to have it all. And I experienced such success publishing this book, but also using it as an evergreen sales asset, that I am now helping my clients to do exactly the same, to take away the complexity of marketing, to take away the need to social media all day long. There are lots of benefits to having a book, including being able to take this bold message out to more people and create opportunities. But there has to be a system behind the book that ensures that the people reading the book step into your world, step onto your journey. So we create this system for you in the final steps of the Awakened Wealth Blueprint. And then we also launch what I call a content wheel that drives people into this system and converts them into clients in as little as 5 days. And that includes people that are completely cold when they connect with your content.
to give you an alternative to the ways that you are striving for your success right now that might not be working for you, and the way that this blueprint goes outside of strategy and into helping you to restore trust in yourself, trust in the universe, and take everything in your business to the next level. Spirit's got your back. Have you recognized that yet?
I wrote the post, the minute that you try to control birth is when your birth becomes out of your control. And someone just commented and said, wow, what a quote. I know that that's true for birth. Why the hell am I trying to control this?
Why the hell are you trying to control this? Tell me.
Because I'm going to be able to make the amount of money that I made a few months ago. Because I made it and then I didn't make it. Is it going to be that fucking yo-yo pattern like that?
It will be whatever matches your energy.
Yeah, I know.
And your energy comes from your belief systems.
It's been the exhaustion of the birth that I know that that client was completely unaligned for me. It's almost like you feel like you have to be awake because obviously you're in their home, you're looking after them. I didn't take any breaks. I didn't even nourish myself properly over those 2 days. I know what I've done wrong. I totally know it.
Which is a beautiful gift because you can now see.
Yeah.
Big breakthrough. It was huge. Huge. And now it's looking like everything's falling apart, but actually it's not. It's aligning. So we have to ask the question, how is this aligning for me?
Like normally I would have been like, fuck, what am I going to do? This, that, and the other. But I didn't. I was like, okay, fair enough. And then also just obviously trying to drink more water also. So that's going to be one thing. But I do want to get back on track with the meditations, the breath work.
Just take that pressure off. You will naturally drop back into those breath works and meditation if you can commit to the 7x7 method. Your body needs to remember how good it feels being in meditation because it very quickly forgets. And this shit up here is just ridiculous. I mean, honestly, I stood in the shower yesterday. I'd had the most mind-blowing clarity driving home from school. I was like, wow, I haven't had a coffee and I feel so clear. I feel amazing. I get in the shower and my brain did this weird, is this what it's going to be like now? Is this living? Like, this is so depressing. You haven't had a coffee. And I'm listening to this voice in my head going, what? That is exactly what happens when you're going in the right direction and you're doing the right things and you actually feel the minute you start feeling good. This little shit in here switches on because it's unfamiliar. I just put my tunes on and danced into celebration of the clarity and wanted more of it. I didn't even want a decaf coffee yesterday. It was wicked. It just felt like freedom, right? But you've got to take the smallest step to remember the feeling, the good feelings.
Thank you.
I would love to hear what you are with down in the comments. If you are enjoying this documentary, A Baptism of Fire, subscribe at the button below and make sure you hit the notification bell so that you do not miss out on finding out whether their stories have a happy ending. You threw all caution to the wind. You fully unleashed. You didn't worry about money, you didn't worry about whether clients would even listen, none of that would matter. What would you say?
It's funny you say that because yesterday I went on Clubhouse. There's a physiological room that I'm part of as a guest, one of the stages, and we were talking about self-sabotaging birth. And some people came on there with their views about self-sabotage, that it was, the body, parents, husbands, blah, blah, blah. I brought in you self-sabotage your birth because of the fears that you have. And I went on this massive, it wasn't even a rant. It sounded like a rant, but it wasn't a rant. It was me I was so passionately just sharing that it maybe came across to some people as a bit of a rant because I was the lady that runs the club, she was like, yes, like she was agreeing with everything that I was saying. I felt good just unleashing and talking about it and saying to people like, yes, we can blame the medical healthcare providers, yes, we can blame this, yes, we can blame that, but ultimately we need to be looking at ourselves. because we are the ones that say yes and no to it. You guys need to dig deep and find out what the hell's going on within. Because once you start working on your internal world, your external world will change. It was in my heart. I felt full.
So that is beautiful, and that is beautiful to say. I felt like my heart was full. I was talking from passion.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at the unconscious body, because the unconscious body is switched on all of the time, whether we're awake, whether we're asleep, in constant reaction. In that experience, you were placed in a position where it channeled, it flowed. You expressed.
Not all the time, but like moments when I'm intentional, like for instance, the writing of the book. When I look down, I focus, and it might take me a few minutes, but then it starts flowing. When I get started, it starts flowing. With my content creation, again, it varies. Like today, I've got a reel that I need to post, and I'm thinking, oh, I need to write a caption, but I'm like, fuck, I don't know what to write. When I'm not in flow, it takes me ages to get something
Absolutely.
out. The anxiety starts coming through. It's like, oh, I haven't posted yet. Oh, I haven't, I get like annoyed that I haven't posted yet, and I should have posted and I haven't.
There's a lack here. There's a lack of something that is required for my survival. And so I'm going to go into the survival response. So the energy from that, and this is why we've got to get conscious, but we've also got to understand our process of getting into flow. What takes you into flow?
I don't know, because I'm sharing so deeply something that's so connected to me and to my growth. It feels right being able to share this with others, and I feel that people will resonate with it. And I guess it's just having that space. It's that quietness also, to be able to creativity to flow through and get myself into a state where I feel calm, and I'm like, okay, cool, I'm good to go. Let's do this. If the mind gets overthinking and I get too much in my head, then there's a whole nother ball game that's needed for that.
You're connecting with your root, but you're not then shooting into a survival response and overthinking it. You're actually flowing there, and which tells me the body feels safe to go there. So what?
It almost feels like I'm going back in time to that version of myself. And I know that obviously the past is the past, but it's almost like I feel myself going back as myself now into the past with a different lens and looking at it, and with a bit more clarity, not from the perspective of reaction, but from the perspective of this has happened, and this was sort of the outcome. And it's kind of more creating the awareness, I guess. I find myself reflecting on those past moments and understand why they happened, because obviously my parents were scared. It was their fears that were projected onto me.
You can look at those past experiences from new perspectives, stay in a calm state, and have a walk around those memories. If that is the underworld, and you can drop back there in this healed and calm, grounded, empowered state, walk around those experiences, how do you step into the middle world? What needs to heal for you to take that side step? Actually, there is a belief system to be healed somewhere.
I guess it's partially that belief of no one will believe will believe in what I'm saying. No one will get it. Maybe it's linked to the unworthiness of not being worthy. I don't know why, but embarrassment is coming up. The word embarrassing, like, oh, how embarrassing. Like, if someone was to tear me down, like that's the immediate thing. And I know that's that little child that if she was to be shamed in front of someone or whatever, she'd be like really embarrassed and shy away and just, shut down completely, because that's what used to happen with me as a child. Then a part of me afterwards would come out and be like, I'm going to show you one day.
This is beautiful. Is that the worst consequence?
For me, it feels like it is. It's the embarrassment of it not being right.
Would you rather feel the shame and the embarrassment over feeling broke, or would you absolutely prefer to feel broke than feel the shame?
No, I don't want to feel broke.
What is the programming that has to shift?
The programming that has to shift is me creating the safety within and letting myself know that it's okay, that no one's perfect. I know that no one is perfect. Nothing is perfect. That I am entitled to be able to speak my truth also, that whatever I say, it's not wrong. And if it is wrong, someone will come along and say something. And if that person does say something, we can have a conversation about it, and maybe I'll learn something new or not. So
what might be the best case outcome of if every single reel, every single caption, every single post, every single story had exactly that approach, that energy, that expression, and that alignment to what you truly believe?
It would call in the people that believe and that get it, and the ones that don't, it will send them packing, which is fine, because that's what we want, right? We want the people that are soul and aligned to come towards us, and the ones that aren't, off you go. Bye, Felicia.
Does anything happen in your body when you imagine that best case scenario? Everybody that is aligned hears what you says and rushes towards you. Yes, 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 Carmen, give me more of this.
The heart. It's that same feeling in the heart that I felt when I was talking full.
Good.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah. I feel the fullness in my heart thinking, yes, I get to help this person to change their trajectory of their birth or of their life.
I want you to seed as we go into the breath work. I'm coming out of this breath work with my caption. What I want to say, the world needs to hear. You know that you won't feel shame because you know there is nothing to feel ashamed about. You understand you are not that child, but potentially your energy body is still falling back to old survival imprints. Traumatic events, the triggering in the reptilian brain, it's not words, it's colors, shapes, sounds, smells. So that is why when we're in certain situations, trauma is still triggered, even though we have changed the belief system. And then we need to be aware of how the environment is a triggering event that is causing an unconscious sensation in the body that creates an energy of lack. So it's kind of like we actually have to create neuroplasticity by leaning into the new behavior, like attuning the body to associating this with this, this with this, this with this. This is when I do this, this happens. Do you know? Because fear is in anticipation of pain. So if you rewire on a body level, comfort, assurance, safety. This is why the breath work's so powerful when we breathe into retention and then suddenly we don't die. And in unconscious situations of unsafety, there is no creativity and there's the creative blocks. The post becomes hard, the expression shuts down. We'll go to the place that feels comfortable, which is probably not what we're meaning to say. And we can't find the words for what we want to say. And if we don't say what we want to say, then we won't attract the clients we want to attract, and we'll play small, and we'll continue to play small. At the end, we're going to touch base and see if your heart has given you the words that you want to say, truly want to say in this caption. You in?
Yeah.
To breathe, following the count. When you've taken your breath out, just sit in meditation, and you can open your eyes.
A real tingling in my hands that I even brought over through the root, and then something started like flickering in the root, and then I brought it up to the sacral, and something started sort of flickering in the sacral, and then I was coming up to this area, and it just felt full, and then that was amazing.
Anything come through for your caption?
Yeah, I think from my first pregnancy, where I kept shutting out the fear and kept telling myself to just think positively, think positively.
Tell that story. Tell that story.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Shall we say bye-bye?
Bless her.
Bye.
Bye, sweetie.
Perfect. Awesome.
Thank you.
Bye. See you soon. Bye-bye.
It's just around the Instagram. I'm literally getting stuck in the bio. I don't know why. I think it's the whole element of the fear, the discomfort, the putting something bigger out there, and showing up like as a different identity, and what I'm offering.
Because you want to tell that to them in a really short, snappy sentence.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. And then that's how I can bring in the story of, having a newborn baby, looking at my account, 37 pounds being in my account, having all of this shit to pay. How the hell am I going to do this kind of thing? Do you know what I mean?
So what have you got in words that we can play with?
So I've just got how you birth defines how you lead. What were my other notes that I put down?
That one definitely has to go in with like fire bombs.
Birth your way to success. That was another one. Birth your way to quantum success. How achieving a utopia birth can skyrocket your life.
There's this one account, this nail account, that has got like 50 squillion followers, because she just literally says in her bio, I'll give you daily tips, magnificent nails. And it's so specific. It says that there's a payout.
Achieving your utopia birth and entrepreneurship can coexist.
And I think you should use that unstoppable word, because that's been in your marketing, hasn't it?
It has, yeah, it has. Because it's funny, I'm currently coaching a woman who's the birth that I attended in December last year. She's a business owner also. Like, she's so fixated on these, so fixated about getting things perfect, that she's failing to see the bigger picture. And yesterday when we were talking, and she's just sent me a message this morning basically saying, it's almost like she's seeking external validation, which is where I was. It's like, you don't need external validation. You need to be the one feeling content and happy and ecstatic about what you're doing. It's not about anyone else. It's about you feeling good. And it's like, oh my God, that's me. That was me a few months back, seeking the external validation.
And I think you have to consider like giving yourself a massive, like a big up, like having something in that bio that says, I am a birth and business leader. You know how I call you the Brené Brown of birthing? Like owning that, right? What you're saying is completely like thought leadership, calling out those women who want to have it all, who want that power and freedom of choice,
Birth and business leadership.
That's what I've just put in here.
Yeah, I think this is perfect. It literally merges everything that I'm looking at offering.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, my client for August has messaged finally.
Oh, tell me, what's going on?
She's cancelled.
Right.
£2,500 I was meant to be paid today, and I'm not being paid it now. I'm trusting that whatever fucking plan the universe has.
I know it sounds crazy, but I have been doing this a long time enough to know that we never lose. We never, ever, ever lose. We create space.
It's funny though, because before, if this had happened to me last year, I wouldn't have handled it very well.
Exactly.
I would have been massively panicked, and I'm actually pretty calm about it. I replied back to her, just said, I'm really sorry you've had a change in heart. I think personally it's because I think her husband's kind of put her in a tight spot, because I don't think he was on board with the whole thing first time around, which is a shame, because obviously it's not just myself, it's another two people that are also were part of her birth team. But it is what it is, there's nothing that can be done now at this point in time. I can't change her mind. I can't say anything, and it's not my place to either. So all I can do is just fall into trust. There was someone that I had a coaching call with to potentially coach her, sent her my package details. She came back to me this evening saying that she had been having a conversation with her husband, and that right now it was a no, but it doesn't mean it would be a no in future, because she really vibed with me and blah blah blah. But the money, the interest rates of the house, like, you know, that sort of story coming through. And I went back to her and I replied, and I'm fucking proud of myself, because I basically said to her, what you're telling yourself is what I used to tell myself before I decided to jump in. And I just said, you know, well, what I want you to do is I want you to go away and journal on what is your real fear behind investing in yourself.
Wow.
You know, what is your real fear behind it? And I hope you don't mind me being upfront and honest. But I kind of, yeah, it's asking yourself that deep question, you know, because the thing is, I genuinely want you to ask the question, because I want you to spend some time journaling on this. Then just see what comes through. Working from a place of abundance requires another level of commitment that doesn't include comfort, because she was saying, I want to get comfortable.
Nice.
It doesn't include comfort. Otherwise, everyone would be doing it. I don't know where that came from. I hope you don't take what I've said the wrong way. And if and when you decide to, I will be here to support you when you're ready. I thought, no, I'm not going to keep quiet. I'm not just going to say, oh, okay, no worries. No, you want to hear it, you're going to hear the truth from now on. That's my truth.
Like, you know, that message will call in your birth CEO. You know, it's like, how can you use that in content? Because that is exactly how they're feeling, right?
I know.
We've got 2 weeks thereabouts. I want to talk in the coaching about your book launch.
Yeah, I think it'll be good. I've got my freebie already sorted. I've included a visualization and a workbook. I've sent the link.
Beautiful. We plan something around the book launch date. So it's sort of like just tailoring your marketing now towards, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do in these 3 to 5, whatever you choose. I'm doing my 7-day mystery school.
It's like today, I pushed through the discomfort on doing those emails. It felt really uncomfortable, because I kept second guessing myself. I was like, am I writing what is right? Am I understanding it correctly? Like, do you know what I mean? And all I wanted to do was shut the computer and just go away and do something else. Like, that's literally what I wanted to do. But I kept pushing through. I was like, no, it's fine. Claire said this was just a messy draft. It's fine. I can just do this and it's okay.
That's a whole different, another version of you. That is a whole different identity. That is somebody who's sticking it out. And that's beautiful. That's what we've got these tools for.
I'm going to push through it and I'm going to do it. I've decided I'm going to do it. I'm not fucking around anymore. I'm done with fucking around.
I love that episode. Like, I love that journey, right? That is what the journey of radical expression is. It is in the, you don't know that you don't know. And you begin to create the space to tap in to who you truly are. And you begin to create from that possibility. You know, Carmen is leading a movement. She is going to be joining us in a little while to talk about that. And I'm actually going to be interviewing her on her story and the resistance that she felt to sharing that story. Because I think this is really important, right? Radical expression does require us to get vulnerable, to feel all those fears of people truly seeing us in our imperfection, in our flaws, all of these things that we feel insecure about. So I'm going to put the call out again. If anybody would like to join me here on the live stream and chat to me, I am open to that beautiful creative wave of chaos. If you feel like you have something to share, something to say, you want to promote yourself, you are so welcome to jump in. Love that. Journal what fears are coming up in it. Yeah, right. yeah, what Carmen did with her client, like bring awareness to this stuff. That process, like what I say to clients when they're on the fence and they're fearing the investment is I say that the fear that you're feeling in investment is a quantum leap in itself, right? If you can allow yourself to make an investment and put yourself in that discomfort and face the fears that you have, you're already telling the universe that you believe something different, that you believe in possibility instead of that you believe in yourself. And there's an energy with that. And you'll often see when clients come into my program that their shifts are immediate, right? Because they have a shift in belief. They believe something differently to what they did before they invested the money. And there is an exchange too, right? We an activity in the quantum leap method that I call the give to gain, right? So you think about this idea of circulation, that we actually have to give something to receive something. If you've downloaded Leading with Light yet, so in the comments, you have your little free download link. And I was just sending it out to everybody who's been in mystery school who, I said I would connect them to this full chapter that I wrote that really talks into how you're blocking yourself from receiving abundance from these unconscious fears that you have. But, we have to put something out to receive something back. Lisa says, yes, I got it. Thank you. You're welcome. And so this activity, and you can do it right now, you can close your eyes and you can really feel into the vision of what it is that you want. Ask yourself that uncomfortable question of like, what am I really not giving to make that happen? So, it might be that you want the 10,000 followers on Instagram, but you feel resistance to going into your DMs or resistance to posting every day. Like I talked about before, these aversions, resistance, assumptions, attachments, they all have an energy that is going to manifest lack. And we have to get over those, but we have to see them first. And so Carmen took this beautiful journey of really seeing what she didn't see, both in her blocks, but also in her possibility. And then we went through that journey of getting over the vulnerability to share. And of course, being in my elite mastermind, this was a very somatic journey. This was, a lot of going in and doing the kinds of things that we're going to be doing at Pulse. So what I would like to do now is to move our bodies because I'm feeling really static. I'm going to share a song that I love and we're going to breathe and move together. I'm just hoping that Facebook doesn't shut off the live stream because I'm putting music through that probably is copyrighted. I'm going to take a punt that it is unknown enough that it's not going to create some sort of massive block. Ooh, yes, DM chats and adding friends. What happens, Lisa? You feel what? You feel uncomfortable, right? And then when you feel uncomfortable, the little stories go around. Oh, what are they going to think? What are they going to say? I remember being in a network marketing company I'm still in, and I used to actually fear people picking up my messages because I thought, fuck, if they pick them up, I'm actually going to have a conversation. And the idea of having a conversation used to make me want to shit myself. So, I mean, that's crazy, right? We are creating our own lack by these feelings that we have, but we can change these feelings. So this music is super cool. And what we're going to do is we're going to breathe to the music. So it uses this beautiful breath rate of and what let go. Resistance about their resistance. Think I want to sell, lol. I see now how that was my projection, right? So what are we going to do in this music? We're going to let the fuck go. I want you to imagine, right, being in front of social media, having a list of people to DM and putting yourself into the most incredible, like fucking charged up state. And what we're doing when we're breathing like this, right? And I don't recommend doing it too much because you'll hyperventilate, but we're creating a connected chain of breath. All power breathing, where we're creating a bellows in the diaphragm, and we are releasing more carbon dioxide than we are breathing oxygen in. Or it might be the other way. I can never remember. Either way, we're completely shifting the chemical state of our body. And we're accessing this beautiful fifth holistic circuit of the brain. We're creating really good, feel-good feelings. One of the things that is going in for the last day, actually, of our lunar cycle in the Quantum Leap portal is a sex magic morning ritual. So what we've done through the lunar cycle in the Quantum Leap portal, which is your VIP membership to the Awakened Wealth community. Like I say, the Awakened Wealth community is free. You are all welcome. You don't have to pay anything. You get access to the 7x7 app. But you can also choose to step up in your intention, step up in your investment just a tiny bit, and really become part of the Quantum Leap community, where you're supported by me, Leap coaches. You've already met one of them today, Joanne. You're going to be meeting another one, Carmen, in a little while. We're going to be interviewing her. And what we've done in the Quantum Leap portal is I introduced you to this this ancient sex magic to help you to understand it. I put in a beautiful ecstatic dance wave that helps you to really connect with this sexual energy and actually feel your energy and become your body, right? Let go of the conscious mind. We also had a live presentation from Jo that goes deeper into this topic. And really, I mean, I'm still like buzzing from that session that she did. We call her session the high frequency mastery session, and it was fucking wild. And we're going to have Carmen coming in the morning, New Zealand time. So that'll be Saturday evening, UK, and maybe during the day, US, to talk about healing sexual trauma. Because if we're going to tap into this creative life force, we actually have to heal our sexual trauma. Because, you know, if we've had experiences where we've been violated, where our trust has been broken, then we're going to find it very difficult to pull our walls down. We're going to find it very difficult to relax. And I think working with sex magic brings this stuff up too. It certainly has for me, and has been deeply healing, which is the point, right? It is the point of sex magic, is to heal, is to illuminate, is to ascend in consciousness. So I really invite you to jump into the app and check out the portal. If you're in the mystery school, then you did get access to the portal for free. So if you haven't checked out those resources yet, do get in there, like soak all this stuff up. And right now I'm going to put this song on, and I want you to get up, and I want you to move, and I want you to fucking feel it. I want you to feel this sacred pulse within you and let go. It's called Release Your Limitations. And that's what we're doing in this breath rhythm, this connected breath, is switching off the default mode network, letting go, allowing your body to move like we are in the ecstatic dance. We are becoming the body, not directing the body to move, but just allowing the body to move itself and seeing the creative flow that comes from that. Man, I could get back on the decks now, but I'm not going to. That's, or maybe I can. Maybe I should. Now we're actually going live, which means I have to set everything back up, because we're on this creative wave of chaos, and we're here for another 9, 10, 11, 3 hours. So 4 hours, maybe a bit more. So let's get this tune on. Okay. So remember it. Get into your body. Let go. Bring up this joy feeling, create this happy high feeling. Lisa, did you feel the happy high feeling in the breath work? Let me know in the comments. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Are we still live? We are still live. Woo, woo, woo! Okay. Okay. I think it's my phone that's dying. Okay.
sound. Maybe we should start it again so I can be with you. Okay, let me be with you. Ready? Steady. Let's really get into this. Feet on the floor. I'm going to trust that I have sound, Raywin. Let's see. Oh, she's still there. Yes, I love that she's here. She's my wingman. Ready? Make sure you're breathing into your belly, here, and on chest you can check. Start to let go as you breathe. Starting to feel that beautiful high feeling, that buzzy feeling in your body. We want to increase this. We can increase this with something that we call the power breath. Turn it down.
just going to pause it for a second, and I'm going to tell you quickly about this this power breath, right? So with the power breath, what we're doing is, instead of just this flowing connected breath, we're actually going to start breathing in a connected rhythm, and we're going to be breathing faster and creating these bellows in the chest. So this looks like, and I want you to be really careful that you're breathing into your belly. So and you're breathing in with intention, which creates the exhale that happens. There's no force. And what we want to do usually is 30 of these breaths. So if you are going into your DMs or going onto a sales call or feeling any sort of resistance, you can use this to get into state, right? So putting this music back on, we're now going to go into our power breath. You can do this standing, you can do this sitting down. If you start to feel lightheaded, sit down, carry on. And at the end, we're going to do our beautiful breath retention, okay? And we're going to check in and see how you feel afterwards. So I'm just going back to the music. It's over here. Whoop. Don't want too much of this beautiful buzz feeling to be wearing off, because it's fucking amazing, right? Okay, here we go. Turning this up. Okay. So going into this beautiful power breath, we're going to be doing 30. Ready? notice the difference, right? And the difference between just dancing and breathing and dancing, bringing breath work and movement together. If you're just jumping onto the live and you're like, what the hell is going on? What is she fucking doing right here? This is Trustfall. This is my 12-hour live stream event where I have been talking about how to step into the next octave of your reality without any of the force and the push, any of the manipulation and the control, any of the stress and the hustle. You know, we start with awakening the miracle frequency that is within you. And we go a whole other level to become the feelings of what you want before it arrives in your reality, to step into this place of self-trust and connection, and also non-duality, non-separation, that allows you to trust that spirit is within and that everything is written and that you are literally in a big movie and you have kind of written the script from your soul's contract, right? And you can meet life differently like that. And we've been talking about the kind of things that stop you doing exactly that, you know, that you will meet life with insecurity, with assumptions, with limiting beliefs, with, you know, doubts and a lack of love for yourself. And, you know, all of that carries an energy that is manifesting. So I hope that you are enjoying this live stream so far. I want to check in on the time. Give this a little look-see here. Hang on a second for our first guest, who I think will be joining us really shortly. Time now, CEST. So what we're going to be going into, I'm sure she should be here. She's 18 minutes late. Do I need to remind her? Give me a second. We should have Judith here by now. Where could she possibly be? Let me jump on in because my phone is now not connected, and say to Miss Judith. Miss Judith. Okay, perfect. So Miss Judith is coming in as our first live interview in this evening section. And she is going to be talking about her experience in Mexico and how that has led to this crazy radical expression, right? And we are going to show her episode right now of A Baptism of Fire. Because, you know, when we unlock this next level, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are walking with ease, like I experienced, into that next level. It's going to come with certain rites of passage. You know, we set the intention to walk in life as this authentic version of ourselves. 8 p.m. Oh, okay. Maybe that's me then, Raywin. I might have got the schedule mixed up, which is great because that gives us time to watch our episode. This is all working out perfectly to plan. So, you know, we set that intention to radically express, but what is going to come to us is the rites of passage, which is certainly what Judith experienced. So her episode is beautiful. I'm going to pop this on for you now. And yeah, I would love to know what resonates, you know, because I think Judith's story will deeply resonate, especially in those areas of what is unconsciously blocking you and how that is really manifesting in the experiences that you are having. So let's go over here right now and put this on for you. Oh my goodness me. This will be the last episode that we will be sharing today, but you are absolutely welcome to jump into my YouTube channel, subscribe, go along to episodes. There have been 5 so far. There are another 2 coming. It is extremely exciting. Judith's episode is called Learning to Find Bliss in the Present Moment. So if this is about if you're in that position and you feel like you're not arriving, you want to get to the next income, impact, influence, milestone, and you're not arriving, I want you to entertain the idea that it's that you don't feel safe to arrive there, and that arrival is completely unconscious. Okay, so the obvious thing that you look at when you are experiencing plateaus, roadblocks, is strategy. What is the piece of strategy that I'm missing? And this can wind you up in this place of trying all these different things to shift, right? And they don't work because the problem is on the inside. And this episode demonstrates how a somatic coaching approach can help you heal the unconscious trauma that is holding you back from your success. So in this episode, my client Judith discovers the hidden reasons that she wasn't creating the income, impact, and influence that she was seeking. And her story will help you to understand how unconscious beliefs and hidden traumas can impact your success and your energy to unlock greater abundance. Your unconscious stories are a safety net from the things that you fear, but they're also keeping you locked in the past and unable to embrace the present moment. Somatic trauma transcendence helps you to access deeper levels of understanding and unlock the success that you deserve. So you're going to be really inspired by the courage, resilience, and unwavering commitment of Judith, just like you have seen in my other clients. And she shows you that when we heal these deep wounds and operate from a place of truth and alignment, Judith felt her truth and alignment in Mexico. And she stepped into life living through this, right? And this is what brought up the wounds, and this is what happens. The rites of passage are there to illuminate how you need to align, where you need to heal. They'll reflect in your relationships. They'll reflect in your experiences. You'll call in those things that you fear the most, right? You're trying to avoid them, but you'll call them in because you have to go through them and you have to learn the wisdom of that experience. And from here, this is where our creative ideas and our creative expression can flow effortlessly and radically, boldly, right? And it's here that we unlock limitless potential, but it requires courage, it requires vulnerability, and it requires a willingness to confront the darkest corners of your psyche. I call this the fire of transformation. So if you're ready to unravel the layers that have been hindering your radical expression and holding you back from your business's potential, full potential, prepare yourself to be captivated by the raw emotions that will create profound revelations in you as you uncover the impact your own stories and human need for survival, as we've talked about today, is having on your life and business. By embracing your unique experiences and vulnerabilities, you will tap into a wellspring of untapped potential that we will share about in Judith's interview. And you will unlock your innate creative power like never before. So here we go. Here is Judith's episode. Give me one little second to get that on. Hang on a second. Here we are, ready, steady. Go.
What if this emotion is the breakdown that you're needing at a soul level to let in what is actually truth?
I saw myself at the beach. It was out there on a ship, but it was out in the ocean, somewhere there. And I was at the beach. I couldn't get there. I started to paddle there, but I got back.
On the water, there's a wave. On the water, there's a current. There's a flow that you don't necessarily always have to paddle. Little girl run, little girl bang.
Hi, I'm Judith. I'm a transformation coach and a business mentor from Germany, supporting visionary female entrepreneurs, those star seeds, light leaders globally, in growing their businesses for this new earth age that we're already in.
My name is Claire Williamson, aka the Millionaire Sha'woman. I am the author of Awaken Your Miracle Frequency. It is easier than you think to have it all. I had this crazy idea of profiling the journeys of 3 of my clients who are also publishing their books as part of my program, the Unleashed Awakened Wealth Mastermind. When I published my book, I went through what I can only describe as a ritual of initiation to playing bigger in this way, and I realized something powerful. This is the ritual of initiation to a tidal wave of sales and offers. You have to step into a fire that changes every level of your being and burns your old patterns, default expectations, and all of your programmed judgments and assumptions to the ground, just like a baptism of fire.
I'm joining this beautiful book project because I do believe that your business is an expression of your soul's purpose. And if we look at this new earth age that we're all entering, and the way business is done is shifting, the way marketing is done is shifting, the way that we get to be who we are and express ourselves is shifting, this message and how to do this needs to get out to more people. And that is exactly what I feel this book can absolutely support my mission with, together with these amazing other leading ladies. And altogether, it's just a whole movement in the transformation of this world and this new earth age.
You want Judith to go next? Judith, are you still working on that? Or you ready to read it?
I just posted it in the group. I'm not really happy, but it's better than nothing.
Let's see if we can make it happy. Go for it.
Gosh, I'm crying again. I'm having a shit day.
Oh, honey, it's okay. No, we don't want to upset you. Can we help you with anything? Or you want to talk about it? You have a coach that wants you to succeed more than anybody I've ever met in my life. Because she really means that.
What part of you is resisting fully into this new earth reality that you see it?
There's just a thought coming up that it might mean, it might not, but it might mean that I need to drop what I'm doing right now.
So what does that look like?
I wouldn't be coaching.
How does that make you feel?
Scared. No, I would be more sharing all the things I see and I know. Recently I felt kind of tired to walk people through these processes.
What if this emotion is the breakdown that you're needing at a soul level to let in what is actually truth for you? It's that Rumi quote, you've got to break your heart enough times that it's finally open. And when it becomes open, it doesn't mean it makes sense, but it's shattering the paradigm of everything you've ever believed and allowing you to step onto your path of purpose.
But exciting at the same time.
Yep. Most exciting things are scary.
Hey, this is Judith again. It's vlog for week 3 and 4 of our book journey, Leading with Light. And it's just, oh my goodness, there's so many things going on and happening. challenging things, exciting things, and I just wanted to share a few insights of how that journey is going on for me. And so my chapter is all around new ways of entrepreneurship and new ways of doing business through expressing your soul's purpose, right? Because I was struggling a lot with, really, is it that really the ideas I had for the subtitles of the chapter, if that matched the roadmap and the client journey within my world? And I thought I had to rearrange it, but then I reread it, and that was a positive thing to really come through. I read it and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so good, and it makes so much sense. So it was just around a little bit tweaking and twisting things a bit, but not like I had thought, to kind of redo it. So that was a really cool thing. It got me laughing, and I've already started to write a little bit on one of the topics where something was just coming through, and I just let it all pour into the digital paper. That was amazing. I feel a lot of resistance up, which is likewise annoying and exhausting, but it's a beautiful part of all these evolution journeys and the transformation, that every new project and every growth step that we commit to be going through, that it triggers, right? And that we get to look at. So this book project, the way we're doing it here with Claire and Lil from the publishing house, is just a beautiful thing, and it's different to the other two book projects I've already been in. So I haven't been worried all the time about being able to write a chapter, because I know I can do that. The major resistance for this week that I identified coming up, it is some pattern around, it's a self-sabotage pattern around making it hard to have it the easy way, if you understand what I mean. And that is, it's really annoying, you know, I can see myself in it, like observing, and it feels so annoying to me. At the same time, it feels shitty, and at the same time, I'm trying to get over it and through it by allowing, because there's always a message, you know, in what we're feeling, what we're resisting, so trying to see that. So we'll see how it goes next week. Keep on writing.
Celebration or a gratitude, or both if you're feeling it?
Both. It's a separate step, I think. Another growth step. It's another evolution level that's coming through.
It is.
And it is. It's not fully here yet, but now I can see it, and that is what I'm celebrating. It's really a big win. And with that, having managed to, like yesterday, I had another day that the morning was okay, but the rest of the day and in the evening it got worse and worse and worse, and I couldn't shift it to really, I was like, okay, it feels like real anxiety, depression, but this is going to tell me something, right? And it came somehow overnight through this morning, but like, you know, like when you're birthing something, it's like the first foot is out, but then it flips back in. So kind of like that, if you want. And then this morning was hard again, but something at some point, I'm like, okay, I couldn't breathe. I couldn't, like all these, the silent things, the still things. And I put on AC/DC again, thunderstruck, and that did something to, I don't know, it activated something, it brought something back to life. Then I went to the sauna, and there was something else coming through, so I'm more seeing. And I've had actually, like yesterday and today, 2 bird meetings, I'd say. So it's the blackbird came twice today, and a robin came yesterday and the day before, like really close when I was walking. Like they don't come that close usually, but it was like that close. They was just jumping along with me. And both are for massive transformation, massive spirituality, massive self-expression, massive, like that kind of thing. And that is what is coming through. I think as a baseline, it ultimately is calling me to fully live the spiritual part and live the, like, let fully go of all the logic, let fully go of everything, all, like, you know, drastically.
Full share. Thank you. And sometimes we shouldn't shift the feeling, you know, like it's without any association or stigma or whatever to these lower feelings. There's always beautiful illumination in them, and you know, sometimes we don't want to shift them at all. We just want to allow them and come through.
But even that didn't work yesterday. I usually, you know, when I was like I haven't had anxiety like that in ages. Like everything in my body was like this, and I couldn't make it let go. Not with warmth, not with moving, not with breathing, not with just being, not with, I don't know. It was.
But that's what I'm saying. It won't necessarily go.
The only thing that I could do is just let it be exactly the way it was.
That
Yeah.
sometimes is what we, and it can be extended and prolonged. And again, as soon as association and meaning comes in, I'm in a funk. Oh God, what if there's no light at the end of the tunnel? Again, it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
All emotions come in waves. They all come in waves, and you just got to ride it.
And that was one of the fears, the top layer, but I couldn't find, I wanted to find what was underneath the fear to get to the, just allow it to be felt.
I love where your hands are though. Look at where your hands are. Like they're here now. They're here, you know, and yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, trusting the process.
I had Chata class today again, and then she's like, okay, how do you think you will express emotions? And like for me, my first answer in my head was like, well, of course, through my eyes, my face, and words. But obviously as a dancer, she's like, through your body. And that brought just tears to my eyes, because I realized that was the way that I had completely not learned, because it was blocked, because it wasn't allowed, because it was, you know, that was the part that was cut off. That was really emotional to have that realization and to let that go. And with that, realizing how my body is learning, like relearning bit by bit. It's really baby steps, and I see them. And at the same time, that is exactly what you say. I feel that even without the dance, you know, outside the class, like my hands and my arms start moving in a different way. I'm starting to use them with energy and with all of that in a different way than before. And that creates different effects, if you want.
If there is an identity growing from you right now, if there is a level of leadership, if there is another level of alignment, if there is another level of power, what does that look like because you are going through this situation right now?
I was like so much in this, finding this, what is the position, like everything marketing, if you want, marketing offer, that space, sales somewhere in the side, have stopped the level that I had before on owning like the finance parts, that dawned to me this morning, like even really showing up and owning the whole thing I'm doing as a business. You know, I was in there all the time, but there was so much focus on this. I was so busy with my own transformation and everything that was happening, you know, that I said several times across the last month that I feel like I'm not getting back into the energy of like really just getting stuff done, but not from the hustle, but really in the I'm present, I'm on it, I'm owning it, it's mine, like that.
Is there any residual memory of this side of you, this side of your energy operating in a way that has led you into dark places, that has led you into places in the past that you wouldn't want to go to in the future, that potentially is still sitting there and restricting the power of your masculine to help you to show up?
To say no, and at the same time I feel my body is reacting, but it's been reacting all the time. I can't see right now yet where that is coming from, if that is coming from the masculine or if that is something else, like anything like emotional stuff. My dad is popping up. He doesn't understand what I'm doing. That's weird. He's like, it's like he's trying to, you know, he's constantly moving a little bit forward and then backward.
Are you able to shift into his energy and see how he's experiencing you?
He's afraid, he's terrified. It's like he's torn in between. He wanted to be there for me and provide that safety, but he couldn't. He says he wants to be there for me now, but he doesn't know how, because he doesn't understand me. It feels for him so far away, like he can't access me. And where I'm moving for him doesn't feel safe. Well, this is a bit hard. Like, I feel like I want to tell him that I'm his little girl, and at the same time I'm a grown woman. But there was hesitance to say, I'm your little girl. Because there was, on my end, I'm not trusting this fully coming up. The whole right side of my body is tensioning up again.
Mm. You don't mind me saying as well, the left is also strung up.
Yeah, it feels like it needs to protect.
What is the truth?
Hi everyone, so this is week 5 in the book project Leading with Light, and I'm gonna tell you, this is crazy. I'm likewise excited, but I'm like literally a little bit, well, not freaking yet, but getting a little nervous. I have not started really writing beyond the outline for the chapter, right, and my talking points, because that is the positive and the exciting part of it. There's so much going on inside, so I'm finding yet more levels of clarity. Yesterday we had a call with the publisher, so nice people, so helpful and so appreciative. I described it as like, it feels currently like every day I'm downloading information, I'm getting more clarity, I'm so connected to the galaxy, to the universe and my inner knowing, my soul, that like every day more information and new things are channeling in, which it's filling, you know, it's just all the puzzle pieces are coming together so that this huge thing talking about the new way of business, this new earth way, what does it actually mean to feel and sense and partially live fifth dimension world, right, where we're so super conscious and aware, we're sensing so many things, but then what does it actually mean to bring this back down into business here in our world? Essentially it makes me smile a lot, because essentially it is exactly what I'm talking about in my business, what I'm teaching people, what I'm coaching people through, right? Because it is finding a way of expressing what is your soul's purpose. Bye, I see you next time.
I have this twofold question again. So it is, we might end in like a process, I'm not sure, and probably it will lead to the business solution for today.
As they do, yeah.
So I found myself, now it's a bit better, but this morning, and I did the breath work this morning, I found myself really struggling, and I don't know what I should be doing. And likewise, I'm not sure what I'm blocking, so that I'm always taking myself back to wherever. I've come so far as never, and now I'm supposed to tear it down again? Like, why? I saw why I was so afraid of having the success, because there was one experience from a past life, and the rest was all coming through collective. Babies having been cut out of the womb for like decades and ages, and you know, you birth something and you lose it right away because somebody's taking it. And then I could trace it back to all my life, you know. Every time, sports was a good example, as my parents tried to bring me into like 5 million different sports things. So there's like, she's gotta be good at something. Same in school, I was never sucking at anything, but I never got good at really, you know, I was always average plus a little bit. But there was never anything was like I'm really good at. Like the vision board thing this morning, it's the same pattern, you know? I saw myself at the beach. It was out there on a ship, but it was out in the ocean, somewhere there. And I was at the beach. And I couldn't get there. I started to paddle there, but I got back. And I'm like, I've shifted so many things. I've changed so many things. I've let go of so many things. Like, what more?
What if the new beginning, what if you are seeing the sign around the new beginning through the lens of before, instead of a new way of new beginning? Because where you go, or where you don't go or won't go, is to just stop paddling, you know, to just sit and to be. On the water, there's a wave. On the water, there's a current, you know, there's a flow that you don't necessarily always have to paddle to move. Just wait and see, you know, just allow.
Are you resonating with Judith's story unfolding? I would love to hear what you are resonating with down in the comments. And if you are enjoying this documentary, A Baptism of Fire, subscribe at the button below and make sure you hit the notification bell so that you do not miss out on finding out whether their stories have a happy ending.
What if this emotion is the breakdown that you're needing at a soul level to let in what is actually truth?
I saw myself at the beach. It was out there on a ship, but it was out in the ocean, somewhere there. And I was at the beach. And I couldn't get there. I started to paddle there, but I got back.
On the water, there's a wave. On the water, there's a current. You know, there's a flow that you don't necessarily paddle. Because when you rest, you open. You open to receive, right?
Yes, and I've been there a lot the last days. So I'm not really exactly sure what got me off.
It is healing the automatic. We sometimes can't know because it is automatic. And that's why bringing it to it, even if it's over and over and over again, it's just that reminder, oh, yeah, okay, there's another way. What is my new way? When you go back, you completely lose that beautiful perception of what actually is and the way that we see it, right? Which is, you know, your content is on fire. There's people, like I commented today to keep the comments going because I was like, people are commenting. She's bloody got this. But you don't see that when you close down. You don't, and then if you're not seeing it, you're not appreciating it. If you're not appreciating it, there's no appreciative juju that just said, oh, we must be missing something here. We won't bother sending more in, right?
It got me frustrated. I got really almost mad at myself. I'm like, what am I doing? You know, because it felt like the new kind of pattern to flee myself into, because apparently something is still missing, and I know that it's bullshit. I'm not really sure what it is. The other thing I noticed is because yesterday, like in the breathwork session, as you kept emphasizing this, when you tap into the bliss. And I was in everything, but I was not really in bliss. I still can't really get to bliss. Like there's micro moments where I feel good, and there's expansiveness, and you know, I have all the connection and the vision and all of that. It just rather feels like I'm at peace.
Which
I'm not sure if yeah, I know it's good. I know that's good. I'm not sure if this is actually still true. I don't know. Feeling and having joy so much more over the last 10-15 days compared to the whole like past 5 years.
Judith, that has to be learned too, right? Because the body has it remember, don't fire it or wire it, you lose it. Feeling, we forget how to fucking feel. We have to remember how to feel safe to feel, you know? It's like we even have to practice that, smelling the roses almost.
You know, I'm sharing content daily, and here and there I'm pitching the accelerator. I started sharing a bit more in the beginning of introduction who I am, but then, you know, there was 2 people actually into yesterday for the first time.
And that's what you've got going on right now. You'll have people binging your content because you're not selling at them, because it is deep. It is, you know, interesting. There's so much shit on social media right now. Like, you are not shit. You're interesting. You're different. You're compelling.
I think there's one part of me that is just like a angry little kid that just like, fuck, but I just want people to reach out with this. I want to work with you. Can we do this? You know, I want to come into your world. There's an element. I don't want to be begging them anymore to be working with me.
So you get those baseline rhythms in, and you just keep feeding it, but in peace and in joy and in lightness. You know, that it's new moon right now, right? So it's new intentions. And I set my intention. I set my vision. That affirmation that I put into my Facebook group, that was mine. That was what I had to tell myself. You know, I danced with it. I played with it. I ceremonied it. And we have to do this. We have to talk to ourselves. We have to talk it up. We have to get into that feeling of joy and lightness, even if it is complete fucking delusion. But the more you get yourself up,
the more the reality comes up to meet you, right? It's just that if you go up and then you look down and go, for fuck's sake, it hasn't moved yet, and then it just goes, it's just because you just sabotaged it. You got to keep floating and keep finding reasons to float and keep, you know, celebrating and thanking. And, you know, it's sort of like, and this is what I'm saying, it's like a whole different in the moment experience of life, almost breathing, slowing down, experiencing, because I'm not going to play to the ego that says it's more important. I choose what's more important. It was interesting because I say all of that, but I got called out on a story today because I didn't want to go into the discomfort of doing a live video. I was like, oh, you know, I've got to do this and I've got to do that. And the answer was, it'll take you 5 minutes, do it right now. And then I realized that I was sitting with the discomfort of, I don't know what to say. I won't know what. Old story, Claire, bullshit. Open your bloody mouth and the words will fall out. As soon as you catch yourself, you go into the new story. But if you sit with the bullshit will just keep, and you'll just be like, oh yeah, I need to, like, so it's sort of like, what are your new stories? Write them down. It's like a new experience of life. You can write it out over and over again and then find that feeling in it.
Of course, it's the same thing like last year and the year before and 6 months ago and 3 months ago and last week. I feel so tired of it. Just want to get out of the other end.
That right there is a story, and that's the paddle, Judith. That's the, like, you're paddling, whereas it's like, smell the goddamn roses right now because where you are at is beautiful. Be in it. What's stopping you from experiencing it fully, even if it doesn't feel like your entire unleashed potential?
Feeling confused.
I want you to sit in that boat and I want you to take me to the experience that you had where it felt like what you were seeing was way out there, way out there. I want you to take yourself into the boat in vision, in feeling.
It's two scenarios. They're just coming in and out, interchanging. One is I'm not even in the boat. I'm standing on the at the beach, feet in the water, just like a few centimeters. I'm seeing the thing on the horizon.
What's going on in your body?
It's like having to give it up, like I can't have it.
Do you believe that's a true story?
There is a part of me that does believe that.
Why do you believe that's so?
Something around unfair, being unfair comes up. Somebody's taking my hand and pulling me away from the beach. And it's, but I can't see who. And it's like, yeah, no, but I want to be here. I want to go there. This is where I want to go. But the other person's like, no, come on, stop dreaming. It's not for you.
So feeling into your feminine power, how do you want to respond to that?
It doesn't know how to respond. It goes back into this, I don't want to be dominated. And I want my needs and my wants and my wishes to be seen and heard. I don't want someone else to decide for me.
Steady your breath. Steady your posture. Breathe up again. So connect down with the earth. In this vision, I want you to sit down on the sand. Feel the sand. Feel the earth. Feel the earth's energy running up through you as you breathe. With the sound of the waves, hear the sound of the waves, hear their rhythm. Create peace and serenity. And with a completely open mind, the curiosity of a child, look out to the horizon to place your hands on the waves. To imagine that just by moving your fingertips, you can bring that vision towards you. Slow up your breath, Judith.
something inside still does not feel safe to just fucking sit there and have my hands on the water.
You've placed your hand on your heart for a moment. And I want you to say thank you for seeing and feeling the truth of this unsafety. Feel into the gratitude of seeing the truth, because it's reflecting and it's stealing away the present moment. You feel ready to find safety, true safety. Feel the water. Feel the innocence of the elements, the purity of the elements, the sand, the earth, the water, the sun, the air. So continuing to breathe, steady breath in and out through the mouth. Just placing your focus on the horizon again. Placing your hands on top of the water. Just feel that power you have in your hands to pull that horizon towards you. See getting bigger. Feel it getting closer.
It's back right in front of me.
How close can you touch it?
It's right here and I'm already... Like she got up, she grew up, it was a bigger version of her and she just stepped into it. It's like a wall, you know, it's right in front of me. It's like a wall, but like an entrance, more like a gate.
What is on the other side?
I don't know yet, good question.
Explore this vision. You can take that entire practice into meditation when you feel the unsafety in your body. You go to the ground, you feel the sand, you feel the earth, you feel the energy, you feel connection, you feel all your senses. You bring that horizon towards you and you step in, and each time you're going to explore a little further, a little deeper.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've been doing all of those things all of the freaking time. I just wasn't sure, I don't know, something, whatever automated reaction pulled me that far out again.
Look how quick you're coming back. This is new. This is the new way. You know, it's like, it's not, I'm going to fall out for weeks and weeks and weeks. It's, I'm going to fall out, I'm going to step back in.
Yes.
And you can build that feeling of safety. And remember, you find safety in the words. Even just telling yourself, I'm completely safe, I'm completely connected, feel this beautiful sand, smell that beautiful sea, feel that beautiful sun. Oh, how beautiful. Words are so powerful as long as you're breathing into the truth of the words at the same time. One of the reasons that I've taken up skateboarding is to find that 5-year-old's playful trust, you know, like to know that if I move and discover and like I can fall off, but I'm actually okay. You can, whether it's headstands, handstands, rolls, you know, just feel into how can I remember that playfulness, the innocence, because that's where a child finds safety, isn't it? In absolute pure innocence. And you can rediscover that. You can.
Yeah, it's the 2-year-old. I guess it's as well a lesson again of letting go of an idea of how I think it should be.
Absolutely. And again, you can use affirmation. Start playing with the language of unpatterned potential, infinite possibilities. Get excited about that. That is when those doors are going to swing open and you're going to get the back door message. When the doors are open, right?
Yeah. And I know I will find that, you know, those marketing questions. I'm like, I know that shit. I'm teaching that shit.
And the most powerful marketing comes from inspiration, and you can't get inspiration when you're in your beta consciousness.
and your brain waves are going too fast and your body doesn't feel safe and you're in a survival pattern. You can't.
Interesting how long it can take to, that whole journey. There's not like not complaining or not really resisting. It's more like, wow, interesting, how many levels, how deep things go, how deeply wired things can be, likewise how it can be shifted, like the whole observing the whole thing.
Which is why you have to sell yourself, because it's starting to believe that you can be in front of somebody even who's earning a lot of money and this shit's still going on and they've got no idea how to fix it, but you do. So owning that wisdom from these rites of passage. So don't be afraid to sell to them, because you can move them forward from where they are.
Hello, my lovelies. It is week 6 of our Leading with Light book project. What can I say? This week has been really emotional for me. It was the week with the deadline to hand in our chapters. I had another internal shift and up level, another piece of transformation through all of what was going on currently. There was the moon and there were several other things like inside of me wanting to come out. It had to do with another level of self-expression, and writing the book has absolutely pushed buttons on that process. So no more hiding, at another level, more clarity on saying what I really want to say. Oh my goodness, there was resistance. It all came up. Then overnight, I got another download for what I'm supposed to be sharing here, like who I am at soul level, and that then I was strongly called to integrate that in the book as well. So I sat the next day and rewrote about half of the stuff. Essentially, the whole business model is shifting at the moment. So it's a very interesting time, but a really intense time. And I feel a book project like this book project is absolutely contributing to pushing the right buttons, I can say, to just get the process going, also the growth of the business end, while we're obviously in the back end checking at, okay, how can we use the book as the final part, and how does it connect to the client's journey once they enter our world. So it's a lot of clarity. It's a lot of clarity it requires to really deeper into the own processes of my business as well. I sat in front of that before myself a lot of times, not really knowing where to start, but now it is, there's clear things to be weak. So it's a good thing, even though sometimes it's really not comfortable to do so, or it's like, fuck, I don't want to do it. But, probably when you got these things, you got to do something at a certain point of time and deal with it, and just, you allow yourself to get to the thing, it starts to unfold. I found myself in the old pattern of, shit, there's a deadline. I cannot miss the deadline, because what will it mean if I miss the deadline? And the old fear of failing and then being rejected, not being good enough again anymore, all the stuff from the past. It creeped up, it really creeped up, and I was like, what is that? But it really got to me. And I talked to Claire this morning about it, and really just voicing it and saying as it is, and then letting it go, so that I allow myself, because I had held myself back because of that, to just hand in the chapter a bit shortened, and then ask the beautiful people from the publishing house to support me. So it was another step in the journey to allow support when it's there anyway, right? Because communication, expression, all of that, right? And it beautifully fit in with what I'm writing about anyways, around self-expression and connecting to your purpose frequency, and how you can then leverage that in the new way of doing business. So yeah, that was basically my week 6, and now I just handed it in. I did it. I handed in the chapter, and I'm curious to get feedback on what else I can change, or how I can shorten, or any other feedback.
Wow, 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 wow. Oh my goodness. And look who we have. Like, Judith, you need to wake me up. Like, I'm starting to drift now.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, on your end it's quite
Hello.
late. Yeah, good morning on this end here. So I just got up basically. So this is the fresh start of my Saturday. But you guys, especially you've been on here all day, I feel.
I know, and Facebook kicked us off. It must have just been like, yeah, nah, we cannot handle this. Yeah, but it's been amazing. It's been so amazing. And you know, we just watched your episode of A Baptism of Fire.
I saw.
And I have one question, Miss Judith.
Go.
What the fuck happened in Mexico? Because that to me was the starting point of the most incredible ascension. And I said before your episode that as with every ascension, the awareness and the connection to what is really holding you back does not immediately mean that you are resolved. It is just the doorway into the rites of passage that help you to resolve it, which I think is what we saw in your book journey. So going back to that question, like, share what happened in Mexico, in the retreat in Mexico.
I love that question, and also opening up with it, because to me it is actually a full circle question. I just reflected on that yesterday, looking at where I have come to right now, especially the last 4 to 6 weeks again have been another up level of that. Yes. And when I looked at it, it all traced back to exactly January.
Yeah.
And the month I spent in Mexico, and then specifically also these 4 days with you on retreat. So before I go into a bit more detail, the one thing that it had opened up, and that started then there as a result, was the light languages opening up. And that was another level of breaking free into who I really am. Wow. Into the soul that I really am. And I got answers to that question quite recently, and confirmation. So gotten to that level now, if you want, October, November, what my true name is, what the true soul's name is.
Wow.
And that is really beautiful. So, but going back to January, I mean, what did we do with you, right? You called that neurosomatic retreat. And then, I mean, if you know what that is, you can have an idea. But if you don't know, you'd be like, oh, what the fuck? It's that.
Yeah.
Right? So basically, if I want to sum it up, what you did with us, what you guided us through, was a complete journey, multi-dimensional.
Yeah.
On energetic layers, on physical level, like combining everything that we are and opening wider. I mean, you always get to where you can get on your journey, but the purpose and the intention to allow each of us who was there to get at least one, if not more, and for me it was definitely more than one step closer to breaking open to that inner core.
Yeah.
And that is what we do in this type of work, right? If we look at soul work, if we want to call it like that, you've got to break through and free all of these layers. And the thing is, we're so past these, what years ago used to be like the deeper layers. You know, when I started coaching like 5 years ago, the major focus I had was on the emotion end and the mindset end and these kind of things, to break that open to access subconscious and create shifts in limiting beliefs and all the things that we know. But with the times that we're in right now, that is just, I could even say it's too slow or it's too surface. Yeah. Because the energetics have shifted, consciousness has shifted, and the work we get to do to experience really truly who we are. And that is what your work is about. Yeah. Before you then tie it back to the business, but you know, get to the core of who people are. And that is what you did with us in Mexico. Open that up, right? Through the work, when we go through the somatics, when we integrate the body, we gotta integrate the body, otherwise it's not possible. We
store everything in here. The memories in here, the feelings are in here. As a shit ton to release before you really get to the core, before you can really access it. And then in my words described, that is also what I'm talking about in the book, the evolution journey that we walk through, right? We have a long period where we look backwards a lot to understand the trauma and understand all the things on all of these levels. But then at some point there's like a saddle, like a turning point, where it starts to move more forwards, and that is the journey when you start to rather learn to dance with fear through your evolution steps, because you're moving rather forward than looking backwards and understanding and healing and capturing. But that is the work essentially I feel that you did on the retreat, and that you did also on the online retreats I shared with you, and that's probably a huge part also in whichever way that you're going to be doing in Costa Rica, right? And that is beautiful, because when we will always have, to my opinion, the mix of sometimes there will be backlashes to past things or past lives again, because we need to understand another thing. But then we're overall more on the ascension journey forwards of the evolution. And that is then seeing what comes up as the next layer of resistance, looking into what the fear that is naturally coming through then is just inviting us to see, to understand, to embody, to integrate, and then to take it and bring it into action in whatever you do. And that is more or less just the game and the journey. And sometimes it's scary as fuck, but it is exactly, and I guess that's why you also called this event Trustfall, right? Because you've got to fall, you've got to go into free fall, as scary as it is. And I definitely had tons of moments like that on the retreat. And then also then on the journey of this year, coming to where I am now. And from that very first moment, realizing in Mexico, like, oh, light language, I had no idea what that is. I had never heard about that before. And then understanding, oh, this is coming through me. I'm apparently a channel of whatever it is. I had a night where I was just laying for about 3 hours, and basically my whole face started to move, my jaw. It was like someone needed to rearrange muscles and everything in here for it to be able to express these different languages. Those of you who listen, who speak different human languages, that, like, for example, when I speak English, that language happens way more in the front of my mouth. When I speak German, it's way more in the back of my mouth. When I speak Spanish, that's even more in the front of the mouth. And with the light languages coming through, I figured there's different areas in my mouth that they come through too that have never been really used if I want. But obviously you can use it if you train it. And that is what these ascension processes also provided for me. So, sometimes I'm just laying there and I still have these things, like the last weeks and nights when there's new activations. Because what I learned now is that apparently I can channel all of the light languages up there, and the cosmic ones, like all of them. I've got the confirmation multiple times now, and more are coming through. But every few weeks I go through that thing again. I lay there in the night, mouth, body starts to move to open this up in order to be able to channel it through in the way that it sounds right, if you want. And sometimes I still feel like when you learn a new language, and you get to the point where you can speak it, but you still feel it's a little bit wobbly and it doesn't sound 100% right yet. This is what it feels like for some of them, and some of them run through even smoother now. That is really a core thing that I can say that is very tangible, and something that is 100% new on top, versus, I'd say, the normal evolution that we run through, where it's about opening up consciousness, where it's about opening up your heart, where, it is letting go of certain fears or beliefs or patterns, which definitely is also a result of the retreat work, right?
No, I think you're right on the money, like accessing these gifts. Because when the body is stuck in fear, then we're in completely the wrong part of our brain to activate what is there waiting for us, to make that beautiful divine connection. What you said, I'm not sure the exact words you just used before, to channel through, right? We've talked today about how you have to become a transparent window which divine shines through, which means a hell of a lot of letting go. And usually, you know, we think about letting go, but the thing I think we don't think so much about is where we are actually attaching to material security at a really deep unconscious level, and how that deep unconscious level of attachment is sitting in our body. I felt that with you when we were in Mexico, you know, when we were in one of the ceremonies, and the tension in your body, like the unconscious fear in your body as you began to allow it to illuminate to you. And that beautiful process of allowing and releasing. And I think not only did you look like an entirely different person when you sat up, but you said that across those few days, you even felt differently in your body, right? You felt more freedom than you'd felt in a really long time.
Yeah, true. It is. Because the work, I mean, we've been doing body work, if you want, for more or less 4 days, right?
Yeah.
And that is, you know, if you just think about that, when usually, even if you do daily practices of breathing or any of these things, what do? You do maybe half an hour, maybe, you know, if you really dedicate time, maybe you do 2 hours. But when do you really create space? Usually you don't, unless you really join an event like that to really do that. And I've just seen that 2 weeks ago. I ran an own retreat down here in Germany with 2 of my VIP clients then. And that was basically the same thing, you know, even for me holding the retreat. And I'm curious to hear how your experience then is, if that is similar. You know, I was completely in that energy and in that vibration, even though I was delivering for them and providing for them and also channeling through like you did. It is such a different space. And, you know, I keep telling people, you know, go to retreats here and there, you know, create that space, go, because you won't do that. And it is, I won't say maybe it's impossible, I don't know, but it is hard to really create that for yourself, because the group energy is something that carries part of the magic.
Yeah.
But then also having this space location wise, and having the dedication for yourself to be in there. I mean, I don't know, how long do you do Costa Rica? It's another 4 days as well?
5 days.
5 even. See, that is, you know, when do you create like a full week to be with you and to allow your body to release, to understand, to learn, and to integrate the wisdom that you carry inside anyway. The activation of DNA, the activation of soul, the activation of, you know, I call that pioneer wisdom, but you can call that whatever you want, but it is just the knowing that you have deep inside. And that is what is the beautiful magic of these kind of retreats versus doing the work daily or being with a coach or mentor weekly or something, which is amazing. But if you can create these spaces once or twice a year, that is just accelerating everything that you want and opening up at such a different level. And as you see from, you know, the experience in January I had, we're talking now, it's beginning of November, and all of that has unfolded from it. I mean, obviously I've been keeping on going the steps, right? I've been on the work still, but if you look at what the baseline it was that it has created for me to then keep on doing the things and allowing to open up, that is just, I don't know where that would have taken me if I had not gone there. I mean, I would have obviously evolved, just probably not to that extent, right? And that is what we then also saw in the book journey from what you just played before, from the episode, because that was summertime, and that was another profound kind of turning point for me, if you want. When you just sat, you know, sometimes you gotta break down, lose it all, but then you can look into all of these areas. You look into relationships, you look into money, you look into business overall, you look into you personally. We are constantly losing a part of ourselves because it has to die. And I've died so many times this year in all of these. Yeah, it is. We had a very crucial point in our marriage. It was a deep turning point. It was on question. Financially, it was very tough in the middle of the year. I had really struggles that I haven't had in years. It turned all.
And it put light on where I had to look at and where I had to make shifts that I hadn't made before. Personally, I died on so many levels, letting go of these old versions, this life, but then also what has come through over the last weeks a lot from the evolution of speaking more and expressing, obviously, all of these channels. I figured one of the blocks was in some past life, I was these, gosh, I keep forgetting the English word, you know, these guys back in times with kings and queens that were there to entertain the king and the queen with these funny hats, you know. Just exactly.
Yeah.
And I was one of those, but that person had not originally been that, but it had been like a white magician, a very powerful white magician, which had then been, or had his tongue chopped off and made the jest, so he couldn't practice his magic, and he was to obey the king and queen's order, and he wasn't allowed to practice anymore because it was done, you know, like the witches burned or the heads chopped off kind of thing, just in a different version, but the tongue was cut off. So, and I felt that not being able to speak and to express. And then I got to release that beautifully and bring him back. And through that process was when opened up, because the core soul that was in him was me, in that light being called Mali, that I got to understand that who I am. That is how I got to the core of that. And it's all about the expression, right? And this is what we're talking about all the time here, authenticity and expression. But we can only access, and it's the same for me. You can look at all of the steps of my journey, going back to Mexico, the expression, as you said, my body felt different. I did feel different. I looked different. We store all of these blocks inside on all of these levels. And there's more things that we don't know than we know.
Yeah.
Until we know.
Yeah.
And we uncover that.
Yeah. I mean, let's because I mean, we've both been in a very business oriented mastermind and in business programs. Where is the room to sit in and explore these, you know, this dimensional aspect of ourselves that is playing through the present day? I was talking to somebody the other night, and just in flow of this conversation, and then these words came through, and I literally went from here to the floor. I felt sick. I felt anxious. I said, stop, this, something's coming up. And they're like, what is coming up? You know? And I closed my eyes and I just began to breathe into this feeling. And I said, death. And they're like, go on. And I'm allowing it, and I'm literally feeling like I want to be sick. Like I don't want to see what my body is bringing. I could feel it. My body was bringing up. And I've had a few experiences, like I shared with the new moon ceremony that I did early in the year, and I was walking towards my higher self, and I felt like I'd been shot through the heart. Whoa. And it was a past life experience of being stabbed. And not only just stabbed, but I think I was stabbed by my one true love. And like, you know, it was literally just 3 words that catalyzed this feeling in my body, and knowing to journey with these feelings and allow the vision to come through and to let go of fear and find the wisdom. I was able to really understand myself at a deeper level. And I think that's what you've done so profoundly in the way that you have been able to invest so much time into retreats, into the mastermind program, into your own practice, to open this space, to be fully open to what is coming through, to journey with these feelings and the visions that they open up. And this plays directly into your expression. The brand expression, like, I don't think you could have invested like $20,000 into some branding coach or like marketing specialist to do what you've done with your branding this year. I mean, it's mind-blowing, dude. Like, it's mind-blowing. It's so beautiful. It's so aligned. It's so, you know, it's actually really vulnerable too, because you've taken a leap of faith into a very niche area that you in lots of ways to your existing brand, but it is not been in any sense of force or push. It has just literally been you can see that it's just channeling through you in absolute pure divine creativity. I mean, talk to me about that. It's epic.
Yeah, it is, and that is what I've learned to incorporate. I had to find my way this year in how I'm teaching business and how I'm doing that and bringing that through as well. So it was in parallel, if you want, this new way of doing that, because we are in this new earth time.
Yeah.
And that requires a different approach to marketing, to sales, to business models overall. The way you look at business, especially in the bubble that we are in, it is service-based and is people-oriented. And that is a different game versus doing e-commerce, right? This has changed as well. And I feel I might tap into that next year again, maybe, closing another loop. But let's stick to our bubble here. What has changed to me in the most profound way in this industry, and especially if we are online, most people today are online doing this, right? Like we are marketing online and we're selling online. And what has changed, because everyone is in this higher levels of consciousness and awareness, it has unconsciously influenced and also changed the way people take decisions.
Yeah.
And how they connect. Yeah. And that is, even if it's unconscious on their end, as the person that is marketing and talking through content and talking, is that live or written or whatever it is, but what you are marketing needs to consider all of these levels. And this is where multidimensionality in business and in marketing and sales comes through as well.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why what worked last year and the years before, all these templates, and if you just apply pure strategy, it's just not working. Yeah. Because people smell a mile against the wind. If you are just
100%.
plugging and playing the damn DM script somebody gave you, or the template for what to say in a post, if you get a structure, how to write copy, and you only switch maybe 5 words because then it's your branding or your offer or something like that. If that is the only thing that you do, people won't buy, because they get that it's not really coming through you. You can use the structures, right? You can use that to understand for yourself the logic of how you sell, of how you talk to people, right? There's a lot of psychology in this as well, overall. But it's no use if you just apply that from logic. And this is the gap that so many people don't get. We are in this time where we have this 5th dimension and the 3D here, but you got to bring the 5D down here, however you want to call that. If that is about sacred union, you can look at it from that space. You can say 5 or 3D. You can say it is the male and the female principles bound together energetically in expression. Whatever you want to say, it is the oneness that needs to come through to you and in the content. And it can only come through if that's visuals, if that's copy, if that's live, when you speak. We need to go away from having 5 million slides in Canva, or having 16 post-its here on. I don't have any post-its or notes here. I know when I'm speaking, it's just coming through. You can just ask me any question. I know that I will know what to say, because I'm trusting that.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the title of today's event, Trustfall, you trust that. You trust yourself. And that's huge, right? Because we've talked about that today, how ultimately we don't trust ourselves. And it's beautiful that you've talked just then into the masculine, feminine energies, because I guess we've seen this industry of pushing the divine feminine, and then on the other side, I'm sure there's been people pushing the divine masculine. But what we want to see is the fact that they are equally powerful in their own right. And obviously they complement each other in how they help us to have expression. But that power is something that is huge. And I think actually we don't trust that power. We don't trust that infinite Like, you know, you feel into yeah, I mean, yeah, like creativity can create or destroy. It's like, do we trust ourselves? Do we really trust the responsibility that we have to, I don't know, you might want to say, get it right, not destroy, but also not destroy this beautiful, safe, secure reality, illusion that we live in, right? It all comes down to trust. And I
It
think
does. And oh, sorry, go.
Yeah, go on. I was gonna say, I think you found like a really significantly deep level of trust this year. So I
did.
handing that ball across.
Yeah, I did. And looking back, I can say I definitely had to, because otherwise this would not be possible. And if I bring that back to the marketing end, this is what sometimes when people come to me, they usually come to work with me when they are at that point, having gone through evolution themselves, and they're looking for this, but they're stuck in the strategies, and then they don't get what is their next level. Usually they're running, if you look at that picture of a box, that was the old world that they were operating in, which was fine until the point when they opened up and expanded in their consciousness and their being. And but with that expanded version, they're still trying to operate here. And that is, it's just not working anymore on so many different levels. And this is when it doesn't come and connect to the marketing end. And to complementing on what you said, adding, you know, when I look at marketing over the last years, especially in this online space, we came from this massive area, what everyone here calls like the bro marketing approach, right? This very male, masculine, pushy kind of thing. Then came a wave. That was like the first wave, I feel, it was just called emotional marketing. You know, it was the feminine counterpart. Very emotional, very flowy, very soft, a bit overdone if you want also.
Yeah.
You know, but then the last wave, I feel, is what then was called last year probably, or maybe year before, attraction marketing, which is amazing, but the thing is, it doesn't work if you don't trust. You can't attract, and you know, you can copy paste the best converting posts from somebody else who's killing it with it, but who's completely connected inside, completely intentionally focused and present and in trust. You take the same thing, add your words, your branding, your offer, nothing happens if you don't trust, because you can't attract from a space of scarcity.
Yeah.
And that is what I knew that, but that is what part of my journey this year was about as well, to get to that point. And this is then how I, looking at attraction marketing, I'm like, okay, but what is the next level now? Because we have this fifth dimension, and you know, we are coming more and more through us and our soul side, rather than through the human side of the brain and even the emotions and the body is mastery of that, yes. But how do we create? That comes from the soul side, right?
Does.
And so I call that reverse engineer marketing. So we're starting from you. We got to bring in you, so that in the end you get to attraction marketing, if you want us to call it like that. But you can't get there if you still operate on scarcity on any level, and on not trusting either that it's safe to be you, that it's safe to just be, that it is safe to express yourself. That is a huge part of my story, based on the experiences of this lifetime, but then also like when I look back to past lives, that was all about, like, just look at the jest with the tongue cut off. It wasn't safe to express. Yeah. So, and that is the journey that we need to walk through. And then when you get to your inner truth, when you get to the core of what really is your truth, and you feel safer and safer to express it, you're finding the words to say, then this is what comes through in your marketing. And then your content starts to feel authentic again. If you then apply a few of these like clever things and smart things from psychology, or you use the structures, you know, somebody gave you, and you infuse both, boom, that is when it's really working.
100%. You know, like, I'd love to talk into this. It's not safe to express. And that's what we have seen, you know, since COVID, since people sort of tried to have a voice and tried to have expression. We have seen platform censorship. We have seen cancel culture. We have seen shaming.
I mean, it is insane. We have seen Elon Musk invest $40 billion into a social media platform so that people can actually share stuff without censorship on it. So, you know, it isn't safe to express. So as a marketer, as a creator, as a, you know, a light leader right now, this is really important. This overcoming your fear is absolutely important, because what we're seeing on the other side is this beautifully subtle, fucking scary overtaking of our expression by ChatGPT, by other, you know, AI that is there to just come. It's the unhealthy masculine, fucking, like, in absolute, you know, armor. I'll just step in and let me take that from you and let me express that for you. Let me sprinkle my fairy dust on your Canva post. Let me, you know, summarize this in your email, which is, in our fear, a very easy way to escape the discomfort of the journey it takes to connect with your ability to express. And I think we're in a very dangerous place in terms of how we navigate forward with this, because I see it as this beautiful opportunity as light leaders to get over these fears and to connect with our soul side and to express through that in full light, radical expression. But we've got to start doing it. We have got to start doing it. More of us have got to start doing it, because I think it could be so easy for just the next person and the next person and the next person. And they're saying with AI that, you know, there's going to be like 100,000 books published a day, and people wouldn't even need to be able to put a sentence together. Music is going to be created without even a singer, or movies are going to be rewritten. It's like, I mean, it's insane. It's insane. What, like, talk to me on this. What are your feels?
I love that you opened
what
this
are you
topic
channeling on this?
Yeah, I could see. And I love that this is coming through, because it divinely, I'm coming from one other side, but I'll get back to this one. When I was on the retreat with my clients 2 weeks ago, I was called to up front to do a constellation work with them on our country here.
Wow.
So I got this channeled through for Germany, really for the land, for the ground, and for the collective, to do the setup. And so I sat with the question, okay, what is the question that we want to ask in there? So what is needed that we look at? What is the aspect of it? The question that I got through that we then put into the constellation setup was, how can we bring in more love and peace into this country? Really in the land, but also in the collective. Mm-hmm. And what we saw, and then I tapped into, okay, which elements do we need? What do we need to look at? And then obviously we had the land itself. We had the collective here of the people. What then came through was, as the collective as well, both world wars, as the history of our country. Yeah. We had the German angst, the fear, and guilt. Wow. That was very powerful. And what then through the process came through, the guilt required and requested the media to come in, the media as a whole. And wow. I was like, oh, now I'm getting curious. I'm like, okay.
Wow.
It was so interesting. And then the media came in, and it came in, you know, and then I stepped into the energy of the media, and the first thing I got was like, you know, it came in like this, bro, gosh, I'm rocking the show here, you know, everyone's just dancing the way I want. You know, if I say fear, everyone's on fear. If I say dance, everyone's gonna dance. Like that kind of an attitude was that. Then we cleared a lot of things. And in the end result, you know, I had my participants and myself join the setup as ourselves to understand what kind of a message or service we could have on our own. And I stepped in as well, and something pulled me. The media wanted me to come over. So I stepped over to the media, and I'm like, oh, what is it? You know, why do I have such a strong connection here apparently to the media? Mm-hmm. And then it dawned to me, and the whole energy shifted around it, and was like,
the strong invitation to stop looking at the media as the externalized enemy that is out there, the huge thing that, you know, is dominating over everything, where you as the small person are powerless against, if you want, like it was in the past. You know, you couldn't publish anything yourself. You couldn't really, but today, and then I got this calling, like, shift that around and also with others and for others and take them. And that closes the circle back to AI, because it is about expression, use, and that is media in the broader sense as well. Because if you talk about movies, if you talk about songs, that is all media in the broader sense, and that is expression. And the strong invitation I got was, be part of it, create it, understand that you have the power to change that, because you will create it. It's not them just giving it to you and you have to swallow it down. But if you don't like it, change it, because you have the power. And this is the overall call of the time that we're in right now, that I'm feeling that we're all called to step back into sovereignty. And then if I bring it back to AI, I hear you on everything that you say, and it's a very fine line. And I feel we have to get to these higher levels of consciousness to be able to use the technology in a way that it's serving, so that it is not stepping into that role that you described, where it is dominating, because then it will become just the new version of the old level of media, when TV and newspapers and radio stations in the 80s, 70s, and whenever dominated everything, and nobody could have an influence on that. Maybe if you got lucky at some point, you were famous, you got invited to a radio interview. But well, you know, that's not the same as today. We can use the internet, we can do podcasts, we can do all of these things, we can publish books. We have a voice. We have a fucking voice. And we get to influence that.
Yeah. We get to influence that if we use our voice. And I think, you know, that's the thing, isn't it? It's just so easy to feel your discomfort and swallow your voice. And I'm talking to myself right here, right now, you know, like all of these big, bold moves I've taken in my business and in my expression and in my creativity, and then coming to this place of realization that within my four walls, I squashed my voice. I had a fear of being fully seen, you know, so and that was actually quite unconscious. Just like, again, going into your episode, just, you know, when once you see it, you can't unsee it. But sometimes seeing it, it's there. It's like the fucking huge elephant in the room, but you don't see it because things have always been that way, and you've always felt that way, and you know, and that level of discomfort to express your truth, you know, to share it. It's not easy. I know what makes it easier is this journey that you've talked about today in this interview, right? And that is just continuously connecting with the authentic truth of yourself, getting into this right-hand, beautiful, creative part of the brain where you see another perception. You've just shared such a beautiful perception of the whole AI media, social media thing, that we don't get from what we know. We don't get from our logical root of the left-hand side of the brain, but we do get it when we allow ourselves to let go of that. And actually, yeah, like, I mean, it's so, so, so powerful. And just those words, if we have a voice.
It is, and it is true. We can sit in these, you know, if that is the constellation work, if you sat in breath work, if we are on the retreats, we're in these spaces where we're completely in that, and if we allow to open up, and then we have the experience, and that is beautiful. And then you come back into reality, into your everyday life, and you get to apply, and that is hardly and wildly discomfort. That is so uncomfortable.
Yeah,
but that is where you need to, you know, do that. And about the self-expression, I had the same experience. Like when I said, also my relationship with my husband this year, like a few months ago, that was tough. And I had figured the same thing. I was holding back this whole more, you know, the work that I do to the extent. And I I caught myself using different words. I was hiding what I would have said to you, or even online, on my social media in public, was a different language compared to when I was with him, because I was dimming myself down so that I was thinking I needed to match a certain level over there. And then I addressed that, and it was really hard. And then obviously the conversation was hard around that. But at some point he was like, he then at some point broke open beautifully. It was hard for him as well. And then it was one of the most beautiful sentences I heard from him. It was like, but then I see you over there and you're in fairyland and I can't get in because I don't have a moonstone.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. You got to have these discussions, and it doesn't always have to be like your romantic relationship. It's any kind of relationship where you are. If that is your inner circle, if that is your family, if that is, you got to find a way to allow to express who you are. And that accounts likewise for your marketing. Yeah. If you're trying to be the copy of somebody with a touch of yourself, forget it. People do sense it. You don't know how many DMs I've got, when I do reach out, and people know now that I do reach out through DMs connecting. Yeah. I'm not selling straight, but I'm connecting. And there was a lot of DMs after the connection message, which people usually really love, but then they come back and it's like, don't you start selling something at me? I smell that a mile against the wind. And I'm like, yeah, I know. It is, people know. So don't assume that they don't know. They do.
Oh, hell yeah. 100. I mean, authenticity has an energy. Like when and I've experienced this a lot recently, and this has come from me, this fullness, this wholeness, this radical acceptance of everything that I am. And I found myself in these randomly deep conversations where it's like that conversation would never have arrived to me in my inauthenticity. And I sat at a coffee table with a stranger, being like rang up by some guy that saw me on the Soma Breath website and ending up sitting with him in a coffee shop and just having the most intense conversation. The retreat that I went to recently, where I was in a room full of people, that was just so beautiful. And I tell you what I notice about these experiences, these immersions, is how much easier it is to commit to your expression when you've been through one of these experiences. Because we've all had the coach, like you say, have that space once a week, do the daily practice where we get that little sense of intention to do something differently, and it's lost, right? We get into our robot fashion, back into daily life after the breath work, and we just let that intention slip. But there's something about immersing yourself for a number of days in these experiences where the intention lodges itself within so deeply. You become so you become the energy of it, don't you? And it can only, like, we know that energy can only ascend, and it ascends. There is no way that you cannot say those words or you cannot do those things. It just burns within you. And I believe that that's our creativity burning in there, and that its beautiful energy is burning away the resistance that we have. That is the magic of the human body, or the magic of the energy that sits within the human body, is that this beautiful serpent fire can actually burn away some of this resistance that we have if we activate it, right? If we get it spiraling and circling and moving, it's doing some of the heavy lifting for us, allowing us to express, allowing us to communicate. And the difference that makes in your business is huge. It's huge. I think it's one of the number one blocks for people, is how they trust themselves to really allow all of themselves to come through. No limits, no bending, no squashing, and no fitting in these bloody boxes.
It is. And the thing is, I'm noticing that those people who've been on this path of their personal evolution for a little while, they tend to think that, oh, I've covered that.
Oh shit, yeah.
I've covered that. So give me now the strategy, because there must be a strategic reason why my business is not flying yet, or why I'm not growing from the plateau that I'm at. They figured out the baseline, they, get some sales going, they understand what their work is doing, but the next level is not coming because they think it is just about the business end. And yeah, okay, maybe I need to clear another emotion. That's okay. It's not. It's a symbiosis of an upward spiraling continuous evolution that we're going through. And that is, as we're in doing what we're doing here, again, e-commerce, different situation. But as long as you are part of your brand and your delivery and your world that you're creating in the first place, you're creating a brand.
Yeah.
And if that is a personal brand that you're creating, you've got to bring in you continuously, because otherwise there's a disconnect. And the further we go and evolve, the more this disconnect will be noticed by other people, consciously or unconsciously.
Yeah.
And then again, we're back into purchasing decisions and the process how somebody takes a decision. Then they won't choose you, or it takes a hell lot of longer time. Then they need maybe 3 years of experience with you, following you along, right? But it's not necessary if you flip the switch.
I love that. I think you said it before, right? It's like, it's not only being unconsciously picked up by them, you're unconsciously picking it up. Like you're feeling this like, you feel it, right? It's like a disconnect, a misalignment. And then the logical mind goes to, oh yeah, so I need to, like you say, like figure out the vision, what it looks like, blah, 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 all this crap. And actually, no, it's like we actually have to sit in the discomfort of the misalignment and allow it to bring its beautiful message through. Allow those emotions to move so that we can see the glimmers of what is truth for us. I actually had a beautiful experience of exactly that just this week. Actually, I've had a hard time in the last few months seeing the next level. I knew that I was getting to my next level, because we always know that we're getting there because things get wildly uncomfortable, right? the prickly heat, like you guys went through, you get the prickly heat going on. I was like, oh, I know it's right there, but I couldn't see what it looked like. And what I've realized in the last couple of weeks is just how much fear there was that was blocking that vision. And I allowed myself to go into this fear. I actually allowed my entire foundations to fall away in feeling, to that feeling of actually having nothing, just being, and all of the emotions that came with that, the fear, the loss, the grief, the whatever was coming through. And I got to this place, and it was like light cracking through. It was like somebody had hammered a big stone, and I saw visions of myself that I hadn't seen previously, that felt so true, that felt so aligned. And it's from these glimmers, it's from this vision, that's where we can take action, and the action becomes inspired. And there's behind the action as well, isn't it? We go to the strategy, we go to the logical way, but then we sit in resistance because we don't feel like it. We don't feel like doing it, and we procrastinate. We find all the reasons under the sun, and it's like, if we could just allow ourselves to not be so convinced that we've healed everything, that convinced that we know ourselves, be open to the fact that we are this beautiful, deep mystery. And we're constantly being gifted insights into it that we can unfold, that we can unravel, that we can use to just become more of ourselves and more aligned on our soul's path as well, because that seed is written, that destiny is divine. And I think we have to take our left-hand brain completely out of the puzzle of solving that. I used to call myself the soul goal coach. Like I did used to help people tap in to find their soul goal, but I think we even need to take that control off and just fully surrender to what is unfolding and allow ourselves, I call it dynamic receptivity in every moment. Like when you are channeling, when you're in the moment of your retreat and you're channeling this constellation for for your city. Like, that's so beautiful. But so many people would have fear that the retreat's going to fall apart. The event, what if they're silent? What if, you know, and they're clinging to a plan like with a death grip. And what are we missing there in opportunity for divine coincidence, quantum
100%.
like, it's just magic.
The people, you know, I mean, I've been in this industry here locally in Germany of all of these kind of events, seminars, retreats, you know, before the world closed down, I was very involved in that. So myself as a participant, but also as like a co-trainer, and, you know, so I've been through this whole, like, how you do these things, right? Whether it's like a 1 day thing or 3 or 4 day thing with, you know, exercises all the night through, or yes or no, like the whole architecture of that kind of Tony Robbins style, amended kind of, you know, I've done all of these kind of things, and I've been like trained on this, how to set these things up. And for the retreat I just did, and I feel that is how you approach this as well, at least how I felt from the receiving end, is you set an intention, and obviously I had, and I'm sure you had, an idea of the flow that you want the participants to have throughout the experience of the days, right? So that is what I had. And from that, I mean, mine was quick now. It was like Friday night until Sunday noonish time. But for this time, I had notes maybe on 2 pages, and that also included like the playlist, the tracks, so I didn't have to look it up. It was just notes on the, okay, now we're in the section, 2 or 3 bullet points of the major things that I felt were important for me, just as a reminder. And I've done all of that. I've done ceremonies. I did cacao ceremony, like all of these things with them. There was no script. There was no, now I have to say this, now I have to do this. And it's just perfectly unfolded, all of that through the whole flow. And that is exactly the result of what you just said. And you can transfer that into anything that you do in your business, whether that is a full day-ish retreat, a full week retreat, and the flow and orchestrating that, going away from thinking. And it also caters into, I mean, what we're doing right now. We're recording also a podcast, right? And I see the same when I'm currently recording with my co-host for our podcast that's launching pretty soon. But it's the same thing. You know, we dedicated this podcast to doing it like the new way. We don't do scripts. We tap into intuition beforehand, connect both our energies, and then we go from there. And this is how all of the episodes come through. It's just like the conversation we're having right now. We know we had a topic and like a direction to go, a few things, but that's it. That's it. But you got to come to that inner connection. Again, we're coming back to the trust.
Yeah.
And to allowing to know what is coming through. And you can't think your way through that. You can't. You will never get there. It's just going to stress the fuck out of you. Because then you're not present, and then your mind wanders off, and oh, but what was the next thing I have to say? Where's my notes? And then I miss what you say, so I can't really respond. And then there's no real conversation. Then there's no connection. Then you have a disconnect.
That's important, because if you're a light leader, if you're a transformational coach, if you're a healer, if you're a shaman, if whatever the hell you're doing, it's like, if you are not in the flow of the person stood in front of you, then you're limiting the impact that you can have on them. If you're strapped to your notes and strapped to your plan, and I mean even in your content too, because we are connected, we are in co-creation, we can feel the energy of the person that we're helping. And we need to respond in the moment to what comes through. Like I say, in person and a retreat, in an event online, in an in-person retreat, we have to be in the flow of our client. And I think what I'm seeing with social media as well is the change there. You know, if we look at influencers are doing really, really well, I think it's because we're actually leading that algorithm with how we're consuming content, because social media has become such a fundamental part of our life. You know, I celebrated giving up TV, but I probably use social media like TV in some ways. You know, I'll sit and I'll watch my One Championship clips and my UFC, and I'll jump on to Aubrey Marcus's podcast and Joe Rogan on Spotify, right? I'll fill spaces of time
but I'm not filling it with the kind of content that I used to fill it with, which was very much seeking something. It's more now that I'm seeking to feel a connection and to expand, you know, and I think a lot of people are in that space. They've had this spiritual awakening. They are aware that there are alternative ways of seeing things, doing things, being, and they're looking to find their way into people's worlds and be in that space and absorb what is coming through, what is channeling through these people in these conversations, you know, in these videos, in these creations. One of my mentors had a massive pivot for this reason last year, and it's completely changed the face of her business. Her business does not look the same this year as it did last year, because again, she realized that she wanted to express differently. She didn't want to just keep churning out this fucking value content and how to do content. And she actually went into documentaries, and she won a big film award for her documentary. And, you know, the documentary was on cancel culture. So it was really, really good. But yeah, there's this essence of creativity that is fresh, that is exciting. And I think if you, number one, want to avoid being swallowed up by AI, but number two, guide how AI rolls out. And number three, like really connect with your person, your ideal client. You've got to fall into this flow of creativity. You've got to ride this creative wave of chaos, and it's going to come from trust. My final question, when you saw that word Trustfall for the event, and especially because I know for you walking out of the retreat, I feel like I'm getting some like really deep love for you right now. Like
I can feel it. It's coming through.
It is like, it's like oozing out. So I just remember this awakening that you had to how you were trying to control, how you were fixed in certain ways on certain things, and you set this fucking profound intention to let go. And I remember that you had this vision of a car flying down a hill, was it?
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that for a while, but yes.
Had your hands on the wheel, and then I think you dreamed it again, and you let go, and you let the car just, I'm getting goosebumps remembering and this was reflecting in how you began to live life, how I saw you let go, how I saw you let go of the hours that you were doing, how I saw you let go of the strategy that you were holding on to. I saw you let go of so much, and it was really beautiful. So I really want to hear from your experience when you saw the name of the event, Trustfall. Like what did that word mean to you and mean to the experience that you've had?
I love that question, because actually the very first reaction, and it was the complete logic brain reaction, was like, what does she mean?
Can I just say, all of these comments are like, I love Judith. I love Judith. Oh my God, I love Judith. It's like popping up left or right. So the love is everywhere. It's coming through everywhere.
Yeah, I had goosebumps when you were talking, so I'm feeling that from everyone. Thank you. So I'll talk to that in a second. But that was like literally, if you ask, and honestly, the very first millisecond reaction was, what does she mean with that? But I want to come back to the retreat first, and what you just said, to be with your clients when you are really working with them, especially then if it is offline in person. But obviously it is if it is content, but then as well, because when you talked about Mexico, what came through as a memory right now was how beautifully you were working in our energy, and then specifically in mine, because you did tap into the field of all of us then, obviously with permission, but you did do that, and you were in there with me, and that I could see you, I could feel you. And that was, in a way, you were supporting and orchestrating, like guiding in there, so that the scene that you just described with the car, and I had that, and that was like the fear of it was completely crashing down, like a very deep open, I couldn't even see where it was falling into, and having the hands on the wheel, like really tight,
that was the first version of it, and was so afraid because I couldn't see where I was falling and the car was going. And obviously I had no control about the car. I had no control about where it was going, and I couldn't even see how I was dying. You know, it was this, please at least show me how I'm dying now, where I'm going. Like, these were the things that I was perceiving then, until the next version came and I had let go of that, and I let go of the hands of the wheel, including letting go of caring where I was falling. And from that, the light came through, basically. And then it happened what you just said. You know, you need that inner shift and the inner decision and the inner choice to let go of the pattern. In my case, it was control. And that is something I recommend everyone to move through these layers, because control is what's keeping us back, right? But then it can come into reality in all of the areas of your life. Because inside, at the deepest level, at the root, at the core, is where you make the shift. But then it is coming into reality bit by bit, and it shows up in your reality as the mirror of your internal shift. It will feel uncomfortable again until you implemented it full, but that is how the game just plays, right?
Yeah.
And then moving back to the trustful part. So for me, it means letting go in a way, and it might sound illogical, but in a way, letting go of trusting what you think you know.
Oh.
Because it is not.
Yes.
Yeah, letting go of trusting what you think you know to be true.
Yeah.
Because it is just the outer reality that you see of the perception that you have in that moment. And what if you let that go and allow more perspectives, something happens, like you just said, you know, when you look at your next level of business, you need to crack this open because you don't know what else is in there.
100%.
And I just did that this week. We closed off with a client, and she was in a very similar position. And that is the one, when you saw my stories, she sent me flowers. I'm like, oh my goodness, saying how amazing that was, where we got out now for her with the new business model and the next level of that. And now she's going to revolutionize the whole entertainment industry. It's, you know, it went there. Yeah, in ways that she never thought, because she was trapped in these should, but it should be this way, but it should scale that way. I should, you know, that must be the next step. And it was so misaligned. And we completely dropped that and allowed exactly that, to trust not anymore what we think to be true in the reality, but instead allowing the discomfort of not knowing where we're falling,
100%.
because then we rise.
We had this conversation, Raywin and I, actually, this week. You know, when you let go like that, when you let go of everything that you're attaching yourself to, and I said to her, it feels like you're like literally falling to the bottom of the ocean, doesn't it? It's like you're drowning, and that's the discomfort that you're talking about. It's like, you know, I'm gonna die here. And what I said to Raywin and Patsy, actually, I think it was Raywin, Patsy, I think it was a few of them on the call, and it was this idea that actually suddenly there is no bottom of the ocean.
Exactly.
When you allow that trustful, it's like suddenly you're going through and you're in this other dimension, and you feel so much fucking freedom there. There is so much opportunity there. And it's so bloody beautiful that I want it for everyone, this creative possibility, you know? So I absolutely love that we've had this conversation. I absolutely love that you're going to be one of the first interviews. This right here, this is creation in motion right now. We are actually creating and building my brand new platform, Mayu.tv, which is a platform for conscious creators to express and to collaborate and to network and to give and to receive There will be access to events. There will be access to music. There will be access to this podcast, the Mayu podcast, where it is, Mayu means the Milky Way. It was the Mayan Milky Way, and the deities and the shamans and the deceased souls would go to sip their soma. I want this to be the place where you get to sip your soma. And soma means body. You know, so it is like going within and dipping into, like filling yourself up with the beautiful wisdom that is all held here, that we can access in various ways that you're going to learn about in the content, but also have conversations like this that wake your mind up to possibility and help you to understand yourself and your journey, and access amazing mentors like Judith, who is also an author in Leading with Light. So she talks all about this idea of the 5-dimensional marketing in a chapter. Do you want to give a quick pitch for the chapter?
Sure. So now I got goosebumps while you were opening up this new space of not only the podcast, but your whole world of the TV, the Mayu TV. I love that. This is just so good. Yes, but basically the chapter in Leading with Light, I'm talking about specifically 5 paradigm shifts in the way that we do business the new way. And I'm guiding you exactly through basically what we've been talking about, how the marketing end looks different, but how you get to create it through you, how you bring together in sacred union this human side and the soul side of you, so that you get to that point of expression that feels more authentic and that you let go of that control. But we really also tap into the business end, the reverse engineered marketing approach that I started talking about, then how you speak your truth, but how you then bring that into aligned sales. So it's basically the whole transmission, if you want, from what is inside you brought into the business context and the different steps. I'm pretty much focused on the marketing end, which then essentially turns into the sales end, because, you know, you can't help it if the marketing and the copy is aligned and on point, then you don't have to push very hard on the sales. That is the thing, right? And that is basically what the book is giving you in these 5 different paradigms. There's a lot of my personal story in as well, how I got there and how I managed to get to these several points. There's also a beautiful story that also happened in Mexico after the retreat, right? Where I got challenged to understand how I am standing in my own power now, dropping all of the forcing and the controlling. And it was really challenging in that moment, because it was bringing me back to my past trauma. It was looking right in the face of it, but then it unfolded in the most beautiful way. I'm sharing also that one in the chapter, but I'm really bringing it back to the business end. So what you get out when you read the chapter is not only my beautiful stories, but really the idea of how you can craft together in your business in the next level in an aligned way, the marketing and the sales end. And then the bonuses that come with the book, they give you additional guidance through masterclasses and trainings and workshops and things that you can use in your daily routines to connect inside and to work through these things. So there's meditations and breathwork stuff. So it's a whole mix basically that you get if you want to dive into that chapter of the book that I contributed.
I love it. And we will obviously be putting the link to that on Mayu so that you'll be able to see this under the podcast when the episode comes out. But I invite you to go over, Judith, and pop it on the live stream, obviously Facebook, but it's still live on YouTube, and you can still post under the Facebook previous live stream so that people can actually access that chapter, because I know that you have got it available in a beautiful ebook and that people can access it without having to even read the whole of Leading with Light, although I invite you to read the whole of Leading with Light because it's freaking incredible. I was going to say, have I got a copy somewhere, but no. And where I'd like to finish is to just, we've talked into the power of immersing yourself in an experience like a retreat and all the benefits of that. And I'm going to share a little clip of Pulse, Costa Rica, so that if anybody is feeling connected to this idea of awakening this sacred current within, activating this beautiful feeling of oneness and fully stepping out of all of your limits, fully being in radical expression, dancing with your mystery across 5 days and letting go of all of the distractions of daily life, being fully immersed in a space where, you know, you can go within and you can connect with not just me as your guide, but with the group and the energy of the group and the energy of the land to really take you to your next level. So I am going to play this beautiful little clip that I've been playing all day long because I'm just, you know, I'm just freaking loving it so much. Let me just grab this over here and give everybody the little goose bumps. Okay. So, ready, steady,
Orejas paruña, pure ma gente pinta, selva tierra romanya. Y quise manchar amor a su cielo celeste azulero que viene y pinta. Pura, pura, sana.
Oh my goodness me. I'm actually like getting full on goosebumps watching it myself. Oh, it's so beautiful. It is going to be the most amazing experience. And as you can hear from Judith, you know, like it has transformed her entire year. And I believe that this happened for the other guests. It happened for me as well. It was a very profound experience, very life-altering. And I am offering a very special package just for 2 days. It has not been released yet, but under the live stream, there is a link that you can put yourself onto the wait list to get access to that package first. There is limited spaces. If you have been on the mystery school this week, you get another $500 off the package that we are doing. So it's just, you have to get yourself on this list. If you're feeling any feeling inside that you know, you need this in your world, then put your name on this list. And I'm going to thank you so much, Judith. I love you so much. And you've been such a beautiful part of my life and my business, and, you know, have become a really beautiful friend as well. And I appreciate you. I appreciate that you're here. And I really implore everybody to connect with Judith for support as well, because what she does is true magic and very unique.
Thank you so much also for having me here and for having me as one of the first guests on your podcast and into your world. This journey that we've had has been so beautiful. And I do have a feeling it's not over. It's far not over. What else we're going to create? I'm curious. But this has been beautiful. This has been really beautiful. So thank you for having me here and for having this conversation.
Yeah, I love it. I'll never forget. I'll just share one little thing, that the first day of the retreat in Mexico, there was like no geckos in this room. And then I think sort of partway through the first day, we saw these little heads, these little geckos just like peeking in. And it was almost like they could feel the energy coming into the room and they needed to come and have a look to see what was going on. by day 4, the entire roof was covered in geckos. We went out, I think, on the last night, wasn't it? We met to go out for dinner, and we stood in the room and we looked up. I was like, look at all these geckos. It was like the community of geckos had just come in to be in the energy of the room. It was just so magical.
Yeah, it is, and they are so receptive of energy. They are.
They knew, man. So right, I'm going to. We are going across to the beautiful Carmen, who is also an author in Leading with Light. And she's going to be, well, I'm going to tackle her on something that she possibly doesn't want to be tackled on. But this is also going to be another beautiful episode in myu.tv, the podcast that is launching in the next few days. So I'm going to bring Miss Carmen in. You saw her episode in Leading with Light tonight or today or the morning there in the UK. And she took this freaking amazing journey this year. Holy moly. Like, it is insane financially, like reality shift, identity shift, radical expression. I mean, where do we even start this interview? Where do we even start this interview?
I don't even know. I really don't know.
I'm going to start with the question. So obviously we connect. Carmen is also one of my beautiful Quantum Leap master coaches. So she has learnt the Quantum Leap method that we're using to create faster results with people, to tap into the quantum approach, and also take a somatic approach to transformation and business results. And we were chatting on our master coach call the other day about the resistance that Carmen has felt to share behind the curtains of this journey, like to pull them open and really get vulnerable about what it's really taken to get to where you are, and really what that personal journey has been. What has been creating that resistance?
You put me on the spot now.
I
know. For me, I know that it's fear. It's fear of being seen. It's fear of thinking, but who am I? I'm only this little person that's come from, born in South Africa, Portuguese background, that sort of thing. And it's like, who's going to listen to me? It's that whole inner child, I think, coming through, the inner child that wasn't listened to when she was younger, that didn't have a voice, that couldn't speak when she wanted to. She had to think about every single word before she spoke it. And I guess it's part of that in a way coming out, but I feel there's also, everything's moving so quickly right now in my world that it feels, it feels like it's all coming, closing in on me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can feel like that, right?
Oh, I don't know if I can do this. But it's like, it's so the level of discomfort that I'm feeling, even sitting here right now, it's subsided a little bit more, but over the past couple of days, there's just been so much discomfort happening because there's just so much happening all at once. But in terms of the actual sharing about it, I guess it's that. I guess it's the being seen. It's the fear of being seen. It's the fear of, I don't have fear of sharing the story because I share it with my clients. Like I share it with them. Even the other day, it was like, talking about the journey so far of what I've had, how I used to last year, last year, but probably a few months before, I was relying on my mom to help me financially. I was relying on having a part-time job, a temping job that I didn't like because it almost felt like my business just was, it was failing. Like it felt like it was failing. It felt like nothing was working. And it was all of that pressure and just being seen from that element, like, a woman of, I'm 43 years old, and back then I was 42, and it's like, a woman of that age, how can she still be requiring, do you know what I mean? There's like that whole self-conscious thing of needing help from parents at that age. but it's one of the things that happened. I mean, I wasn't born with, I wasn't born with a silver spoon. I felt that things had to be really hard in order to get them. And I felt that where I was, 18 months ago, of course, that was all the byproduct of what I created, because I was always trying to hustle, because that's what I'd been told from my younger years. You've got to work really hard. You've got to, do this and you've got to do that. And for me, it was like kind of all of that sort of thing. It's, it's having that, and it's like, oh, this feels really uncomfortable sharing this. Sharing it one-to-one base is fun. Sharing it out with the whole open world, it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
So when my baptism of fire episode came out, I thought, oh God. I was like, oh, this is really uncomfortable. But the feedback that's come from people that have seen it, they're like, wow, like I so resonate with it. People are at that point in their life. And now, like, I feel okay starting to share stuff, and there is going to be a big share ultimately, which I'll share with you guys now. I mean, at the moment, things have literally shifted massively. And I've only shared this with Claire not so long ago. But we currently, we've lived in the same apartment now for, I'm trying to think now, since 2011, my husband and we have obviously 3 children. And the apartment we live in is very, very small. It's a 1-bedroom apartment. And it's been a journey where we never thought we would get to a point where we would be at a point where we could sell this apartment, because there were always obstacles coming in the way. There was a fear inside of me of selling, because I thought, oh my God, if I sell this, then what is going to happen? Where am I going to go? Because we were, we have debts and we have stuff that we're still paying off. And it's like, where am I going to go? And it's this whole caving in of fear coming through. And we've literally just sold our apartment now. We're doing an exchange. I can't even believe I'm saying this, how quickly this is going, but it's like we need to be out by the 23rd of November. So I've literally only got like a couple of weeks to get everything sorted. We've already got a place, a rental that we're going to be moving into, which is a beautiful 3-bedroom house. And every time I think about it, I'm just like, even yesterday I broke down crying. I was in tears and I was just thinking, I can't believe that this is happening. Like, I can't believe that we're actually here. There's that light at the end of the tunnel. It's here. And just thinking about it, there's just so much joy inside of me that I just can't believe yet that we are here. And the at the minute we're going through sort of referencing process on this rental, and it's like, it's that anxiety coming up again. Oh, what if this happens? Oh my gosh, like, what if it doesn't go through? But I'm just like, it's going to be fine. We are going to be fine. Everything is going to work out. Like, there's just so much trust that I'm leaning into right now. My business has also obviously taken a huge turn compared to where I was, 18 months ago. It's literally, I mean, I have clients that are approaching me simply. I don't do any advertising. I don't do any chasing either. Like, it's just, everything is organic. People, yesterday I had a message from someone, oh, so-and-so recommended I need to do your session. So can we please book them in for next month? I was like, yeah. Things like this, they're just happening at an organic level. And it's like, there's an attraction. And yesterday I went on live with one of my colleagues, because we have a podcast together, which is called Unleash Your VBAC Power. We've just launched it a couple of weeks ago. And we went on live yesterday on Instagram to talk about it. And the energy in that live was just absolutely incredible. People were buzzing. People were buying us badges. My colleague was like,
wow, that's so cool.
They were buying badges. She had hosted it on her account, so they were buying her badges. But she turned around at one point, she said, I don't think anyone's ever bought me this many badges. I said, it must be your energy, Carmen. I was like, oh, she's like, oh, I suppose I have to share it with you now. And I was like making a joke about it. And I was like, So it's just things like this that were just happening. And, it's freeing. It really is freeing, because the thing is, where you guys think you are now, like, you don't know where you're going to be in 6 months' time or even a year's time. Anything could happen. I never thought that I would be where I am right now last year. Last year for me, I mean, I remember that quantum call that we had, Claire, where it felt like the whole earth was raining down and caving on me. And I was crying. And it was before I'd gone to Portugal to go and do some healing around my dad. And you were like, you're so close. And I'm like, it doesn't feel like that. Like, I was literally bawling my eyes out, snotty and everything. And, all of a sudden it's just like, it shifted from that point onwards. And obviously it's been an incredible journey. And yeah, it's just been powerful. Sorry, I've gone off on a tangent here, but now you can't shut me up. When I was younger, it's like, think before you talk. And now it's like,
it's a beautiful tangent. It's like, I say in my book, I think it's the first line in my book, in order to grow, we have to break.
Yeah.
And I think that plays into our vulnerability to be seen, because we're not taught through life that our vulnerabilities, our flaws, our weaknesses, our places of ugliness are valued or rewarded. And so we play those parts down. But as you go through your soul pilgrimage, what you come to realize is that you have to free all of these parts of yourself into love, because they actually make up all of you. And if you're going to be whole, if you're going to be this beautiful whole expression of yourself, then you have to live through your shadow parts positively as well. It's like, if we look at everything in the universe, it has an opposite. It doesn't necessarily make the opposite the bad thing. We don't like love on the morning but fucking hate the night. It's like, it's just a natural state of the universe. And yet we fear these polarities in ourselves so much. We fear these shadows and these dark places. But for you, I think what has been so illuminating, and what is actually so powerful for other light leaders out there, is knowing how important these shadows are to fully shining your light and having expression around the areas that actually mean something to you, that actually move you when you're talking about them, that actually alight this passion within, that will actually put you out on a stage and bloody jaw drop the audience, because it's not something that they've heard before. Unless we start to go into these shadow parts, we can't have that level of expression. We can't speak in that way. We can't speak our truth.
Yeah. I used to hide a lot. I mean, I used to do massage because I was a massage therapist before, an abuse therapist, which again, if you read my chapter in my book, a lot of you will realize, very quickly that maybe some of the professions that you've gone into, it might have not been something that you wanted, but maybe it was something that a parent maybe said you had to go down that route. And for me, that was the case when it came to studying, becoming a beauty therapist. And I recall being, with my clients, they would talk, we would talk about different things, and at one point it would be like talking about where I lived, and I remember clients be like, oh, how big is your apartment? And I remember like not saying the truth. I never said it was a 1-bedroom. I'd always say, oh yeah, we live in a 2-bedroom. And it's like I hid that. Like I felt ashamed. Like there was a deep shame within me, thinking, wow, you live in a 1-bedroom flat with, at the time I'd had 2 kids. And then I remember doing a treatment on another client and letting it slip out that it was a 1-bedroom. And afterwards I thought, oh crap, I should, oh, what is he going to think? Like thinking about that. But like, I'm sharing it with you guys now because do you know what? Doesn't really impact me that much, because I know that like I am where I am now, but it doesn't mean I'm going to be here for the rest of my life. It means that there is a room and there's opportunity for growth and for different things to come through. And the journey is continuously evolving. You know, there's loads happening.
But it's also part of you, like there,
Yeah.
and this is polarity. It is saying that
Yeah.
the 3-bedroom house is like, you know, better than the one. And actually, yeah, I mean, there'll be more space, more comfortable. You are deserving of that beautiful abundance. But you know what? The fact that you've lived in a when you shared that with us, or me, it was with me on a call, and I was like, holy fuck. You know, I'm imagining, I think my place is squashed with the three of us, or the 3 children and us. And it's like, to know that you'd been living in this 1-bedroom flat with like the 3 of you, I was like, holy shit, this is insane.
Yeah.
You know, but that is your story. That is your magic. That is your gift.
Yeah. Definitely.
That is, imagine the people. I want you, like, I'm going to drill this down, because I was where you were as well, which was in the place of really struggling to feed my children, which I know you were in that place. So, you know, you've really come from that horrid rock bottom where you feel like you're not just letting yourself down, you're letting your family down as well. And it sucks, man. Like, it is the worst feeling in the world. And when you're there, it doesn't feel like you can create the kind of income shift as fast as both you and I created a similar income shift, actually. But it is possible.
Yeah.
It is absolutely possible.
Definitely it is.
And you are the walking proof of that. And that's why you have to share that story. That's why you have to pull these curtains back and really, if people can't see where you've come from, how do they know how exciting where you are is?
That's the thing. And
relate.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what part of me is going to be sharing once we've moved, because I mean, I've got images of myself in the bedroom, literally bawling my eyes out, just thinking this is hopeless. You know, I can't see it happening. This was last year. Can't see it happening. I can't see this ever changing, because it just felt like everything was against us. You know, there was the whole cladding issue of the building at one point where we weren't allowed to sell. I mean, technically, if that still maintained itself, we wouldn't have been able to sell yet. The sale would have potentially only happened like in 2025. My husband and I were talking about this yesterday, and he was saying, wow, like, how did this all happen? And I was like, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
creation.
Having come through the Quantum Leap Intensive, and
I know, right?
Isn't it crazy, right? That we've spent our whole lives pushing and forcing and making shit happen, and then you realize that, holy crap, like, things can change in an instant, and it never comes, like, for me, it never comes from the strategic stuff.
Never.
I actually sat on a call with my coach it might have even been Monday this week. And it was one of those sessions where you are in discomfort from the minute that you get on your call. Because my coach is a little bit like me, I guess, in the sense that I don't avoid those areas of comfort. I just guide you straight into them, and it's the playground, right? And he took me into some really deep areas of discomfort, and he got me to this place of truth, of acceptance, of expressing that truth, and what living through that acceptance might look like. And that was what led to me going and sitting on my driveway actually for 3 hours. I was in such a state actually getting off the call that I sent my children to my neighbor's house, and I asked her to have them for me because we'd had a rough start of the day and they hadn't gone into school. And I sat on my driveway and I allowed myself to go into this deep fear. And the shift that happened obviously happened within me, but the opening came into my reality within hours. Like, stuff literally opened up in my physical reality within hours of that experience on the call, in sitting on my driveway and being in my process of acceptance and release. And this is the truth. Like, you know, we see people talk about manifestation and you know, saying it takes a certain amount of time and there's a 6 to 8 week lag. No. Like, if you truly shift on the inside to that profound level, things are already aligning immediately in your...
Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, I want to share that story about that client that cancelled on me, because I think this is going to be massively relevant. So in July, end of July, a client was due to come to London from Kazakhstan. She was pregnant. She was going to come out here. She was going to have me as her birth support, as well as a couple of other colleagues of mine. She had paid a deposit, and the day before that she was meant to pay her final balance, which was just over £2,500, she cancelled. And literally I was like, oh my God, £2,500, like really, really, like, oh my gosh. Anyways, I had my oh my gosh moment, and then I thought, okay, I see something's going to happen. And I thought, no, I'm not going to panic. I'm not going to go on Instagram and say I've had a cancellation. That's what my colleague did. She did that. She's being coached by me. I didn't want to stop her from doing that, because I thought, no, she wants to do that. Let her do that. That's her choice. Even though she knows the moments that I tell her, like how this works, let her do it. So she did it. She didn't get anything. Like, she had advertised it for a few times and nothing came through. This cancellation happened on the Thursday. The Friday, the payment was due. The Sunday, I had a couple of messages. The Monday, I had a few calls. Monday, I had 2 new coaching clients that booked in for one-to-one coaching. One of them paid in full.
Yeah, that's right.
I had a birth coach client book in for some birth coach sessions, and I had a new doula client sign up for me in November. I made double that amount in that space of time. And that's because I didn't chase it. I was like, there was just such a deep level of trust and discomfort also at the same time. But through the techniques that we are taught, like breathing, you know, sitting in the discomfort, letting it come through you, because the only way is through it. The shifts happened. My colleague, when she finally let go, then someone dropped in and said, I want you to be my birth keeper. I'm due now. Do you have availability? And she said, yeah. And she paid her in full. And it was more than what she would have received from that client. And the only reason that happened was because she let go. And then her words to me were, Carmen, I get it now. And I was like, good, because I needed you to go through that journey for you to see that the minute that you let go and that you lean into trust, that's when everything can shift for you. And she was like, I get it. And I was like, good, I'm glad. That was one occasion. Yeah.
I mean, you start to see that you're never really losing anything. No. You're always gaining something. Because if it is, and we start to see where we are holding on to, what we are holding on to from a place of security and lack. Because if we're holding on from security and lack, then we're going to get that match in our reality. Right?
Yeah.
So we're never really letting go and losing. We are always creating space. And in the space is where the miracles happen. Yeah. Now, I see a lot of people talk about this. Oh, let go. Oh, surrender. And then you look at how they are embodying that preach, and they're not.
No.
They're not willing to take a leap of faith. They're not willing to step out of their comfort zone. They're not willing to face their fear. They're not willing. You have got to get to the point where you are willing to die, where you are saying that this can all fall apart because I trust myself, because I trust my creative power. I trust that whatever is creating, I've created it anyway. right? I've created the bad shit. That's a beautiful rite of passage, isn't it? When you start to tweak and you're like, holy crap, Jesus bloody Christ, all of this has come from me. Like, you know, I have created all of this. The only one who was ever to blame was myself, right? It's like, or something happens and you're like, oh God, what did I, you know, but it's true, right? And but there's a line there. I talk about this line in my chapter with leading with light, is that you have to cross this line of courage.
Yeah.
The courage to really know that you are gonna be fine. And I saw that, Carmen. Like, I saw that so many times. Again, I have so much love and appreciation for you, and it's been such a beautiful journey with you, because I've watched you listen and respond and trust, and seen you take so many leaps of faith. What has it been like going through the Quantum Leap Intensive? Because obviously you came to me for the, the Quantum Leap of your own business. Very quickly you were like, I really quite like this approach. And were interested in learning the method yourself. And obviously went through the Quantum Leap Intensive. That, I mean, that's a wild ride, isn't it?
Yeah, really it is. Yeah, absolutely. No, it was incredible. There's just so much that goes into that program. It's just so in depth. Like the previous coaching program that I'd attended, it was not nearly as much as what you cover in the Quantum Leap Intensive. And it's, really, really powerful. I mean, we go into the depths of really, truly understanding ourselves, really unpicking, peeling back the layers. I mean, I was, I connected with Bella because she was obviously my colleague in terms of the coaching pod, and our sessions were just incredible. The breakthroughs that came from those one-to-one sessions. I mean, just as much her as me, with kind of challenging ourselves and moving forward. And I remember reaching like almost the deadline and thinking, oh, because I'm the type of person that I'll want to do everything. I've got really good intentions, but then if something comes in, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do it later. Let me focus on this. Like I get really easily distracted. And that's something that I now am working on a lot more, because it just feels like, I have an idea and I feel like, oh, I need to go and do that now. Oh, I need to go and do this now. And I guess, it's the way that it is. And there are parts of me that feel, okay, if I hone in on it and I kind of connect and just, be more, writing down stuff and going from a to-do list, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I feel like this free flow, just it kind of helps me be more creative. I don't know. People sometimes think it's a bit messy, but it's like, that's just the way I like doing it. And sometimes other things, priorities that have deadlines, will kind of take a little bit of a backseat. And I guess part of it might also be the discomfort for me, because I think, oh, it's uncomfortable. Oh, I'll just shove it over there. I'll do it later. I don't want to do it now because, it's just writing and sitting at the computer and doing this. And it was the assignments. And I remember asking you at one point, Claire, can we have another, couple weeks deadline, a couple of weeks extension on the deadline? And when you said no, I was like, oh, really? I remember my face. I was like, really? You were like, no, you're not going to have another 2 weeks. I was like, oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that answer from you. And then you said, go in. You're a quantum coach now. Go in and feel into what you need to do to complete this. And I was like, what does she mean by that? I'm thinking in my head, what does she mean by that? And then afterwards it landed. I was like, oh yeah, I suppose I could go into each assignment, see what I need to learn and do the assignment. And then the rest I can always come back to, because I've always got, access to it anyway. The idea was to complete it. And a lot of it I had done already, but it was just the little finer points of going through stuff again to complete the assignment. And then it landed. And then, I ended up creating it and sending it over. And that was it.
And what you created was like again, wild. Like, this is the thing, right? The left brain, the logical, I need to go through every single one of those things.
Yeah.
We're guided. When we can start to really connect with our feeling center, we know. We always know. We just have to listen.
Yeah.
Learning the quantum leap method, especially in the business that you have, like, what difference has that made to the way that you're creating results for your client?
Oh, it's been massively shifting because I go into, like, we use a lot of the movement in sessions. I get them to focus on vision, the quantum leap, when they can have something tangible in front of them that they have done because they're going through an assessment, the initial assessment that we do, and then they can see, oh, okay, that's where I'm at right now. Great. Okay, right. What can we work on to get you to where you want to be in terms of your vision? Like, we're always working and leading with the vision. People are having breakthroughs. I'd probably say the first couple of sessions are the toughest, but then from about session 3, like, things are just landing and happening. And I have a client that I'm working with that I started working with probably about a couple of weeks ago, and she's had a lot of deep level trauma that we've been started to pick away at. And she's probably had about 3 sessions. Yesterday, I think, was her 4th session, and she's just come up with this phenomenal idea that she knew already what she wanted to do, but she couldn't quite understand what it was. And it's holding, like, these circles for wild women, bringing the wilderness back into women and doing that from, like, a soul level, because that's what she feels. It's like unleashing the true potential within and holding these circles, and maybe even doing stuff online and motivational speaking, because even just listening to her, I'm like, you could be a motivational speaker. And she's like, really? I was like, yeah, because you're just so engaging the way you're talking. And then I said to her, she said, that's funny you say that, because I've wanted to do something along the lines of that, but I've never thought I was good enough. It's like these intuitive hits are coming through me. And when I'm connecting with people, like even a session that I did with one of my clients' husbands, we were talking, and, in that session, I was like, you're in a job that you don't like. I can see you doing breath work and stuff like that, like breath work. And because he likes breath work, but he's never explored it as a teaching modality, as him wanting to teach it. And he was like, yeah, breath work, but I don't know if I could do it. And I said, why not? Of course you can do it. Why couldn't you do it? Oh, because I'm just so set, in my ways, and I've got my job and my family. I said, and he's now doing a training course to be a breathwork instructor.
I love it.
And he's absolutely blown by it.
This is something that's really key. Like, there's something about the quantum leap method that unlocks your intuitive gifts, that unlocks this, like, maybe it's how we're connecting into all of these senses and awakening parts of the brain and letting go of trauma. I still haven't quite figured out what it is, but it awakens your gifts and your magic. And it is beautiful seeing you bring this into your business. Yes, you have to use your voice because you can feel it, but you don't want to say it. But you also, you're using your connection to your own field and energy, and it's magical. I honestly believe that the next octave of humanity will be all around frequency and all around how we can actually help others frequency to shift without some of the old earth paradigm ways that we know to do it, which is so much more flow. Actually, the idea that, so when I had this past life come through a little while back with the ancient Egyptian connection, and pursuing this remembrance connected me with this guy in Australia who is rebirthing or remembering an Egyptian energetics, like a healing method. And obviously
I mean, the way that he talked about how he'd connected to it, like it was almost like he was talking through my past life, and I thought, I'm gonna have to sign up to this program, but it didn't logically fit. You know, I couldn't see where I was going to put it. I didn't think that I needed it, to be honest, but something inside of me, that knowing feeling, this is being shown to you on purpose. The connection with this guy and the Egyptian connection has just got even deeper the more that we've gone into it. But what I realized with him this week was like, okay, now I get it, you know. And this connects to my episode in A Baptism of Fire, where I was feeling this burden to help everyone. What if you take the conscious control away? What if instead of, you know, leading horses to water and drinking them, it's just about attuning their frequency. It's so hands off.
Yeah.
You know, it's opening up this healing to so many people without them even consciously bloody knowing it, right? It's like, it's insane. The next paradigm of Earth will be all around frequency, and it will be so easy. And I think that is why these gifts are awakening. And I know that the Quantum Leap method does awaken them. And it's just so magical to see and to watch. Circling back round, though, to, again, like that circles back round to where we started at the beginning with being.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Like, I know that you're coming into the Quantum Leap portal tomorrow to talk about sexual trauma.
Yeah.
And obviously, what you do with your clients really does work into where they're at the most vulnerable level. You know, the way of releasing control and letting go and opening. Like, talk to me about this and the connection to, like, the connection, because I know, and this is not just something with you, it's with a lot of clients, that when we take this journey of self-realization and we look back on our life and sex comes up in all the ways that we haven't really been in our true power, in true alignment, and where we've played into roles, where we've done things that we don't necessarily feel good about. And I think this is huge. Like, I think this is huge for what you do as a birth leader, but also as a business leader as well, helping these birthing women to actually create the utopian fourth trimester where they can be a mum and a business leader. Right? I feel like this bit is huge.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. The key things when we usually start with the work that I do is focused around healing from the trauma, because when women are going into birth, they're at their most vulnerable. And because birth is a subconscious effort, anything could literally come up. And it does come up, you know, it does come up. But because so many people are unaware of it, they just think it's a normal part of the process of birth. They think, oh, she's just going through transition. Oh, she's just having a bit of an emotional moment. And it's like, well, no, it's not. This is a woman almost trying to voice what's going on within her. But because the person that's holding the space isn't able to support that, and to be honest, I only became aware of this when I started doing the coaching sessions with my clients, where things were coming up, such as sexual trauma. You know, clients of mine that had been raped, one of them inclusively when she was 15 years old, you know, that came up in one of her sessions. And she was like, where the heck did this come from? And I said, she's like, I hadn't remembered this. She had basically blocked out that memory because it was so painful. She hadn't told anyone about that, not a single person. She had had a really traumatic second birth where in the hospital setting, it almost felt like she was reliving that exact event, because that's what it feels like. When you have something where people are doing stuff to you where you feel like you've lost complete control, essentially think about it. That's exactly what it would feel like, because you don't have control of the situation, because maybe you're overpowered by the person, or in a hospital setting by the healthcare providers, who at some points you might think they have your best interest at heart, but a lot of them have their guidelines and policies first, and not the woman-centered care first. And when I started unpicking this, and I started thinking about it, and I started talking with one of my midwife friends, who she used to be an NHS midwife. She's now deregistered. She's come away from it because she just wants healthy births for women and babies, and that's not happening in the system. And we started talking, and I said, there's so much stuff coming up for these women in these birth coaching sessions that is all connected with birth, and maybe this is why so many traumatic events are occurring, because women aren't unpicking all of the stuff that's happened to them previously. They feel like they don't have the control to speak up, or the power to speak up, that they can't voice themselves, that they can't say no. That was my case. I felt I couldn't say no. I felt I had to say yes to everything. And this showed even in my own journey, growing up as a 20-year-old woman, 30-year-old woman, not even 30, but more 20s, where I got myself into some really tricky situations where I felt I couldn't say no. I felt if I was to say no, that there would be a consequence to that, which would be far worse than me just saying, okay, that's fine. And those situations were really hard. And at the time, like, all I wanted to do was run away from them, and I did, and I forgot about them. And then I think it was it this year, at the beginning of the year, I think, that they resurfaced in one of our coaching sessions.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, where did this come from? And it's the thing, how many women have experienced rape without it actually being the fact that they said no, but more the fact that they said okay, but deep within they didn't want to.
Yeah.
Like, that's considered as rape also, if you look at it. And that was like, how many of us out there are there? There's probably a shit ton of us, and this just, like, it blew my mind. And then I started talking with people about it, and more stuff started resurfacing. So when the trauma is so deep, like that, you're consciously, you can't even bring it up because it's so painful. When we go through these deep level sessions, it's going to come up. Might not come up at the beginning, but it'll come up in a few sessions time. And I mean, I have clients of mine, they turn around to me and they're like, oh, Carmen, are you going to make me cry again today? I was like, oh my God, am I the person that makes everyone cry? And it's like, but this is peeling the layers back. And this is going to help you be able to step into your truth, because you're healing from the past. And I mean, even women, for instance, that feel that they have to use sex in order to achieve something or get something. Like, how many women are out there doing that, when in actual fact they're doing it because of conditioning, because of things that they've thought that they had to do, because of society's beliefs. That was my case also. My dad cheated on my mom at the very start of their journey. I always felt in order to hold a man, you had to kind of go above and beyond. And I used sex a lot as a way of capturing, of like staying together, which wasn't true to me, because a lot of the times I didn't actually want to. I was doing it just because I felt I had to, and all of those things where we're not able to kind of step into our true power, especially in birth. It's going to affect the same thing. You're going to say yes to everything that anyone says you have to do. In business, you're going to get walked over. It's like you're not going to be stepping into your true authentic self. So for me, when we can heal and work through these layers, and it doesn't mean you've got to heal first and then do everything else. No, you can be doing them connectively together. Like, it doesn't mean you have to, okay, crap, I've got all of this trauma, I've got to heal first and then I can set up my business. No, it's not what I'm saying. You can do both hand in hand, So yeah. Does that answer the question?
It absolutely does.
You know, I think what's definitely come through for me is just how much of this unconscious sex trauma is held in the body as memory.
Big time.
And it is, like, you're absolutely right. It is the echoes, the triggers, the feeling that you're in situations where maybe it is I'm going to be fully seen. Maybe it is I'm being pushed down a route that I don't feel comfortable with. Maybe it is I'm people pleasing. All of the, you know, there's so many areas in business, like, actually, what if it's coming from that trauma? And what if that trauma is also not just our trauma, because you may not be able to name sexual trauma in your own past history, but what about the collective trauma that we're carrying as men and women, actually, around sexual trauma? That again came up for me recently, of realizing, you know, connecting with a belief and then saying, is this mine? Like, is this my belief, or is this collective? Because what we talked about earlier with Joe and in the portal this week, actually, the Quantum Leap portal in Joe's session, was really how sex is another area where we look at the ways that society has had us pinned by fear. It's very much been crafted and molded so that it's seen in a very certain way. We have certain roles, you know, and we've seen certain things born, like pornography, so that our entire version of what is actually a beautifully sacred gift, it's just all skewed up. It's all completely fucked up, actually. And you know, I think what dawned on me and what feels really important is, like, what is it that I want my kids to know? What is it that my kids take forward? I actually get quite emotional thinking about that, and thinking, just like you know, my own experiences in the past where I haven't been in my authentic truth. I definitely haven't been in my power. And it feels important that we talk about this stuff and that we relate this stuff as well, and that we heal this stuff. And of course, you're coming in tomorrow because, yes, we've tackled this meaty subject of sex magic, which is really exciting, right? It's an exciting subject, but it's also extremely triggering if you're holding on to trauma. And you cannot embrace that beautiful creative power within you. You cannot trust yourself, actually. You cannot, because that the distrust outside of yourself is only a mirror of your distrust within yourself. So we cannot embrace this beautiful, ancient, creative magic without healing.
Totally.
Your session, like, it's going to be wild too.
And
really important for those people who are wanting to have full expression, who are wanting to be fully seen, because you got to get away from these unconscious vulnerabilities.
Absolutely.
Those areas where you're just immediately, whether it's consciously or the unconscious body, the wall's coming up. The armors are going on, you know, and you're not allowing yourself to be fully seen. You're not allowing, and when you're not allowing yourself to be fully seen, you're also not bringing all of yourself into light.
Absolutely. And the thing also is, it's looking at the past versions of yourself, because there was a point in time when I went to Portugal last year in October where all of those past versions of myself came up.
Yes.
Where I forgave each and every one of them, and, you know, just accepted, like, that's, you know, where I was at doesn't define who I am today. Well, it does in a way, but it doesn't. But it's like you're kind of going through that and you're thinking, wow, you did that. Okay, I understand. Like, you start like unpicking and unraveling what happened and how it happened. And rather than be like, oh my God, you're so stupid, why did you go and do that? It was just like, you did what you did because you thought that that was the best thing at the time. And you kind of forgive, and you learn from it. Life is all about lessons, and it's all about teachings. And I think those very things came up to probably show me that there is another level of healing that needs to occur when it comes to the birth element. We talk about a lot. One of the things that we talk about sometimes is the cervical exams. Women sometimes want them, sometimes they don't. That is a very big trigger for someone that has had sexual trauma, especially when you say at the first point you don't want one, but then the healthcare providers keep coming back and pestering you. My colleague actually says, "Oh, what? So they raped you?" Like, she blatantly says, because that's what it feels like. They're constantly coming at you up to the point that you're like, okay, just whatever, just do whatever, because they've broken you to that point. But when you can heal from the trauma that you hold, you can actually say to them, just stop. Did you not hear what I said first time around? It's a no. And that's sometimes what the role of potentially a doula comes in and does. And that's what I do for my clients. I advocate for them. The other day, I had a client of mine ringing me in tears because the midwife was at her home, threatening her in a way, telling her, if you have a home birth, that you might die. You might die and you'll leave your 2 babies behind, because she has something that's called preeclampsia, which hasn't been diagnosed, by the way. So I said to her, pass me the phone. Let me speak to this midwife. So I asked the midwife, I said, has she actually been diagnosed with preeclampsia? And she said, yes, she has, like all arrogant over the phone. I was like, okay, well, how have you diagnosed that? Is that just through her urine samples? No, her blood tests also show that she does. I was like, oh, okay, I wasn't aware of that. Do you mind passing me the phone back to my client? So she said, yeah, that's fine. Pass the phone back to her. I said, did your blood tests show up that you had markers of preeclampsia? And she said, no. I said, okay, well, the midwife just said that she did. So I think you need to go back to the hospital and figure out who's talking bullshit here, because someone is, and I don't know who. Do you know what the midwife did afterwards, Claire? She denied that she said anything about a blood test to me in my conversation. She denied it. She outright lied and said, I did not say that in the conversation. Just for you guys to see what you're kind of having to be up against with medical system at the minute. And for me, it was like, this brought up a lot of trauma for my client based on things that had happened with her grandmother who had gone through a stroke, triggering stuff like that. And in her previous cesarean also, where she actually had those feelings of death come through, thinking, I might die. And it's like, the thing is, no one's guaranteed when they're going to die. You might walk out of your home and drop down to the floor, and that's it, game over. It might happen in birth. It might not happen in birth. It might happen you crossing the road and someone hits you with a car. Like, it's never guaranteed. Whether you're, of course, home birth is safer because you're in the comfort of your home and birth works best undisturbed. Going into hospital, you are more prone to having interventions and other crap that they hand you on a platter, but nowhere is guaranteed. You're not going to be any safer in hospital than you're going to be at home, because you don't know what your outcome is. And this is a very big message that I'm trying to bring up more now and tell people that you've got to sit comfortably knowing that where there is birth, there is death too. You've got to be comfortable with the two, And again, that takes a lot of uncovering and a lot of unveiling from that end too. So there's so much to unpick.
We've all got to do that. We've talked about that today.
Yeah.
We've got to become at peace with the idea of death.
Yeah.
Because life actually emerges from death.
Yeah.
And that is where Judith said in her interview, she's died over and over and over and over again this year, because it is the death of these identities that we hold on to. Yeah. It's the death of ourselves.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
When you do that beautiful process that you did, when you go back to those versions of yourself, and actually what is dying there is a perception that you held of yourself.
Yeah. True.
And the birth of passion and unconditional love. an elevation in frequency.
Yeah.
For you, it's got to be so, I know we've talked about this, you know, again, taking away projection and seeing things as they are to stay in the high frequency.
Yeah.
But you're going out there and you're tackling issues that are freaking deep. I mean, you are cracking a system that has been entrenched. When I had a cesarean section with my first daughter, for the only reason being that I went through the whole antenatal thing, and the only thing I was told was all the bad shit that was happened. I was in fear.
Yeah.
I was induced because I thought I was late. And it was the same cascade of interventions.
Yeah. Usually
my second daughter, I decided it wasn't going to be that way, but I had to go through a deep trauma release to entertain the idea of that home birth. And it was, you know, and in the end, I did end up back in hospital because I did birth her, but I panicked when I felt the crowning, and I squat down and I pushed and I tore myself basically. So my third birth, I went even deeper with this beautiful healing journey and had the most magical home birth.
Yeah.
But, you know, by that point, I did sit in front of the obstetrician who told me that there was a 99.9% chance that I would spend the rest of my life fecally incompetent. I'd shit myself, basically. That there was a high chance that we'd both die, and all of this other positive stuff. And I remember sitting there and none of it stuck.
No.
I remember sitting there just feeling sorry for this guy that lived so in his textbook rather than in the possibility of the human body and the power of belief. As you call your chapter in leading with light, the power within.
Absolutely. I mean, some of these numbers that they pull out, they're literally pulling them out of their asses. Like we mentioned this yesterday in my live that I did with my colleague. It's like they'll lie to you. They will lie to you just so they can get you in and get their own way, you know. But when you become at that point where you just think, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm not afraid of any of the shit that they throw at me. Like you lead in such a different way. You go into that experience thinking, do you know what? I trust. I can let go. I can lean in and I can surrender to this. I can trust. I trust that this is all going to work out as it needs to for me. You know, there's just it's different. Whereas if you've got that baggage of fear of dying or fear of your baby dying or fear of something going wrong, it's like anything that they'll tell you, you'll say yes to it because you're so afraid. You'll make that decision based on fear and not from truth. So when you can release all of that baggage, fear that you're holding around birth, around anything in your life, you will go into birth and business and life in a very different way. And that's why they're all so very connected.
So let's talk about that. Go into business, because you're not just a birth leader, you're a business leader. And like, I mean, you're like, I'm imagining, you know, like fucking superhero women with guns and capes, and like by the time you get them to that 4th trimester and they've birthed this utopian birth, and they've, you know, like they must just walk into their business and be like,
yeah, no, definitely. I've got a
like,
client.
just come at me, death, because I think this is what a lot of business people don't realize is just how much fear they are carrying that is blocking them in every way.
Absolutely.
You know, that just like in birth, if you can just relax and breathe and open,
absolutely,
business is gonna grow itself as you've experienced.
Totally. I mean, this client of mine, she's literally had her baby a couple of weeks ago, and she ended up having another cesarean. But the reason for that was because she had a very hypertoned pelvic floor. And a hypertoned pelvic floor doesn't give baby the opportunity to rotate to then be able to be born. And that's because she had been strengthening her core. And strengthening core to a certain degree is good, but when you're overdoing it, it actually it makes it really difficult for then baby to do the rotation that it needs to. Anyways, long story short, she was in a great mindset, by the way, like mind, trauma released, everything was fine. It was just that hypertone pelvic floor that was stopping her. So she ended up with a repeat cesarean. She's had her baby probably a couple of weeks ago, and she's someone that I'm coaching now for the next year around her business. And we had our first coaching, well, not our first, we've had a few coaching calls already whilst she was pregnant, but her first one since she's given birth based on her business. She's pivoting her business. So she's focusing around recovery. She's focusing around having a lotus birth, which is where the placenta is still attached to the baby by the umbilical cord during a cesarean, because she firmly believes that it is possible, and it is. She's wanting to help prepare women parents for a cesarean birth if they have to go in and have one. So she's pivoted her business. She's changing her name. There's just a lot of exciting stuff happening for her, and that's the thing. You can take your experience, and she could have been like, oh, I didn't get my VBAC, which again, at the beginning, she did feel a little bit like that. She totally knows why she didn't, because she even said to me, I should have listened to you when you told me about the pelvic floor release. And I said, you can't do anything about it now. It's done. You know, there's nothing you can do now. And she then pivoted everything. She's been sitting with it and thinking, how can I shift this? So said, I knew already how she could, but I wanted her to give the answer. And then she came up with this beautiful idea, which she's calling C-section Phoenix, as in Phoenix rising.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a powerful one for her, you know, helping women recover from cesarean births, helping women go into cesarean births if it's medically necessary or if it's their choice, and supporting them in that front. So yeah, it's powerful, and you can see, like, you know, she's in such great energy going into this new project, and it's just, she's going to be launching, I think, the new brand, I think on the 20th of November, so in a few days' time. So she's getting everything together. I've got another client that I'm currently working with too, who her baby is going to be 1 in December. She started the journey with me shortly after she gave birth in terms of business coaching. And it's been one hell of a ride. Like, she's got this beautiful membership that she has where women come in. It's called Nurturehood. She talks to them. It's something to do with fitness, mindset, and body, but she focuses a lot on the coaching element. So, because she's a coach, so she brings that in, as well as nutrition, as well as exercise, etc. The women are absolutely loving it. She's killing it in there. She's got one-to-one clients. Again, she used to do them on a one-to-one basis, like face-to-face capacity, charging peanuts. When I found out how much she was charging an hour, I was like, what? Why? She was like, because that's the rate that everyone charges. I said, I don't care what everyone charges. You need to be charging more. How can we do this for you to charge more? How can we elevate those prices? And we did it by creating safety in her body, you know, and she's elevated them. And as she moves through it's like, she feels safe. And every time that we go to up the price, she's like, oh, this feels a little bit uncomfortable. And I said, good, I'm glad it feels uncomfortable. Now go and get the next call. And then she'll go and she'll do it. And she'll be like, I've booked another one-to-one. I was like, great. And she'll have her kids climbing all over her when she's doing the exercises online, like she did the other day. And she had her daughter have a massive meltdown in front of everyone. And then we laughed about it in coaching. And I said, what are you going to do? Your daughter had a meltdown in front of the camera. It's life. You're showing people what is possible. You know, you did it.
There's a real theme coming through, and I'm gonna hoping that people are picking it up. Safety in your body.
Yeah, absolutely.
Magic comes from safety in your body, and you don't even know that you feel unsafe in your body. This is the thing. It's all unconscious.
Yeah.
We began the day with this idea of allowing the universe to heal you. And I just got the sacral stirs when I just said that and looked at you, because this is the essence of it, is to allow these experiences that life is giving you to heal the trauma that you are carrying, the blocks that you have, whether it's birth, whether it's business, whether it's relationships.
Mm-hmm.
It's all a gift. It's all this beautiful, magical gift. Yeah. And it comes down to this safety within, which is a self-trust.
Yeah.
It's the trustful. I'll ask the same question as I asked Judith in her interview. What does that word mean to you?
For me, sitting in the discomfort, and still believing that everything is going to be okay.
Yes.
Fuck, that's like one of the hardest things ever. When everything in your external environment is telling you, you're not fucking doing this, this is ridiculous, but yet that little thing inside of you, there's still that little flicker of hope. Hold on to that flicker of hope. Because even though everything around you is turning to shit and falling to pieces, as long as you've got that flicker of hope, it always means that there is something bigger coming, and leaning
100%.
into that is huge.
And you know, like when things look unsafe as well, because I know that you've experienced this, many of my clients experience this, that the inner shift is taking place, but the external hasn't quite got there yet.
No.
So, you know, maybe it's the ends aren't meeting in the business account. Maybe it's the sudden bills, tax bill coming in, and you have to look upon it with absolute unconditional love, and you have to say, well, you have to not stir on the inside.
Yeah.
Because you've got the foundation within yourself.
Yeah.
The belief in the truth that you are the creator of everything, and whatever is happening, you fucking got this.
Absolutely.
You are able to dance in the eye of whatever storm, and not just dance with a freaking smile on your face. And by dancing, all those problems take themselves away. And often what is showing up as a problem, I've found, honestly, is actually the universe gifting you a release. This is the letting go, right? Is to not challenge what is releasing because you've been holding on to it from a place of safety and security.
Yeah, definitely.
Or just familiarity or the known, to just surrender and say, this is all working perfectly as it should in the perfect moment.
Absolutely. There is a song that I used to listen to whenever I felt myself going through those moments of discomfort, which is it's actually called Surrender, the song. And I remember lying on my mat and just lying on the floor and listening to that song, and just then doing a bit of stretching with regards to the psoas, and just crying, letting the tears just fall, and there being a big release from that. And that was huge, really, really huge. So it's like doing whatever you can to just let it come through, you know, not stopping it, just, letting it come through, for sure.
There's definitely a lot of stigma around that, isn't there? Like allowing yourself to feel, allowing yourself, and like we've talked about today, you know, nobody really talks about the loss that comes with these quantum leaps. Because even if you are letting go of something that is not meant for you, the chances are that it's been a big part of your identity. It's been a big part of your life. It's been a big part of who you are and your story. And I know I've experienced more than once in the last few years where there really has been a deep grief of the thing that is releasing. But you just got to trust that it's all a divine plan.
That's it.
And you know, I'm so happy that you stepped up, not just to write and leading with light. And I really invite you as well, just like Judith, to come and share your link so that people can read your story and your chapter.
Yeah, we'll do.
But to allow me to profile that journey, like your episode is currently the most watched Baptism of Fire episode so far. And the winner in the red corner.
Wow. Oh.
Yeah, it's the most watched. So,
and that's probably because I didn't want anyone to watch it.
Worrying is praying, baby.
Right.
Worrying is praying. You know, your story is resonating with people, and I know that you said, you know, I will share when I, and that's one of those conditions.
Yeah.
If I, when I, if that, when that, and we've got to let that go because there's only now.
Yeah, absolutely.
There is only this beautiful, precious moment of now.
Yeah.
And you can close your eyes and you can connect within, and you can connect with this sacred pulse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the heartbeat of the planet. You are the heartbeat of the planet. You are here. Like, you are such a profound change maker. You've got balls of steel. I love the content that you're putting out there, and the fact that you're fucking like steamrolling. Like, what's that big bloody thing that you just smash? Like, honestly, like this bullshit of the fucking big corporate, big pharma, big crazy crap that has women like in shackles.
Yeah. You will love the live that I did yesterday, because my friend, my colleague that I did it with, she turned around at one point and she said, we were talking about obstetricians or something, and she said something along the lines of, do you know what I really want to do? I want to take, I want to tell women, to take their placenta and to slap it across the obstetrician's face. And I was like, did you just say that? And I was like, oh my God, I can actually picture her doing that also, like just taking the placenta and just whacking it across her face because of all the lies and the bullshit that they talk about, and it was just, it was so funny. So funny.
But it's the only stuff that are, unless they break out of that traditional birth route, that's all that they hear. And there's so many elements that we can say is exactly the same in all areas of our life. And so it needs voices like this. It needs voices like yours. It needs your balls of steel to stand up and be unafraid to say the truth, your truth, that has come from your story. You're living proof of everything that you share. And I think it's magical.
Oh, thank you. You're amazing.
So
I'm just
Carmen will be
so grateful to have been on this journey with you and to have you guiding me through it. So it's been amazing, and it continues on in the Master Coach.
Yeah. Carmen is our beautiful master coach, and she will be in the Quantum Leap portal in the morning, 7 a.m. New Zealand, 6 p.m. UK?
6 p.m. UK, yeah.
Talking into sexual trauma and how you release it, how the Quantum Leap method can help you to release it, and why you should, if you want this radical expression, you want to stand in your own power, whether that's in your business, in your relationship, or in your life in general. Those of you in the mystery school obviously have a free access to the Quantum Leap portal, so take advantage of that. Those of you who have tuned in today, just go down into the app. There's a link in the comments, and you can access the free level and upgrade if you choose to jump into Carmen's session. But I say do it and catch up on this epic topic. Of the whole sex magic topic has been wild. We put new themes into the Quantum Leap portal every lunar cycle, so we will be coming into a new theme with the new moon. And if you want to become an author like Miss Carmen, if you would like to share your soul story, get your message across to, we have Raywin here in the live room, who is one of the first authors in the next volume of Leading with Light, Volume 2, which is a movement to
just be saying more of the things that people need to hear to know that there is light, that there is hope, that there are alternatives. And you could become that lighthouse, you know? And I think we're going to close the event here unless we have any questions. I did have a message from our final guest, and she's unwell.
Oh no.
But we have almost made it 12 hours in this epic live stream that Facebook kicked us off, but YouTube's still going. 11 minutes 34 seconds. No, 11 hours 34 minutes 49 seconds. Raywin says, I think that is just perfect. So this has been the most incredible experience. I'm so grateful for those of you who have been here in the live room, those of you who have been following along on social media. Dig into this beautiful community. We're here for you. We are leading you. Carmen is one of 4 Quantum Leap master coaches who are here to support you. And all of those details are available within the Quantum Leap community. So if you have any questions from today in terms of how to connect, just reach out, whether that's through the comments on the live streams or through the contact forms or by booking a call. And I just am sending so much love out. All of you today has been about love. I'm feeling pretty loved up.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. And I am signing out. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.